Good afternoon and welcome to the Four Nations tournament by the UKAL. We're here for our Super Saturday tonight, the lower bracket semi-finals and the upper bracket finals to entertain you all and continue a magical day of League of Legends. I'm Temporal. I'm joined by Bloxer, by Brackish Brit. How are you both doing?
It's so spacious in here. I've never been in this room before. Got comfy seats, like tea on demand. What's going on here? I've been stuck in the caster box this entire time.
Honestly, you. Yes, I'm good, thank you. Excited to be both desking and casting today, so, pulling double duty and can't wait.
Yeah, excellent. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun. To start us off today, we're going to start in the lower bracket. We're going to bring the heat up as we go, scaling into our finals later on with Venom Crest versus Tempest, which then goes into our double elimination system. How are you both feeling about this series? Let's get original, starting off impressions. Loxa, what's your initial takeaway from this matchup? What do you think the style's going to be?
I mean, these teams have really had different paths through this entire split. VZK have been super up and down, but seem to be getting stronger as we go along. DMG started off relatively strong and then have been stumbling a little bit. It's a bit of recency bias in that we just watched VZK in a really close nail-biter versus Belfast, whereas DMG kind of got smacked around by Venom Crest. So the initial reaction that I have is that VZK might be able to pull through and win this one, but VZK have such a specific style in that they're really relying on their top lane popping off. And it's not like DMG don't know that, so this one could end up being really close.
It's really interesting, actually. I was thinking about this earlier, and this might be trajectory-wise roughly the most even matchup between two teams I've seen thus far, at least. DMG obviously, they got kind of run over by Venom Crest. We can't really sugarcoat it too much. Now they're coming up against VZK, who are on the upswing, but as you say, they are so reliant on Lars. And also the fact that they are bringing in the substitution DMG for this series. I don't know if VZK's bot lane is actually stylistically prepared to try and punish that potentially weaker bot lane.
Yeah, it's difficult. And that leads us into our first discussion point for our pregame today. DMG, playing with a substitute in the bottom lane. It's someone we've met before, who filled in mid lane, but their lineup for today: Pighead in the top lane, Shroudyrati in jungle, Jinyu in mid, Yanga and Air in the bot lane. A little bit of a change from what we're used to, guys.
Yeah, go on.
Steven was one of the primary voices on the team, right? So bringing him out and Air having to step in, there may be, unless the team has obviously, and I have full faith in Torok to have sorted this out, as long as there is proper unified shuffling, then he may not be missed too much. But of course, that also depends on as champion pool and what they're going to try and put him on in this series.
Yeah, a cursory look over Air's solo queue does reveal a few games on support. We're not talking too many, but we're looking at a few Bard games, a few Thresh games, the more exciting, more creative supports. Bloxer, what's your takeaway from someone who doesn't play support that much, having to come in with a huge burden potentially?
Yeah, exactly. If this was a team where, you're looking at VZK and you've got a new support in, okay, whatever. The bot lane was not the focus of that team. Whereas DMG, actually, that bot lane was looking super, super strong. And now, all of a sudden, you've had to change that out. Steven really was such a good shot caller for the team, like Brackish was saying, so it worries me slightly. Like you said as well, doesn't necessarily play a whole lot of support, or even a whole lot of solo queue from what we're seeing, which just leaves you such a big possible void in the bot lane. But then again, do you get that punished? Does VZK have the ability to play around their bot lane? Because it's just not been their style. They've had some mid-jungle success, VZK, but obviously everybody knows Lars top lane, Fiora or not at this point, still able to pop off. Do you have the ability as VZK to switch up your playstyle to the level where you get into the bot lane and can actually punish that out? Or, like you said, they're quite creative supports. Do we actually see Air pop off down in that support role and manage to exploit what has been a bit of a weakness for VZK?
All right. Some concerns for DMG, especially when we're trying new things later on, for whatever reason that may be. Brack, let's move on to the other side. VZK. the opponents for DMG today. We saw them earlier on in the lower bracket against Belfast Storm. Walk us through this roster.
So, I actually want to tack against the wind a little bit here and say a lot of the hype around VZK has been, it's Lars and 4 other players. And while this guy has been a huge proponent of the team's success, that does not mean that the rest of the team, like, this is not Lars carrying 4 randoms. Goldie has had really solid pathing. Hollow has had a couple of pop-off performances himself. He even managed to earn himself a backdoor near the end of the regular split. And Gino and Jolly Boy, we're talking about them just then. They're not the most aggressive of lanes. We've seen them do like Ezreal Rakan, which obviously lane-wise, not very strong, but it fits what they like to do, of Gino being that sort of, it's okay guys, leave me on an island and create a game state where Lars can build 30 CS 2-kill advantages, and then he suddenly comes into team fights like we saw earlier in the week on the Olaf, and nobody's able to deal with him.
Yeah, we've seen one pop-off top laner today. The shy, happy birthday, brother. And spoilers for Worlds. He's got himself a mighty nice present.
That was such a series. That was... Sorry, I know that's not 4 Nations right now, but oh my god, that Game 5 was one of the most insane things I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, a bit of a preview, maybe, for the 4 Nations. We enjoy some last performances. It's definitely defined VZK as they've played through. And we can go down and highlight some other pieces that I personally felt. I know that this is the most recent one, so sorry, I've taken the easy road here. But Hollow's performance on the Vex really helped pick apart Belfast in their series earlier this week. Any particular standouts from across the split that you guys remember that you want to talk about, or any particular style? We'll start with Brack.
So you mentioned Vex for Hollow. Hollow also had a really, really good Yone game, which was the game in which he got that backdoor angle out right at the end of the regular split. So there is the potential to play away from Lars. I don't know why you ever would, because this guy's just so good. And
it's a way in which you do it, right? You don't need to 100% all your eggs in the basket. You can save one.
Exactly. I'm gonna again defy the question a little bit and say, you know what I don't want to see Temporal? And that's Lars on Ornn. What was that game 1? Like, okay, you're putting your best player on Ornn tank duty, and we saw what happened. Rengis ended up getting absolutely monstrous on the Akali, and, well, it didn't look like a VZK game. And they kind of lost without much of a fight.
To see the sort of effect, Bloxer will come back in a second, that can have on opposing top laner, this highlight. And he will see the impact of picking Olaf. Bloxer walk us through.
It's just... This is such a Lars pick. He had such a nice game. And yeah, he just straight walks at him and then, goes back to base, heads back into the lane, and then I'm pretty sure walks at him again. That's what I remember from this play, was that he just goes back, picks himself up a couple more items, and then straight up walks.
He's down in levels here, by the way.
Yeah.
It's 4v5, and he's tanking the entire wave.
The whole thing. And he's just sat there happy, and this is what Lars can do. And I think that this is a level of... sort of a bit of VZK that we haven't been talking about, because we, top lane is absolutely amazing. And of course you can play around that lane as Goldie and Hollow. We've seen them moving up. To be fair, also Jolly Boys ended up in the top lane too. But you don't really have to put resources into this top lane to see it win if you draft effectively. You can just leave Lars on something like the Olaf and he can snowball for himself. So maybe with this substitute down in the bottom lane for DMG, you can go, hey, we trust you, Lars, win by yourself, and we're going to focus down bot lane. It might also throw DMG off because it's not something that we've been seeing recently.
Yeah, you draw that zone of pressure into top lane, use your numbers advantage elsewhere to force a great 2v2. We've seen ways you could do that with the Caitlyn the Lux earlier today. Again, we're going to keep coming back to Worlds because there's such a great parallel to this best of 3 we're going to have. It's really good to compare the two. All right. We've had most of my pre-prepared content. Bloxer, are we going to see another 5 bans top lane? That DMG's approach. How would you do it?
I wouldn't. I would not 5-ban top lane. I think 5-banning top lane is a recipe for disaster because, unfortunately, I think Lars has more than 5 champions that he can play and that he can wreck you with. I think it's more, does VZK opt into, like Brackish was saying, the Ornn, in which case that's a mistake on VZK and not a sign that you've managed to ban out his entire champion pool. He has more picks than that, and I think that there are exploitable lanes elsewhere that you can really try to focus out. The bot lane, if you don't give over really safe bot laners, like the Ezreal that we've been talking about so much, that can turn into a real pain point. We did get to see in that Belfast game where that bot lane, it just stopped working. It got smacked into the ground, and the whole map ended up in just a situation where, sure, Lars was popping off, but it didn't matter. You weren't in a position to actually win through. You can also try focus a little bit onto the mid lane as well. Hollow's been having some really good pop-off games, like you said, on the Vex, but there's been other performances where he's just been there and not necessarily gone off. So no, I wouldn't ban 5 picks. I would ban Fiora. I would ban Fiora first. Unfortunately, you just have to. If you don't, you're ego diffing yourself. Other than that, I think you can ban elsewhere.
Let us call back to the regular split as well, because DMG were one of the teams that went, don't worry guys, we're better than them, and didn't ban the Fiora. And we all know what happened.
They're one of the victims.
I don't think it's going to happen again. But
if it does,
there was something that occurred.
No more DMG.
Yeah. Like, there is no way.
We're not even entertaining it.
No, it's not happening.
I mean, unless Pighead has an out-and-out counter to Lars' Fiora. And we've seen people pick counters into the Fiora.
Alright, so what I'm hearing, Black Boxer, you want to impinge the rest of the map, you want to make DMG work for it, make that top lane not worth it, and Brack, you want to shape the way Lars is actually able to play the game, something favorable into both valid approaches. After this break, we'll be back to see what DMG have chosen into the monolith of VZK. All right, we had a little bit of pre-talk, but welcome back to the Four Nations by UKL. Welcome to Super Saturday 2, best of threes to progress our playoffs after an exciting autumn season. We've had a little bit of pre-talk, guys, about what these teams are going to do. We are nearly ready for draft, seconds away. The impression I got, it's not worth banning out top lane. It's not worth going as deep as Belfast did. We're going to make it work. You guys illustrated, Bloxer. We want to do that through making the rest of the map sweat and brack. You want to twist that top lane matchup with pig heads showing this split on, you know, a variety of champions. He's done this a number of ways. What would you do for DMG going forwards as we do get into draft?
So, quite simply, I think you don't need to ban 5 top lane champions, just 2. Like, get the Fiora and get the Jax as well.
This one was pretty good. We like this one. It's a shame VZK have seen that coming.
I mean, yeah, Pighead's had some very good performances on that one. I'm not at all shocked to see it go, and he's just really, really strong. And the Maokai taken out in response. Goldie has played a fair old chunk of that himself. I mean, everyone has, really.
Yeah, it's been such a standard pickup that at this point, yeah, just get rid of that one. Are going to see the Lee Sin taken away, and there we go. Thank you very, very much, DMG. I don't have to get mad and go into this next game raging. They get rid of the Fiora. Nice and simple. These are actually quite a lot of top lane bans out of VZK, which I love. I love that they're also happy to take things away. I think this is just a hover, surely. You don't pick this up in your first pick.
Yeah,
No.
do you want to praise Tarek quickly? When you are forced to target ban, doing it on 2 gives you the start to shape the draft, and the last one to prevent a blue 1. Bloxer, we're going to see a control mage on 1. How are DMG going to strike back? This can't be Maokai Jace.
No, you've got to pick yourself up, I think, an aggressive jungler right now to try to punish out early. The Jace has also been let through. We've seen both of these teams actually pick this one up and have a lot of success on it. You can play really strong during the early stages of the game. Falls off a little bit sometimes in the mid stage, but once you get those full items, can look really strong later on. I would quite like a Talia here. There's something aggressive in the jungle that can do a lot of damage early, but also if you want to just sit back, try to farm your way into the mid stages of the game, that works too. I think these two can work really well together as well to just get through people. You now need a lot of frontline though to make those longer range carries work.
Right, Jarvan.
Shroudy.
Sometimes Jarvan's a victim of the Talia. Brack, how are we going to pair up a support here with the Jarvan? What are we going to do to get that over the line? Because Talia says no to this.
It does, but there is a simple response of just being where Talia isn't, which is kind of... I'm expecting... This basically just means that Goldie wants to have a big effect on the early game. I meme on casts that if you're picking Jarvan and you're not visiting at least 2 of the lanes before 5 minutes, why are you even picking the champion?
It's reasonable. Early aggression,
And
not to be unmeasured.
Yeah. Of course, it will be, as you said, very much tempered by the fact that Talia exists in the team fights. And that's an interesting one from Gino. It's
Yeah, we saw this in
That's a way
Iberian
of
Cup last
enabling.
night. So Gino, just emulating Yoppet, was picked into the Sivir as well. Bloxer, supports have yet to come through. We've got to fix this matchup in the second phase.
Yeah, you've got yourself something that really wants to just sit back and scale into the later stages of the game. The team fight, to be honest, out of VZK is looking really strong if you're able to land that wombo combo. But if you end up with getting stalled out, sitting behind the wall, for instance, you're not in a great position where you can just get poked out constantly. We've seen how much an accelerated shock blast can do, but at the same time, all of those Void Seekers coming out of a Kai'Sa can also deal quite a lot of damage. The bans come through really quickly, a little bit of top and support being focused out. Need something aggressive, usually alongside the Kai'Sa. You usually want something that can just sit back and chill a lot with a Sivir. Milio? Yeah, I'd like the Milio. I like that.
That works really nicely into the Leona as well.
Yeah.
Very much fan to see that. Although, of course, like pretty much any enchanter
Any
is kind of plug and
enchanter.
play here.
No.
Right,
Wants to stop
that
the
works
Taliyah,
nicely
then.
into the Leona.
Okay. Yeah.
VZK have banned 3 top laners.
That's
I mean,
odd. They don't usually have to ban any because it's teams.
Aldi.
yeah. So Yone got banned every single game in the Belfast Storm series. Just want to remind everybody of that. So
Wow, top lane is going to be
not
a
only is it our
bloodbath.
last champion, Hollow plays it too, but obviously we're not gonna see an Orianna top this game. That would be way past even my levels of prediction. But I did want to bring up the Sivir again because you know what makes Jarvan's life so much easier playing into a Taliyah? Rather than EQ flash ult, on the hunt, run at them.
Walk at them. Oh.
It's like, okay, I'm not dashing at you now. And he can go flash Cataclysm, lock some people in the baby cage, and then go, peace, EQ out. And then allow Hollow, Gino to shred them. And of course, putting them in the Cataclysm as well. That's a really nice way to just set up for a Fate Sealed of Lars as well.
Alright, so we're going for sort of all-in AoE zone of control from VZK Brack in the team fight. Bloxer, walk me through this DMG comp. This looks chaotic. This looks nasty.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of an issue with all working together here, because Taliyah wants to sit back, poke people out with those rocks. Same kind of thing with the Jace, obviously he can go all in. And the same kind of thing from a Kai'Sa, but then you've got yourself a Leona and an Aatrox who want to get into the backline, go flying in, and it's just going to be all about spacing, because you're up against a VZK composition that has wombo combo written all over it. The more people you can get into that baby cage, the more people you're pretty much guaranteeing to hit with both the Fate Sealed and that Shockwave. It's a disgusting composition if you get too close to it, and DMG have drafted themselves well to stay away from it, but it worries me a little bit what you end up actually doing with this Aatrox, because if you do just go in, you could get chunked down pretty much immediately. Same thing with the Leona, but it's just all going to be about spacing. You need good vision before we get into a team fight so that you know where those wombo combo flanks potentially are coming from, and then hold your abilities, kind of wait until that Unbreakable comes through out of Jolly Boy, and then you can try find yourself that engage off of the poke that you've already laid down.
Yeah, the Braum passive, a real worry, as the Aatrox normally likes to swing through the fight, as you mentioned. And I've got in my head, just if VZK don't execute this fantastically, what a time Pighead is going to have. The respect coming out of VZK to drop 3 top lane bans, the Renekton to defend the Yone, and end up in this situation where DMG could strike back. Brackish, at 20 minutes, who's going to be ahead on gold? Tell me. It's alright, this is all vibes. This is all vibes. You don't need to explain the code, and get too deep in there. But what do you think is going to happen?
DMG executes. I think it depends on DMG execution, because what looks like a somewhat discordant comp, as what Max was saying, is there's also just means there are 2 hard and fast just go buttons of Leona finds someone out of position, Aatrox finds someone out of position. Any of the CC lands from the 2 of those, you're setting it for shock blasts coming from a mile away. We allow Yang to join into the fray with the Killer Instinct as well. So VZK, I think they just kind of want to chill, and it comes down to whether DMG are able to introduce enough chaos, able to pull VZK apart enough to start snowballing an advantage.
So you're putting the emphasis on DMG. They've got to do some damage. They've got to make the moves. Otherwise VZK will outscale. Okay. Bloxer, do you agree? Like, is that VZK's aim, just to go into the night?
I don't know if they have the ability to as people.
Ooh,
I think that
shots fired. Okay.
I'm not. That's actually not a criticism. I love that for this team. I enjoy the way that they play more than any other team in the playoffs. I think that it's so much fun to watch. Gino and Jolly Boy, I think they know how to chill, and they've got a great draft for themselves to just
Natural
sit back and
scalers.
relax. I don't know if Goldie as a jungler really knows how to chill, and I don't know if on the Jarvan you particularly want to. Like you said, have you got your 2 ganks done by the first 5 minutes? If no, you're not really playing Jarvan right, and so I could see a situation where Goldie ends up trying to force things a little too much and really flip the game, because if you get those initial kills onto some of those wombo combo members, awesome, fantastic. If you don't, if you mess up a couple of early ganks, try to get a little bit too aggressive, with so much damage early even out of an Aatrox and a Jace, that's a terrible risk. If you end up putting a couple of kills into those main carries, then that is not a good situation to find yourself in. Of course, we did see in DMG's second game versus Venom Crest, they had a couple of kills onto the main carries. It looked really good for the first 8 minutes, and then everything fell apart. So DMG don't necessarily know how to play with the lead either, so I could see VZK trying to sit back and chill, but I don't know if it'll happen.
I think the criticism's pretty measured, right? That's nearly how Belfast won game 3. They stretched VZK, and VZK kept pushing.
Yeah.
Until eventually the objective revealed itself. Brack, we've gone over like how DMG have got us thrive in this chaos. You think VZK have got to get going there? So like, at what stage are they coming back in?
So I feel like if you were to play this super macro perfectly, then you could be perfectly happy as VZK dropping the first 2 Drakes, maybe even the third, because of how strong this team becomes, especially at like the 2 item mark. And Sivir really wants to wait for 3, but Yone is fully online at 2. Yeah, but Yone is fully online at 2. Orianna is realistically fully online at 2. Everything beyond that is gravy and more damage.
In the name of gravy and all things UK and Irish League of Legends, it's your second series of the day with an all-star top lane lineup. We're going to kick it to the game for game 1 of our lower bracket run here at the Four Nations. Get ready. We're about to begin.
Thank you very much, and yes, I mean, we saw VZK with some amazing plays, a really tight series against Belfast, and now we will see if they can do the same into DMG, but DMG, of course, an exciting team as well, and oh my god, Bloxa, you're here! I thought you were supposed to be on the desk, but you're over here casting with me. Indeed, indeed, and I mean, me personally, I'm super excited for some of these like matchups. Especially, I mean, of course, Lars is a really exciting player, and we've of course talked about him to death. But Lars on this Yone into like the Aatrox, at least for me, it feels like some of the pro games I saw, this seems to be like a potential counter pick that the Yone can handle the Aatrox pretty well in lane. But I don't know, like, is that a general thing that is going to happen, or is it more like a maybe it was just something I saw like on pro, like I think it was Zeus into like, I think it was last year Zeus going to like JDG's top laner, and he kept like picking the Yone into the Aatrox.
Minions have spawned.
Cannon engaged.
Wow.
Ooh, so potentially get to see a VZK game where they're way more focused on team fights and skirmishes. Well, we do have the jungle starts that are showing up, of course, and we have Shouty Rowdy trying to play more for the bot side, clearing downwards, and we do have Goldie you know, once again, like VZK likes to, playing towards Lars.
Versus Venom Crest, and so far things have been very calm. Goldie is going to be hitting that level 3 in just a second. That's where you can really start to try to get involved in some of these lanes, so we'll have to see if he wants to gank early. Has not ganked already by the 2.5 minute mark, which, you know, sometimes you end up with a really early gank coming out of the Jarvan. So far hasn't been doing too much. Bot lane already roaming up though, potentially looking to get onto mid.
Yeah, no, they are moving quite aggressively. Jolly Boy, Small Critter, and Hollow kind of trying to surround Jinyu here, but Jinyu is quite safe just like around that corner of the lane, so they'll just back off, go back to bot lane.
Yeah, not going to be able to find anything, but so far actually using the push that you can get out of a Sivir lane to great effect to just roam up, see if there was an opportunity to try to get onto Shinyu. Didn't happen, so that's fine. Move back down, catch the wave, not going to be falling too far behind. DS at the moment is very even, but obviously we are quite early on into this game. Now potential gank from the other side.
Yes, here we go. Goldie going into Jinyu. Jinyu caught out, trying to use everything he can as a Jace. Whoa, he is actually super fast, so he just gets out of there. Doesn't even have to use the flash. That phase rush really is showing his value.
Yeah, phase rush plus running through that gate, just going to get him out of that one pretty easily, but that's kind of revealing a bit of VZK's game plan. They've already roamed their bot lane up to try to kill onto mid. They've roamed their jungler to try to get a kill. Now, Goldie looking for that second gank before 5 minutes. Brack was right.
Oh, the flash! W's slow, but they get a response with his own flash. That wants nothing to do with this aggression at all. Goldie takes a nice bit of chunk, but in the end, not too much aggression elsewhere. Oh,
Good pushback.
you know, yeah, as I say that, all the flash is used as well, but this is just so much CC and damage going through.
Oh!
Hollow? Oh, survives with just a little bit. Jolly Boy there for the rescue.
That was such nice movement out of Hollow to just about get himself away from the seismic shove coming out from Shouty Rowdy, and just the fact that he survives, obviously. Jolly Boy getting in there, managing to keep his mid laner alive, and the fact that this game is still sat at 0-0 in terms of kills is ridiculous. It's been ganks all over the map. Goldie has indeed done the Jarvan thing of moving around, managed to get the flash out of top lane. You now have the flash gone from mid as well, so there are potential regank opportunities for him, but as of right now, nobody's gone down, and that's insane.
Yeah, I mean, if you've just tuned in right now into the channel, you might be thinking, oh man, 5 minutes, no kill, what a boring game. But trust me, there has been a lot of action this game already.
It's been kind of insane how much action there's been, and another thing that feels a little bit odd for a VZK game, I mean, there's no kills yet. Lars still sat at 0-0. Oh boy, these mid laners cannot get a break. It's a party in the mid lane at all times.
Yeah, Hokage
There
has
is a
that
Hex Flash
as well.
Yeah. Pull the trigger. There he goes.
Yep, there it is. But Hollow just backing off, just playing safe and steady. I mean, I guess in one hand, we're not going to see too much action from Lars because this is that Yone pick, and at least for me, I'm assuming that the Yone pick is like a scaling pick. You know, you got the Cole there as well, just wants to get that second item before he really starts going hammer.
Of course, it's the difference between the picks that he usually has that want to get themselves leads early, and this Yone that's perfectly happy to sit back and relax. We are going to see DMG start up onto this initial Drake. It's going to be spotted out by Jolly Boy, although he's a little bit caught. He's stepped a bit too far forwards. Nah, Jolly Boy's just going to walk this one out. It's going to be a nice, easy pickup onto this Drake. Something worth mentioning is that Goldie, he's been really proactive, getting himself a lot of ganks, which is great, but it has allowed a CS lead to be developed. Shroudy has sat up by about 10 CS or so at the moment, has also picked up that first Drake, and it really is the difference in style. Jarvan wants to gank, whereas on this Talia, you're much happier to just sit and farm, and if Goldie isn't able to capitalize on the lack of flashes in the lanes he's previously ganked, he's going to have wasted a lot of his time and fallen behind for kind of no real return.
I see. So he will definitely have to show his activeness, or at least continue to show it as the game goes on. We do have Shouty Rowdy here invading. Okay, both junglers are invading each other's reds. At least VZK is aware that their red is being stolen here. But overall, I mean, pace of the game so far, who would you say it kind of favors? Like, it's still pretty even. I guess DMG at least has one dragon with them.
I'd say that the late game scaling is just a little bit in further of... Oh, VZK, hang on, Jolly Boy. Oh, he's so dead. Okay.
Oh.
Wow, just stepping a little bit too far up, and that's something that Jolly Boy's been playing with fire a little bit throughout this entire game, trying to get himself a lot of vision, but goes down. That first blood does go over to Shroudy.
Oh, yeah, this time for sure. Oh, the ultimate misses from Hollow because Goldie got, like, smacked back, so I think that's just going to be Jinyu just being able to run away there, no problem. They continue to chase for a little while, but nope, Jinyu's just going to be fine, and he's backing off.
That's from bad to worse. Shroudy manages to pick himself up a kill despite also having that farming and CS lead. And then all of a sudden the gank mid lane just doesn't happen. Hollow, he's been playing pretty good. He had a pop-off Vex performance, but misses on that ultimate. So does the flag and drag. Goldie was not yet level 6. And that phase rush is paying dividends at the moment. Every single time that they try to get onto Shinyu, he's just able to land a couple of quick spells and run away, hightail it out of there. Goldie looking for another gank potentially onto this top lane, would be responded to though by Shroudy.
Ooh. Super aggressive coming out from Lars, trying to go in really hard into Pighead, but of course Shouty Rowdy is here to help out and support. Goldie is going to go down, and Pighead gets the reset on this Aatrox, gets the kill. That's a little bit of alley hoop high five coming in from the top jungle duo of DMG.
And making it work top lane, something that a lot of teams versus VZK have not been able to do. All of a sudden, that main carry lane that we're always looking at in Lars is falling behind. Picked this matchup into the Aatrox, knew what was coming, was happy to pull this one out, and it's not happening. All of a sudden, it's not happening for VZK. DMG are going to turn this into a Herald as well. A good 4 or so minutes to find a lane to put this one into. Pings going down, and nowhere specific at the moment. Was interested to see if it was going to be pings onto a specific lane to try to put this Herald into. You could potentially put it top and just continue to bully out Lars, or kind of anywhere else. All of these lanes are perfectly happy to get a bit of an injection of gold. You needed this early game to go well for DMG, and so far it really has. We've seen that before from them though, where they've managed to get themselves a gold lead and have still fallen down in team fights, but VZK aren't necessarily known for their team fights. I think DMG are feeling pretty comfortable in this game 1.
For sure. They already have like a 2.5k gold lead. They got the dragon. The kills are on the relevant members. I mean, 2 kills to Shroudy Rowdy, 1 kill to Pighead. So for sure, feeling good about that. Bot lane seems pretty stable as well. You know, you do have the scaling Kai'Sa there, so is always going to be an issue. And I mean, yeah, we're just going to have to see if VZK can like handle this pressure that's going into them. Lars maybe caught out a bit here. Ooh, takes a bit of a bad trade.
Yeah, it's just not working out right now in that top lane. Obviously, the point at which you pop off is once you hit that ult onto multiple members. In the straight up 1v1, oh, hang on.
Here we go. They try to go into Yang, but a nice flash, and even having to use the ghost and dodging that Braum ultimate will make sure that Yang can survive from this gang, but wounded.
Wounded and without any summoner spells. Yang is super vulnerable at the moment. There's a little bit of an interesting direction, actually, on that glacial fish out of Jolly Boy. Decided to send it towards air rather than... Sorry, not... Yeah, towards air rather than towards Yang.
Oh!
So... Wow.
Oh my god, Pighead putting up an absolute performance, trying to proclaim to the world, I am like the better top lane here. Like just kind of giving Lars a bit of his own medicine.
Hang on, gank mid.
Ooh,
He's fine.
yeah,
Hollow's fine.
able to get out of this. Ooh,
So much long range damage, but Hollow again displaying the fancy feat to survive. And this top lane, really interesting. Something to note is that the last time these two teams faced off against each other, DMG fell into the trap of deciding, hey, we will be fine versus Lars's Fiora. Spoiler alert, they were not fine versus Lars's Fiora. But if you don't take that matchup, all of a sudden this one looks much better, as we might be getting a fight right here against the Drake.
But if I'm VZK, I'm not sure. We're just a bit too behind, aren't we? How are they going to approach this fight? I guess they want to go into Yang, try to get a quick kill on the AD carry. The Dragon has him taken down, and now the support is here from the side of VZK. They do get a kill on Yang, but both members, both frontliners are gone now, and Smoke Critter is now completely alone. Wants to go underneath the tower for safety. He is for now going to be safe, but that is going to be a Dragon and 2 kills for DMG.
Hollow is here. If somebody checks that bush, it will just die. Looks like Hollow's just going to have to turn tail and head back towards that mid lane. That being said, it is also going to be that Herald dropped down into the bottom lane. See if it can pick up a couple of extra turret plates. TP back into mid as well, coming through out of Sinew to make sure that he survives. And the turn was just too clean out of DMG. The damage just wasn't there. It wasn't quick enough coming out of VZK to be able to pick up that kill onto a no-summoner Yang, and they really pay for it. 2 kills going over the Drake as well. DMG in absolute control of this game 1.
No, yeah, and I mean, this is, like, of course, we know that VZK will probably, like, scale a little bit better in the late game, but this is not a comfortable position at all. 5k behind already at 13 minutes. Another gank that fails into Pighead. Pighead just playing a bit too good at the moment.
He's just feeling himself, actually. Has got that Gore Drinker completed. He's going to be doing a ton of damage. Goldie's going to get pulled back. Hang on.
I mean, he's just 1v2ing them.
And
he
he
doesn't
1v3
care.
though?
He's just going in more and more. That was a 1v3. Okay, this one, that one's a bit too much, but oh, unfortunately going down to the Brahmin in the same time. Disaster here in the bot lane as Smoke Critter cannot survive the onslaught of Hokage and Yang.
Gonna be a kill down in the bottom side. Usually you're so happy to leave Gino by himself as VZK, but no, just gonna get Dove taken out. Like you said, the shutdown gold did also go on to Jolly Boy, which just feels bad. And if it wasn't a 1v3, then I think Pighead would have gotten away with a kill in that situation. The Gore Drinker up Aatrox is just so strong. And there's a load of completed items actually already on DMG, whereas the only person so far to have one is gonna be Gino with that static shiv. And sure, it's a pretty good item on the Sivir, but you're waiting for 3 at least for this champion to actually come online. As VZK, you're waiting to get later into this game to really get your composition going, but DMG, right now, it doesn't look like they're going to be letting VZK scale to the point at which they want to play the game.
No, yeah, I mean, VZK, they just need way more time, and, like, when I say time, I mean, like, 10, 15 minutes at this point, you know, like, that's so long from now. It's, like, just looking at Lars right now, you know, the pride of VZK, always the one who's having such a great performance right now, completely behind, doesn't even have the item completed, and still the Cole, not finished.
They're going to be completing that call relatively soon, then we'll be able to actually get that first item, finally. But this is a really rough situation to be in as VZK. But it's not to say that they're going to be completely out of this, because as of right now, it's been small skirmishes and individual lane matchups that are going wrong. VZK, they're not known for their team fighting, but they did decide to draft themselves a heavily team fight orientated composition, which means clearly they feel confident enough to try it in this game 1. That's where this comp really does show a lot of its strengths. Now you're getting a couple of items completed as well as VZK, so once we get to these bigger objective team fights, there's a possibility that you can pull it back out of the bag as VZK. We've got another Rift Herald spawning now. The next Drake is going to be up in a couple of minutes time, so there's opportunities if you are VZK to try to get back into this one, but are you just too far behind to really win these individual team fights?
I hope it's not the case, because I mean, you know, I want a pretty close series here, but so far DMG playing super solid. Kind of contrast to how, you know they weren't performing as well into Venom Crest in that upper bracket matchup, but this time they're doing really good. There is the Herald up, so we do have members of DMG kind of being a bit more closer to that area, trying to see if they can get it.
Pighead, such an impressive performance so far. I really think we need to lay some respect on this man's name. Gonna be able to cancel that back as well. Just keep Lars involved, and this is because Lars wants to go back and get that first item completed. Pighead wants to delay that for as long as possible. Keep the pressure up. Now he can roam down and try to threaten around this objective. It is going to be started up by VZK though, straight onto this Rift Herald. You know that this is happening as VZK. As DMG, do you want to get involved? So,
it seems like they don't wanna, and that's just gonna be a nice shutdown goal as well, like not shutdown, objective bounty claim as well for VZK. This is exactly what they need.
Interesting that you didn't decide to try to get involved. You know that Lars is trying to go back. Going to be a turret for DMG, so they're not walking away from this one completely empty-handed. And clearly it's that soul point Drake that DMG are more interested in. Herald going to be spawned mid. Not going to be able to take this one out fully, but that's good mid lane pressure right before the Drake spawns. That's what you want as VZK to try claw your way back into this game.
Yeah, and I mean, if they can get the dragon, that's another objective bounty as well. Basically, I feel like if you're VZK, you don't care too much about how much gold DMG is making. You just care about how much gold you're making yourself. So, like, if you can just accelerate the gold lead in whatever way, then you're happy with that. Small critter, nice dodge over there on Hokage's engage. Jolly Boy, nice little fancy feat as well. The dragon is up, and it is an Ocean Drake.
It is going to be Ocean Soul, which would be pretty huge for these top laners, if not for everybody else. It's not exactly the big tanky compositions that usually want. Hang on, mid.
Ooh, okay, there are some bit of aggressions coming out. The ult, or not the ult, my bad, the accelerated shock blast barely misses. The dragon is about half HP, and now VZK is all moving in together. It's getting low, it's getting super low. It's a bit too late. Talia has to kill. Oh, they go in so heavy into Shroudy Roddy, so Shroudy Roddy is completely down already as the fight begins. 5 members still alive from the side of VZK, 4 members from DMG. Pighead is a little bit out of position here, kind of alone in his own man's land, but he is, of course, a nice chunky raid boss boy of an Aatrox, so they are going to back off. In the end, that's a dragon for DMG and a kill for VZK.
Oh, that could have gone so horribly wrong for VZK. Unfortunately, Shroudy Rowdy, after having a really good early game, steps a little bit out of position, just gets straight engaged upon, and that really ruins the team fight for DMG. If that had not have happened, Pighead was in the backline, and imagine getting the Aatrox backline, and then the whole rest of the team being able to chase onto VZK. Would have been a relatively easy ace. Instead, 1 kill going over, but more importantly for DMG, you pick yourself up the Drake. That's now going to be soul point already at 18 minutes into the game, 4 minutes until that next Drake spawns. Could be a really early soul, which is going to be huge for DMG. That's exactly what they're looking for. We said that this team wanted to get things going during the early stages of the game. They absolutely have, but they need to be careful because we just saw some of VZK's team fighting power. If you can get onto one of those squishier members, you have more than enough damage to burst them out and really turn these team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, it basically puts the game on a timer, like you say. I'm basically 23 minutes. Can VZK get strong enough in 23 minutes to compete against DMG? Otherwise, that Ocean Soul with an Aatrox? I don't know, man. I don't think that's going to work out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that one feels, let's say, pretty bad. That feels pretty bad indeed. You need to be careful here, Lars. He's going to be able to spot out Shroudy Rowdy, but still, if he doesn't get back to base right here, he's just going to get dove.
No! He has to use the ultimate as well, but can he get out of the way? He cannot. He's too low. He doesn't have enough resources, and that's Lars going down. A humbling performance so far from Lars. He's definitely struggling this game.
Hey, even if DMG lose on this game, they should be proud of themselves for shutting down Lars, as Yang just gets busted out. Where was...
Oh, wow.
What was he doing?
Oh,
okay, sure. That's
now.
A big push. DP is going to come through, but you're in a terrible position.
Jinyu, you're so alone. Yes, Goldie is getting low, but what about the AD carry? What about the support? You forgot about them. And now you've gone down. That's a nice bit of objective bounty they have claimed, and they are now backing off. DMG still has a really nice lead, but now the gold lead is about 3k. It's not the end of the world for VZK.
No, VZK, they are clawing this one back, and it still feels like DMG should be in control of this game, but Yang gets caught out of nowhere. You then manage to get onto that mid lane tier 1. It would be bad enough for DMG if that one just went down, but you just decide to go in as Jinyu gets taken out as well. It's 2 turrets to VZK. You lose your mid lane, you lose your bot lane tier 2, and a kill onto Lars, so it's overall relatively even, but even trades are not good for DMG, because they're ahead. Every single trade should be putting them further and further ahead, using that advantage in a strong way. Instead, take a look at Gino right now. He's got 4 kills to his name, 2 items completed. That 3 item is where you're really looking at a Sivir being able to pop off and really coming online. This composition is on the edge of getting things going, and VZK, they know how to turn around a game from a disadvantage. Do DMG know how to win from an advantage?
We will have to see indeed. So far, like you mentioned, Gino with these items, I mean, Sivir dealing some severe amount of damage over here. That was completely intended, by the way. And,
oh,
okay,
Yang again!
Yang, oh my god, that's just way too much damage, way too much CC coming out. Goldie is caught out as well. He's getting CC for about 10 seconds at this point. That's Dota level of CC right there. And this fight has turned into an absolute skirmish, a jamba mammoth.
Oh, Hollow!
Oh my god, a crazy shockwave together with Gino's like boomerang. Make sure that they are gonna win that fight, but Shroudy Rowdy is not done yet. Shroudy Rowdy wants more, trying to go into Hollow here. We do have Pighead and Shroudy Rowdy together going into Hollow. Boom, gets the kill there. So the team fight is pretty
minions?
close.
The burn?
Oh, yeah, that's why that Ocean Drake is good.
Holy, that was a huge shockwave, sorry, coming out from Hollow, and it was a mess of a team fight. That is the second or third time we've seen Yang just get caught out absolutely in no man's land for no reason as well. And that shockwave, by the way, that's Hollow on 1 and a bit items. You know, once that second, third item comes online for Hollow, if you get caught in a shockwave like that, you just die almost immediately. We're gonna have another team fight because this is the Drake spawning. It's DMG Soul.
Yeah, exactly. It's the soul point. This is going to be a super important one. We do have Gino kind of poked down to about a quarter HP down, so he's about like 3/4 up there. And like the rest of the team is here is 3 members at the moment, kind of huddled up. This dragon is starting up. It's getting really low.
Wait.
We do need the steal coming up from Goldie. Can Goldie do the
He's in the
miracle
pit.
steal? We're gonna
He's
see
in the
him get
pit.
low.
He gets it.
The miracle steal. Small critter trying to back up. We do have Lars coming in from the side. He completely backs off, noticing that that's way too much job for him to do. But in the same time, we have Pighead and Yang together, just completely annihilating everybody from VZK and decisively for the first time winning a fight. And that's probably going to them Baron.
Yeah, straight over to Baron goes DMG. They have a lot of blinking health bars, but it is only going to be Lars versus all of DMG. Where have we heard that one before? Doesn't look like he's even going to try to engage onto this fight. No ultimate, no flash. It would just be a death sentence. So, Baron going to go over to DMG. They don't get the Drake. It was a miracle steal out of Goldie. But still, you have to imagine you're more than happy with that one as DMG picking up 4 kills, not losing a single member, and it's because the engage was so disjointed out of VZK. Goldie was not interested in the engage, just wanted to get into the pit to get the steal. He manages to do his job, but its members getting caught out left, right, and center. And you mentioned it, Lars went into the backline, popped the ultimate, and had to immediately run back to his shadow in order to not just die as well and give that clean ace over to DMG. DMG, once again, firmly in control of this game, 7k up, and you just go next, you know, losing 1 Drake, not the end of the world. Next time they can try pick themselves up that soul. They need to get good work done with this Baron, though. They are in such a strong position.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's exactly why having Soul Point is so strong for a team to have, because you can kind of do like a macro chokehold on your opponent, like forcing them to answer your aggression. And at that time, VZK, I don't think was ready for that fight. I mean, they didn't have the items, they didn't have the cooldowns, and unfortunately it didn't work out for them. So now we're looking at 7k gold lead, and we have this top side Baron push of a siege coming out, and nobody from the side of VZK is prepared for this one. So the second tier will fall. We'll see if any more falls.
We'll see if there's going to be any resistance put up by VZK. They need to find themselves another big engage. It's still only 2 items on your Sivir, 1 item on that mid lane Orianna. The composition still has not come online. You're waiting just a bit longer. Still though, you have that feeling that VZK could get themselves back into this game with one big wombo combo where all of those ultimates land together. Right now, the siege is absolutely terrifying. You've already got a poke composition as DMG, plus the Baron with these minions just able to wail down onto the turret from so far away. It's just so difficult to try to engage. Look at the damage being laid down onto Gino. For him just trying to stand there and wave clear. Usually you're like, oh, you've got a Sivir, cool, wave clear for days. Well, not if you're getting poked out by accelerated shock blasts and those Void Seekers at all times.
Here we have, once again, Lars getting caught out, having to use the ultimate just to back off. Will go out with his life, but that's the ultimate down now for Lars, as well as the flash.
Flash ultimate is huge. Those are big engage tools that VZK just haven't been able to get going. And this is exactly how you want to play into VZK as DMG. You have shut down that side lane pressure. I've not seen Lars just sit on the side lane and try to get involved because he doesn't win those 1v1s versus the Aatrox. Pighead has played out of his mind right now, and then the siege, the long range poke, just making VZK try to play their teamfight composition, a style that they haven't shown us to great effect. They usually want to play that 1-4. It's not happened this game, and it looks like VZK don't really know what to do. A couple of good engagers have kept them within touching distance of this game. At this point, they are so far behind, creeping up on that 10k deficit. It's going to take an absolute miracle right now. We already got the miracle steal. You're going to need even more.
Yes, indeed. And they want a miracle pick here onto Hokage. He does get stunned out, but I have a feeling he's not alone. There's about 3 other members there who tells them, yeah, just get out of here. And so he will have to just back off. I mean, if Lars, like, at one point, do you feel like Lars can, like, start side laning? He's already 2 items completed, but yet he is refusing to side lane, like, properly into the Aatrox.
I don't think you win into that individual Aatrox matchup until you get back even in terms of items, and it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen right now. You've had a much better game as Pighead, so you're just looking for those big fights, but so often we've seen Lars having to use that Tempered Fate to get... Sorry, not Tempered Fate, we don't have a Bard in here. That Sealed Fate. To just get himself away from an engage, rather than to try to get into a big team fight. Right now, Pighead stacked in this bush. Absolutely terrifying sight. This Aatrox is just so strong. It's just going to keep up the pressure in the side lane. This is actually a side lane pressure for DMG, not for VZK, not something we were expecting coming into today. We have a lot of members mid right now, though there could be an engage. You know, you've got the ultimate up, potentially for air.
We do. Okay, Goldie just backing off from that situation, but you can't back off for too much longer because now, once again, that Ocean Soul is here and ready. Okay, Hokage with a flash engage, but nobody else is around. This fight is a bit disjointed because the wall was on the wrong side. Hokage is still completely alone. No damage coming out from DMG. Goldie gets away with his life. That's Hokage down. Can they get anything more? Pighead is the next target here.
Oh, it's happening!
So
it's happening!
Coming out. I think they're doing it. VZK, I think they might be winning this fight. They have to back off. Pighead has to back off.
No.
But then it's Jinyu and Pighead together because he heals like a gosh darn, like, I don't know, like a Soraka. There's not even a Soraka in this game, but that is VZK winning the fight and potentially winning this dragon as well.
The spacing out of Gino in that fight to just keep himself so safe, so far away from any of that potential engage was incredibly impressive. Still, though, you've got a big wave being barreled down the mid lane by Pighead. Just gonna keep the pressure up. Big teamfight win out of VZK, and this final Drake, this soul point Drake, is an absolute nightmare right now for DMG. That's the second time that they've lost out on that one. Picking that one up, it feels like would seal this game for DMG, but it's just not happening right now, and the team fighting in a choke point is terrifying. The combo, it wasn't perfect, but it was good enough. We actually got to see Lars use that ultimate aggressively to try to get involved in a fight. Another big shockwave as well out of Holo. Small Critter just sat back, dealing damage. They came out of air going in a kind of odd way. He went into the backline. There was no real follow-up because everybody was scared of getting wombo comboed. And sure, you survived for so long. You are so very tanky. Those anathema chains completed as well, but it wasn't enough. The engage wasn't there to follow up. Now though, Baron gonna be spawning. Let's see what DMG can do to try to close out this game.
Yeah, DMG still definitely in the driver's seat, and if they can, they should take this Baron and secure the deal. But it is getting a bit harder and harder as the game goes on. We're getting items completed from VZK left, right, and center. And that means this team is becoming a lot more formidable, and these teamfight scenarios are becoming a lot more, well, scary and daunting, like you kind of mentioned. We do have everybody kind of grouping up for a fight. We have the engage coming out. That's a lot of people going in, but this time the engage is a bit more disjointed. It's not working out as well as we thought for VZK. A double kill for Yang. Yang has to back up, is a bit low, but Pighead is here as well. Shroudy, Rowdy, and Hokage. Can they do it together? Yes, they can, and that's just everybody from VZK getting absolutely annihilated. And that's another just team fight win for DMG. And I think they're just going to go for the end.
Yeah, they can try. You've got 30 seconds on most of those big carries. The mid lane wave is not quite here, but that turret is going to melt through Holo. You've got to pull something absolutely incredible out, waiting for another 15, 20 seconds on that ultimate. Without it, I do not know if Holo's going to be able to stop this game from going to DMG.
I mean, Goldie's up right now, and Hollow has his ultimate in like a couple seconds. Who knows? You know, you might get the wombo combo, but you can't do the wombo combo if you yourself are caught by another wombo combo coming out from the side of DMG. And DMG just wins this completely dominant. They had a little bit of mishaps here and there, but in the end, they will win 1-0 on the series.
Woo. Riddle me this. Why did that game feel so close when, ostensibly, DMG were ahead by thousands and thousands of gold pretty much from the very beginning, but it felt on a knife's edge the entire time. Impressive victory out of DMG. Early game, it just went wrong for VZK. They had Goldie sat on a Jarvan trying to get proactive, and like we predicted on the desk, he didn't manage to find those initial engages. It started to go wrong. You gave over way too much power to Shiny Rowdy, and it just turned into a lead that it felt like VZK could never get out of the shadow from.
Oh yeah, that was a bit too dominant of a early game performance from VZK, and we'll see, can they come back? Can they like answer back with maybe a different strategy, a one that they're more used to, or is DMG just gonna take it home? We'll see after a break.
Pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 out of VNC on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 out of VNC on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 on it.
Yeah. Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest.
Welcome back. What a show for game one. VZK, they tried their best, but DMG on this Saturday, they could do it on a rainy night in the UK and Ireland. Welcome back. That was game one of our lower bracket series between VZK and Belfast Storm. Bloxer, you've had a quick break, but you're back with us again.
Yes. Let's keep running it. Hey, there's nothing more fun right now than watching DMG and VZK go toe to toe. I mean, it's been a complete reversal of what we thought was going to happen. That top lane, we can now see why VZK poured 3 bans into the top lane.
Yeah, it was,
So it is and it isn't, interestingly. Because I was saying during, while you were having fun casting the game, oh, look at this guy, that
Pretty talented.
we're both kind of geniuses. I was saying, okay, well, they want, like, VZK can let 3 Drakes go and scale up. And you said that's not their style. And we were both correct.
Yes.
Because they did go 3 Drakes down and were playing the sort of scaling style, not necessarily from choice.
Yes. They
yeah, it was,
wanted to get stuff going and they just couldn't.
it was a bit of a breakout early game. And let's highlight where VZK maybe started to let go of the ball. As I'll take you through our first replay of our package. This is the split map. Goldie ends up invading Shroudy Rowdy on the top side. VZK spots Shroudy here, and he just walks out of vision. Jolly Boy walking up a little too much. That's a bit of a play on the side of the map where your opponents are 3, and you are 2 with a wave coming in towards you. Your own slow push forming. If we fast forward slightly, the immediate revenge from VZK is answered. Goldie comes in on mid, but Shroudy Rowdy's nearby. And with that unfortunate sombrero, VZK just don't keep the tempo up in their early game. And that's sort of the start of the slip and slide. Brack, let's go through the next point where things started to get slightly out of hand.
Well, that previous one had 1 lane not included, and that's the top lane. And Lars was actually trying to go for the sort of scaling thing. We saw him pick up the cull on the Yone, but Pighead was responding so fantastically to him time and time again. This Aatrox was really sticking the boot in onto the Yone. We see him get that solo bolo under the top lane tower, and for a very, very large portion of this game, Lars was a non-factor. And I don't think we talk about Gino enough. But this player, this team, that game shows that this team is not exclusively the Lars show. When Lars falls behind, there are other carries on this team that can have great performances. And time and again in those fights, Bloxer, you were bringing up Gino spacing fantastically, staying like just inches away from the DMG engage and their main damage, just throwing attack after boomerang after ricochet into DMG. And we saw so many of those fights become so close due to the fact that Gino was able to stand precisely where he needed to.
Yeah, those Giga Chad top lane performances, Small Critter was sort of the last doorstop and block. So we're going to get you to walk us through this last fight, as this was where VZK were pushed over and DMG finally brought their win to a close.
It just felt so close for this entire game, despite the fact VZK was so far back. And it's a huge engage out of Goldie, and there's no follow-up whatsoever. And once that tanky front line goes down, it doesn't matter that Gino is spacing really effectively. It doesn't matter that Hollow still does a ton of damage. Oh,
Yeah,
even at the
Shroud
time,
in back line.
watching that one, if Gino had sidestepped that pushback, there's a chance he takes one more down with him, and then you do end up with the respawning Jarvan. You've still got your Orianna alive. That's last stand. Maybe isn't a last stand. You actually managed to complete that one and go to live for a little bit longer and try to get your composition scaling further. Unfortunately, the one time that Gino just slightly stepped a little bit too far up, he gets taken down, and it was such an interesting situation to be in, where it felt like Gino was looking at the rest of his map and going, guys, if you just weren't inting, I could carry this one. It's usually Lars saying that.
Just hold me, just get me there, just get me over the line. It's classic Sivir gameplay, isn't it? We're still waiting to hear on... Oh?
That's kind of the question mark ping I have on that last fight. Of, did Gold even need to go in? Like, that in that situation, when you're playing to a Sivir, you want to be playing backwards. Sivir does not want to run at the opponents. On the hunt, yes, it's a good chase down tool, but you use it most effectively when the enemy is already beaten, broken, and bleeding, and you use it to run down the rest of those kills. We saw Goldie go in, we saw Hollow in the mid lane, a mile away from the rest of the team, and Gino sat there like, well, I can't step up now, guys. Pighead's in my face.
Yeah. I mean, that is a situation where I can agree with Goldie going in, if he's got the Orianna ball on top of him, and you aren't panic teleporting in as Lars. Lars was teleporting into that fight and booking it to try to get involved. If you're not in that situation, you know, you've already got the Orianna set up, and you are ready with that ultimate as Lars, then going in that situation to get a couple of quick kills, then you pop the on the hunt and try to go in after that, that works. But as it was, as that team fight happened, where Hollow goes flying in, and there's, sorry, you know, they go flying in, and there's no follow-up, No, that was not the play that needed to happen, and we saw that from the fact that that was what it took to end the game.
Yeah, so would have liked to have seen sort of the invitation of unforced errors in the coming forwards from DMG that would have maybe allowed VZK an easier time. That's fair enough. Okay, gentlemen, Game 2 is on its way. It's in the future. We're still waiting on side selection, I think. I haven't got that, but put yourselves in VZK's shoes. You're now on red side. The Game 2. What are you going to do about this? You've banned 3 top laners and your superstar player who helped put Belfast out of the lower bracket nice and fast is not performing in Game 1. Loxa, what are you going to do?
Do you leave the last pick, that counter pick, over to Lars? Because that's not really been their style. I agree. I think that they have to in this situation, but that hasn't been VZK style. They've been much happier for Lars to just go, I'll be fine into whatever. That clearly isn't working with Pighead. But then you do potentially leave that Aatrox still open. I trust in Lars to have some form of counter to it, but also Aatrox is the kind of champion where you can just chill through laning phase and still be massive during these big team fights. So you're giving over that counter pick to Lars. Then the rest of the lanes, they weren't going great either. I think, unfortunately, it's a situation where there's a lot on Goldie. Is Goldie ahead? Because in this last game, he was on the Jarvan, he tried to get proactive, and it didn't quite work. That game looks very different if those ganks turn into kills rather than just the flashes that never really went anywhere. So you've got a lot of pressure onto your jungler. An early rotation Jarvan could still be the play and say, hey, it was just an execution error, next time we get those kills and we win. But a salty run back would be very risky.
Rack, the salty run back, not the way to do it. What are you going to change instead?
I mean, yeah, give last pick to Lars, give him a strong matchup, and play how you have played. This is the VZK style. Give Lars a lane that he doesn't necessarily need assistance in, that he can win comfortably, and then we can see Goldie look to enable Hollow, or look to enable Gino, who now we have seen does have this streak to be able to put games on his own back. We saw it a couple of times nearly happening in the regular split, but literally, though the previous game, I think, could have entirely been carried on Gino's back if that last fight hadn't been so hastily put together.
You reckon we're still here for insurance policy AD carries like Civi or Jinxes, that sort of thing?
I mean, Gina loves his Ezreal as well. I don't think there's a necessarily bad situation for you to pull that one out. And I mean, we know that Jolly Boy loves the Rakan. We talked about it in the pre-show that that's not necessarily a good lane duo, but we've already seen that this is kind of the situation where Jolly Boy's like, all right, cool, I'm level 4, peace.
I'm out of here. I'm leaving you behind. not
Gina's
too
just sat there
unusual.
like, okay, bye.
I'm gonna go sort mid out. Just give me a minute. Just let me get out of
Yeah,
it.
Jolly Boy's
Oh, he
like,
got
all right, I
dove.
need to go get some more milk.
Hopefully he comes back, eh? But yeah, getting out on support. You know, I think we've seen a fair few Rakans this split that are just so good at doing that. Rakan Ezreal, one of our more frequent bot lanes, I believe, in the Four Nations. Haven't got the
UKEL
sheet in
stay
front
in
of me.
bot lane challenge.
I certainly
To
have
stay
no
in bot lane
agreement.
challenge, impossible. Our supports have to kill everyone. I'll put you guys on the spot about what you'd change draft wise. I'm next going to put you on the spot about the matchup you both mentioned first, the jungle. Jarvan versus Talia, Goldie versus Shroudy Rowdy. Definitely went Shroudy's way. Pretty pop-off performance on this Talia. And even in that lane game fight Bloxer, we saw them attack the backline and sort of assassinate pretty meaningfully. Do you think VZK need to do something to change their own play, or are they going to attack DMGs?
I think you can... It's so tricky because those early ganks went so horribly wrong. And it didn't have to be horribly wrong if you're also against another ganking jungler that's trying to go in. But something that we've seen quite a lot, actually, out of Shroudy Rowdy is those more sit-back jungle, try to get yourself a lead through the CS. But if you do try to force Shroudy Rowdy on something more aggressive, maybe the Vi, we saw that during that Venom Crest game as well, then you can put yourself in a situation where you're like, hey, we're both just going to be ganking constantly. That's what we're looking towards. I think that's what you want to do as VZK. You want to force a change, because clearly if you're trying to be an aggressive jungler, which is, yeah, like I said, kind of Goldie's style, he doesn't really like to do anything else. If you're against a heavy farming jungler and you don't execute perfectly, then you just fall behind. Your team is put in a terrible position, and I do believe in Goldie enough that he could make that work, but it's such a risk to do, especially in an elimination match like we have right now, that I would rather see them stick to their guns on being aggressive in the jungle, draft a composition maybe that likes to play a bit more early so you've got that extra support when you gank in the early game, and then try to force DMG into also joining you in that heavy gank style and know that that's what they're going to do.
Alright, stylistic change. With the point of execution there, Brack, you do the same?
Yes, but I'll also mention that I think there's a draft change that can happen as well, and I don't think there's a need to see the Maokai banned. Actually, wait, no, it was DMG that banned it in game 1, if I recall correctly. Because,
red
I mean,
side.
yeah, put Goldie onto the Maokai, that's something that is a fantastic enabler and a fantastic early pressure jungler. So, yeah, smart of DMG to take that one away. If it is possible to get Goldie onto the Maokai in this game too, then I would like to see it. Of course, for that to happen, you have to allow it through the bans on the hope that DMG doesn't just pick it themselves.
Risky.
But, I mean, that would kind of be doing what they're wanting to happen anyway, because that would be putting Shroudy onto a less farmy jungler.
Might achieve it. Yeah, Maokai definitely not in his AP heyday anymore, where, you know, you could just, like, plow through your own jungle, plow through your opponents, put effectively super Teemo mushrooms just wherever you went on a
Saplings.
7-second cooldown. Like, I loved Spring so
Saplings.
much. I cheesed so
Saplings,
much elo. It was not a great competitive watch after the first few weeks. Let's be real. Let's be real. Okay,
Agreed.
we've gone through the jungle. We've gone through the draft changes. It's time for some predictions. Black Bloxer, who is going to win game 2? Are we going to have a full best of 3 series? Are we going to have you out here all day? Or is it going to be a
How can
Swift
we?
2-0?
This is such a head and heart situation right now for me. Because there's something about the way that VZK play that makes me feel like at any moment they're just going to pop off and win a game. They surely had the most backdoors out of any of our teams.
Oh, no
throughout
doubt.
this bit. Like,
You've definitely had the most tearjerker wins where it's just
Yeah.
like, how have you done this?
yeah.
Yeah, it's like, did they deserve to win? Not necessarily.
But they did,
Did
and
they?
that's what
the Nexus
matters.
hit 0.
Yeah.
That's all
I
that
mean-
matters at the end of the day. You can talk about about
Yeah.
as much as you like, but at the end of the day, yeah, that's the
Yeah.
only thing that matters.
They
And
they subscribe to the notion of hit Nexus to win games, and I agree with that way. It is the correct way to play the game.
I feel like more people would win more games if they subscribed to that very simple ethos. Stop spending 35 seconds to a minute stood in front of the enemy fountain,
Yeah.
people in solo queue. I've had enough of it.
They really need to rub it in though, whereas there's no time as VZK to rub in a victory. You're trying to steal that one right out from your opponent's
It's usually
noses.
spamming all of the buttons, panicking, hoping
Yeah.
you get that last auto before someone finishes their TP or something.
Yeah, exactly. So, my heart says that VZK have the ability to just snap their fingers and win this game all of a sudden. But the way the Pighead played was so impressive, and if you've got a top laner who can go toe-to-toe with who has been, I'd say not our best top laner, but the top laner with the highest highs in Lars, if you can go toe-to-toe and win out that matchup, I think that will be enough. I'm gonna put my money on DMG, however, every prediction that I've made so far has been wrong. So, let's go game 3!
Let's
This
go
is kind
game
of the
3.
thing. This is the kind of the thing with Lars. As you said, he's not necessarily the best top laner, but he is the one, perhaps the swingiest, because this last game 1, we didn't get to see how much he was behind in gold compared to Pighead, but I feel like it was quite a bit. And then in his other games, his Fiora games, where he's consistently like 5k up in lane, and like 70% of the gold lead is specifically sat on him.
Yeah. What do you do?
He's the heavyweight.
Yeah.
It does somewhat, you know,
Swing things.
yeah, it twists the maths a little bit.
Yeah.
So does that mean you're also going for DMG? Gonna put you
It's
on
so
the
hard to
spot.
say without seeing the draft. Like, VZK are absolutely...
Oh.
I
Well,
don't
I put
qualify
my
it.
neck on the
VZK.
line.
Qualifier. Which bit of the draft says VZK win game 2?
If Lars gets
Just
a,
'cause
if Lars gets a great matchup, if Lars gets a great matchup, if he gets an Olaf,
Mm.
if he somehow gets a Fiora, then
He's got a counter pick, so
exactly.
So
If he
you
gets into
want you want a previously appearing damage champion in the 2v2 jungle. You're not worried about the execution. You just got to see it and you believe. You on the train, Brack?
No,
You're still
There
not
are
sure.
some- I am a proponent of, you know, get a good count. The 3-step plan. Get a good
Okay,
counter,
give me the plan. Sell
actually
me your
play it
plan,
properly.
VZK man.
I mean, it's get a good matchup, actually play it decently, and
Okay.
then profit.
hit Nexus.
So
Hit
were you
Nexus.
telling me to be confident from draft, you've got to see Fiora? Just Fiora, and that's it. Doubts washed away.
I mean, yes, that would wash my doubts away because DMG would be griefing if that were the case. But no,
He's not
I'd be-
wrong.
I'd
He's
be
not
just-
wrong.
I'd be
everyone.
happy to see the Olaf. We saw 2 fantastic Olaf games out of Loz versus Belfast Storm. So I'm just maybe like 10% less convinced that he can 1v9 an Olaf game than he could a Fiora game. But with the information we've seen, and also like the hard and fast Olaf counters are few and far between. And I mean, they're already banning Rumble away. And that's one of the like slightly more iffy ones, but that's only for like the pre-6, because suddenly you can then go like, you know, you hit Ragnarok, or you hit 6, you hit Ragnarok, and then all of Rumble's slowing shenanigans and whatnot, you just hit the tough it out, you lifesteal through all of his burn damage, and
Walk
the
it
lane
in.
becomes very boring very quickly because the Rumble's not allowed to step up to the Olaf.
Yeah, Olaf's count is generally a bit more exotic. I think we'd only rely on like someone like Bear Tree who's whipped out the Alawi, or like various fighters.
Synapse
at, like,
as well,
high
maybe.
level of skill. Yeah, Synapse could have done it. Rest in peace, Arcadia. We'll see you in spring. Maybe, maybe not. Relegations will
fun.
be at some stage
hope.
after we finish the tournament. And you know what happens after we finish game 1? After a brilliant desk, we're going to game 2, and the bands already thick and fast. The Maokai we mentioned gone.
It's the same.
Yeah, same bans as of right now. DMG not trolling. They are gonna get rid of the Fiora. That's again a very good sign. Otherwise, I would have had to change my prediction.
Ooh,
That's
there we
adaptation,
go.
though.
All right.
Not gonna give it over. Oh,
Ooh,
okay.
The Jarvan ban actually interests me a little bit here, and we get the rel out at the R3 ban. So that may be saying something about how DMG want to draft this one out, because there may be something stylistically that, you know, they really don't want to go up against a Jarvan. Theoretically, you could see maybe like Azaya is maybe in pocket for Yang here. You don't want to get cataclysmed. Sure, the Maokai's gone, but Jace is forever going to be a bit troublesome for Azaya to deal with. And well, with Maokai gone, Goldie going to fall back onto the big old faithful with Sedge.
Sedge, nice and simple. High ganking
One of your
once again.
favorites.
Yes, it's a tank in the jungle. Of course, it's my favorite. I've never played a carry champion in my entire life. What do you mean?
Where does Warwick fall? Warwick's not a tank.
I play him like a tank. Anyway,
That's true.
Sivir
There's
is going
one
to be
carry
locked
on
in
the
again.
screen.
Yeah, Sivir, we are once again looking at Gino to carry us through the
good.
later stages of the game. It is into that Orianna, though, so you've got to position once again really, really just perfectly. We know that he can
But
do it, though.
Max,
Yes.
spell shield.
Yeah, but in a team fight, if you're blowing it on that, you've died from something else. I mean, I agree. Spell shield out that Orianna ult, but you've probably then died. You've probably already used it, actually, on an engage from a Varus, if that's locked in.
An interesting lane dominant AD, and you guys have highlighted the dive will be missing the DMG ban onto Jarvan after Notalia to manage it. R3
The Shrouded
VZK.
Graves. I love to see the Shrouded Graves. This is DMG at like peak confidence. They may need to put Pighead onto a tank here, which, you know, may mean that it's perhaps open season for Lars. And I do like the Yone a lot because, as I said in the first draft, it can be flexed. Hollow plays it too. He backdoored on it. He got a win on this champion in the most VZK of ways.
Yeah, I mean, do they know how to just win a game as a straight 5-man walk down the Nexus? It seems like they only backdoor it. You do
Too
also
easy.
ban out that Aatrox as VZK. I was shaking my head at that Cassio pick, because if you pick up yourself a Cassio and a Sivir, those are two champions that really want to play a team fight backwards, and as we've seen, VZK, they would much rather play a team fight forwards. You are, again, in that situation where as a Sivir, you are trying to run forwards as your Yone and your Sejuani go flying in. A Braum would be brilliant, give you a little bit of
1000%.
extra protection. You can also play that fight backwards as well, and anytime I see two Freljord champions, I'm pretty happy. That would be nuts. Okay.
Okay, Jolly.
Okay. That's so
Happy
risky.
chap.
Yeah,
Like
the
it.
Bard
Out
comes
space, though.
through. Quite hard to go engage into a Bard. DMG still may be feeling like it though.
You're hovering a lot
I
of
mean-
engage. That's a pretty aggressive bot lane that's really trying to punish. But you have to play that really effectively.
Okay.
It's going to be Jack's top lane.
I'm really happy. I'm
You
really
like it?
happy that we didn't see Pighead put onto a tank because we've seen him being able to go toe-to-toe with Lars. So, given something that can do that, and Lars
Garen.
mirroring somewhat, as we saw in the Tempest series, pulled out by Bear Tree, we have the Garen. Be prepared to watch people randomly die from about 55% HP with Demacian Justice, just casually.
Alright, we got a lane dominant top laner from VZK. I think it's fair to say Garen should be pretty favored into Jax till he gets steamrolling. We got lane dominant DMG AD carry Varus, just so good in the 2 versus 2, so good in that long lane setup. Brack, which one are you more excited about as we are loading onto the Rift for game number 2?
It's hard for me to be excited about Garen, but he is going to do things.
It's Lars on
am a-
Garen. This is going to be a force to be reckoned with, that's for sure.
Oh, no doubt. I'm really interested to see if Hollow can have another fantastic pop-off on the Yone. Because the Orianna matchup, it's not horrific. Obviously, range versus melee. He's going to suffer a bit in the early game. But Lars is not going to need any assistance in top lane. Garen will be absolutely fine. I want to see Goldie get into the mid lane and make Jinyu sweat. Which is going to be difficult. since he's playing a robot.
Bloxer, the Yone, a traditional counter to the control mage in mid. How do you envision Hollow going? Because I think it's fair to say we've critiqued him a little bit, and that he's not always the big person up front. Yone, a bit of a statement champion.
I like it. I think this is a very VZK composition. I think that the Yone works really well, like you said, into the Orianna. And I thought in the last game, actually, Hollow had a pretty good one. He was just focused so much. Even then, didn't die to a lot of ganks that he very well could have done. So I don't think there was anything really to critique out of Hollow, and now he's got a good matchup for himself. I can see that working quite well. I worry a little bit for Gino's life during the early stages of the game. We saw last time around that he did get dove, and that could definitely happen again, especially once you tick that level 6. That bot lane that you've drafted for yourself for DMG has such good dive potential. You added Graves in, and unfortunately that is one dead Sivir, but it's also just very VZK, because you are not expecting to see Jolly Boy in that lane at any point for any amount of time.
Right.
Objection! Well, not objection, but even if Jolly Boy goes to get milk, then he is going to be leaving behind at least, a decent little bit of something. There should be at least 2 caretaker shrines down, so that if Gino does suffer a little bit, he will be able to top himself up, make it a little bit harder for the dive to come through. At least pre-6, I certainly wouldn't expect it. Although we also have to remember the fact that Alistair is really, really annoying for Sivir to deal with, because you can't avoid getting pulverized.
Yeah.
If you spell shield, you get caught, you stop the headbutt, and you get pulverized. There is not really a window where you can get headbutted, hit the spell shield to absorb the pulverize, and you get knocked away to safety.
That's normally the way through. Yeah, normally you can eat the pulverize, because if you let the headbutt connect, the auto connect won't come through.
That's
so
safe.
normally you can be
Really
punted
small
away to
window.
safety, but there is a degree of mind games with where the Q comes through. You're not wrong.
And it's a risk that you are picking up for yourself for a carry who actually popped off in the last game. I mean, if this one goes late, I can see Gino being in a really strong position as well. Bard is such an interesting pickup right here, because if this champion manages to get a lot of its little meeps and then get involved in a team fight with a big ultimate, I mean, that can be huge. That could be absolutely game-changing. There are a couple times, actually, where VZK were trying to get to a team fight around an objective, and they were just kind of late to it. That kind of stops with that Tempered Fate. You just stop them from being able to do the Drake for a couple of seconds, and then you get involved and try to find those big fights. This composition can team fight really well. I think it can also split push more effectively than the last one could, which is huge for Lars, because he just was locked into a side lane. But that 100-0 damage that you can get out of DMG's jungle mid bot lane, that's just insane, and I think a lot of this is going to be on how Pighead plays it. It's not a
Alright,
particularly
I gotta
good
cut you
matchup.
off on how Pighead's gonna play it. There's gonna be extra versatility for VZK. There's gonna be extra damage, extra prejudice from DMG. Bloxer, we'll see you in a moment. And it is all on the line. VZK split might end here. DMG have to proceed through the lower bracket after their loss. And it's all to play for going into game 2 of our lower bracket series.
And thank you, and yes, I do hope for a nice game over here, because I always want a game 3. I mean, Bloxer, I'm sure you want a game 3 as well, but we're gonna have to see if this Garen pick works out for Lars. This time on the Garen, I mean, what can't this man play?
Nothing, apparently. Well, Yone wasn't the best out of Lars, and Garen... The fact that Garen in competitive is such a wild, whoa pick is so funny, because it's such a standard thing to end up seeing. As we do jump onto the rift right here, DMG, VZK. Let's see who's going to win this one. DMG would be moving on to face up against Ruddy, a terrifying matchup for either of these teams. VZK, though, they want to send us to a game 3. And hey, I got cut off on the desk, but let's go back to it right now. Can Pighead pop off on this Jax? Because if you can, once you get to the later stages of the game where you're being able to get around the map more effectively as this Jax, that's terrifying for a backline that really wants to be doing a lot of its damage through auto attacks.
Indeed, indeed, and we'll have to see how things work out. We do see both top laners with a bit of a gentleman's agreement here, just emoting each other, just, you know, doing some dance moves, some acrobatics. Nice display from the Garen, but wait, we see a bit of deceit coming out from DMG already, because he's surrounded by 2 people. He needs to maybe use something to get out of this situation, because he's getting quite low. I mean, you know, this is, wow, that's not the start you want at all. The man has to back off already.
That feels so bad as Lars. You think that you're just emoting and being funny, but it's such a bait. You end up with Rowdy coming round, and sure, you don't get the kill. You don't even blow a flash or any summoner spells out of Lars, but he's so late to lane right now, is going to be able to just be behind in minions. And that feels really terrible. He hasn't even managed to get himself back to full health, and for one of the main carries that we talk about so much, for VZK, that is a terrible beginning to what could be their last game in this tournament.
Yeah, I wonder if he's like going to miss a minion or 2. I mean, that would be extremely terrible. As long as he doesn't miss the EXP, maybe he's still in a good enough position. Oh, I'm not entirely sure there, but he might have missed 1 or 2. But yeah. So that's not the best start ever, but we do of course have Hollow this time on the Yone in the mid lane. So, you know, VZK switching things up. They got the Sejuani jungle as well, and, you know, once again, Goldie is going to play for Lars, trying to get the advantage, while Shouty Rowdy wants to play more for the bot side. Get that Yang powerhouse over there.
Yeah, Yang in a good lane bully. You can just try to get aggressive onto this Sivir. It can be risky, especially with a Bard. That return damage can be surprisingly good, and, you know, Alistar doesn't really do anything during the early stage of the game. Once again, though, we're going to see VZK roaming some of their bot lane up, trying to get onto the mid lane.
Okay, Jinyu here is caught out. The flash comes out. The stun comes out as well. Jinyu's not really going to use his flash, kind of thinking that, no, I don't think I can get out of this situation, but nonetheless, that will give Gino a first blood.
That's what they tried to get done last time around as VZK, and finally it works out. We're just going to take a bit of a headbutt in retaliation, but that's huge. That first blood going over onto Gino, because yeah, sure, Sivir is a late game carry that's looking to scale, but if you can get her to those 3 items as quickly as possible, that can be absolutely huge, and it gives you a real lane to try to play around. Plus, getting that teleport out of the mid lane, Shinyu's going to be in a much worse position once Hollow manages to get back from base.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Jinyu did keep the flash, so if there's ever another, like, aggressive, like, play trying to happen in mid lane, he can use that flash. But what do you feel about that, Bloxer? The fact that Jinyu didn't use the flash to get away? I mean, at least from my point of view, it felt like he could maybe have gotten away.
I think it's a situation where if you do flash to get away, you just get re-ganked pretty much immediately. And there were just so many members around. I don't know if Jinyu thought that he would be able to get out. I agree, though, it might have been worth trying, but now he still has that flash. Doesn't necessarily put him in a bad position to try to get ganked upon again, so we'll have to see if it works out for him in the future. Both junglers taking some scuttle grabs and engage here.
Yes, they are going in on Gino. They get the stun on Jolly Boy instead. And with Gino backed off, now is just Jolly Boy kind of caught up. But yeah, baby, the magical journey. Make sure that he's safe from that situation. You know, for a second, I thought Jolly Boy was in danger, but it turns out, you know, that's why these guys are playing there. And, you know, I'm just casting the game.
Yeah, gonna use that magical journey to great effect right there, does Jolly Boy. And it was still an effective gank, though. You're going to lose out on that Ignite and that Ghost out of your bot lane, but you get both Summoner spells straight off of Gino. It's going to leave him in a super vulnerable position, and perfectly available for a regank. Like we said, that level 6 is going to be huge. Top lane, though.
Okay, Pighead is quite low, gets slowed as well. The Ignite together. I mean, this should be the kill. Yes, Lars uses the flash, gets the kill. This is the Lars we was talking about.
This is going much better right now for VZK. Managed to pick themselves up 2 kills in the early game. A lot of summoner spells have been blown, and Goldie's just been more effective on this Sejuani than he was able to be on that Jarvan. They both want to gank a lot. I don't necessarily think it's a stylistic difference. I think it's just execution. Feeling a little bit better on this one. If you can keep this ball rolling, this composition that could come online a lot later into the game, you can get it rolling much earlier on. Drake is being pinged around, potentially. Jolly Boy is here, so is Goldie. You could go onto this one and stop a situation that we had in the last game where DMG managed to pick up all of these Drakes and were really able to run the tempo of the map. Take a quick look at the current CS everything is relatively even right now. A bit of a lead in the top lane, everything else feeling okay.
Yeah, and this, this first dragon being an Infernal Drake for sure is going to be a bit of a higher priority for both of these teams. I mean, just who doesn't like free damage after all? And there is a TP coming out. Oh, I thought that TP was bot lane. That's like for a second I was like, wait, a TP play right now at this stage of the game? But no, it was just towards bot lane. They're just chilling. It's just 3v3 here in bot side. Just trying to get some pressure down.
Junglers recognizing that this was a potential place for a gank to be happening. Not really sure who was counter-jungling who at that point. Either way, everyone's just going to back off, and this Drake will live to see another day. Although, he is taking a little chunk of damage, but you just have to be so careful right here as the Orianna, because that all-in potential that you could get from this Yone is just so huge.
Indeed, and I mean, that's the last thing you want, to fed Yone in a game. I learned that from solo queue. I'm sure these players know better than me not to feed a Yone, not to let him get that, like, well, we like to say 0-10 power spike, but, these are better players. Something like 2-0, that'll do the trick.
Indeed. You can put just a couple kills, a little bit of gold into a Yone and see him absolutely pop off. A lot of members right now of DMG are stood around this Drake. Could potentially look to start it up. Instead, just pinging right now onto Gino. He's got no summoner spells.
Oh, wait,
but...
Garen wins that.
Oh,
yeah, no, that's
boy.
the thing about this matchup that makes it so Garen favored is that they both can be around the same HP, but once Garen has that ult angle, there's no way you win, so you gotta back off as the Jax, and then unfortunately Pighead didn't respect that enough. Shrouded Rowdy caught out here, ignited, going low, but he is completely backed off, so this means that the dragon goes to VZK.
VZK are popping off right now. Top lane, Lars. I completely forgot about the execute. That's on my bad. We don't see Garen all that often, but definitely should know better than that one. So should Pighead. After Pighead had such a good first game, now he's just been put in the dirt. Sure, he's even in CS for the minute and is going to continue to be so, but those 2 kills are going to be huge. And then the Drake also going over to VZK. Shrouded Rowdy had to just turn tail and run. And there's been a couple of moments once again where VZK could have picked up more kills, are not quite able to do so. But still, they're going to be very happy with the way that this early game has gone for them. Of course, coming to these team fights, there is a lot of potential for picks out of DMG. So, they're not so far ahead that they can just sit back and relax. But still, a better early game out of VZK.
Yes, indeed, and this is exactly what they need. They need some momentum, like just both like financially in the game, but also like mentally for their team. Just getting these early kills on the board makes them feel a lot better, and for sure for Lars, getting 2 kills up with one of them being a solo kill will definitely make him feel more confident as the game goes forward. The Herald is up, and we do have DMG positioning themselves to take this. VZK's not as sure about their positioning. They are going into Hokage now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's a nice shockwave coming out from Jinyu, but not enough damage. And I mean, it's still being taken down by DMG. They don't want to back off from it yet, even though the support has gone down. So we'll see how this fight develops. Now it is a 4v3 scenario here. We do have the Alistar trying to come up, but he's not going to be there for a while. Goldie is so low, but he flashes out of damage, and he gets fine. Blue has stolen the Herald, but how's the rest of the fight going to go? Shrouded Rowdy surrounded by 3 people. That's Hollow just going down. Boom! Lars does the smackdown into Shrouded Rowdy, kills him with that ultimate. And in the end, it's a 1-for-1, or maybe 1-for-2 more like. But in favor of VZK, but DMG gets the Herald.
Yeah, that nice steal right there out of Shrouded Rowdy to be able to pick up that Herald. Still though, positioning out of VZK. Goldie surviving that one. He was playing on a knife's edge. Just so happy to step up. Keep using that Arctic Assault forwards, despite the fact he had basically no HP. And was able to keep VZK in that situation. Still though, DMG were down a member, had lost their support during the initial engage, and still were able to fight back, pick up the Herald, and show that they are here to play. So that, coming away from that one, I don't know who that really favoured overall. The gold lead is just slightly in the favour of VZK right now, but it is still pretty close. I'd be interested to see the individual gold for the champions if possible, because I could see the gold lead being pretty big up in that top lane. Everywhere else is looking relatively even for the minute.
It is, and I mean, what a tense game we have in our hands. Because in one hand, DMG could, if they play well enough, close out this series, go 2-0, you know, repent for their past mistakes or like their past you know, poor performances, and like go on with this lower bracket run. Or VZK, if they're coming back from this game, you know, potentially that nice climatic game 3 that we all want to see, that makes everything so tense. Lars, like this team, he's got to put it on his back, and he's got to like do an insane Garen performance.
Yeah, gotta pop off on this Garen right now. He's pretty much his team's entire gold lead of about 600. You can't really see it reflected in the items so far, though. Has got completed boots, which is nice in this matchup. A little bit of extra movement speed to try to get away from that counter stance and just to be able to chase down your opponent. But that gold lead will continue to balloon if Lars plays this one out well. The Garen just continues to be strong. The execute is really nice in this matchup. And there's plenty of scaling for the rest of VZK, so it's not like they need to get ahead massively during this early stages of the game. They just need to keep themselves even. A potential gank onto mid lane. The flash is back.
Yep. Jinyu doesn't seem to really know about what's going on. He gets knocked up by Hollow, but a nice flash will make sure he like dodges both engages. Oh, but then
there it
comes
is.
in the ultimate from Goldie, and Jinyu is getting quite low. Can he get out of this situation? No, he cannot. Hollow gets the kill. That's Yon Gaming right there. He can engage and disengage with a single spell. I love it when Riot Game does something like that. In the meantime, Gino here getting chased back by Hokage, and Yang is able to run away with a flash and an ultimate. He still has his
this
ghost,
goes
but
bad.
he's quite... Oh, wait. The triple coming out. Hokage goes down to Gino.
That's a disaster right there for DMG. They just lost their mid laner, needed to get something else going, tried to get the dive down onto Gino in the bot lane, uses the flash, the ghost, and a brilliant spell shield to stop the ultimate coming through out of Yang. Gets away, and then the collapse comes through. Really well played out of all of VZK, and they are working like a well-oiled machine right now. Herald's going to go down into the middle lane, just an attempt to get a little bit of gold back, but it doesn't do it!
Hard.
Okay. I mean, Jolly Boy is flexing right now with his bard play. It's been so impressive. Straight up DMG go down onto this Drake bot to pick themselves up one apiece. And the response isn't really there. Goldie's not going to get involved in this one. So DMG, they at least get something. But still, they're getting squeezed out of this game. Something fierce.
Yeah, we do have here Hollow maybe potentially getting squeezed out himself.
No flash,
He's
no
getting
ult.
quite low. He doesn't have a lot of ways to run away. So he is just going to go down. Shadi Roddy with a kill.
A little bit over-aggressive right there out of Hollow. Didn't need to step up in that situation. No flash, no ult. And
Oh
Pigheads.
my god!
Oh,
Lord,
wait.
you can't do this. That man has a family.
Oh, and he survives? Oh, but hang on. Wait. Rowdy Rowdy's there. No, Lars, you needed to run just then.
It's okay. I
Oh.
understand. I understand what Lars is doing. This is a top laner's thing. You do want to stay for just that extra bit of gold. Can he run
Wait,
away?
let's
used
go.
the flash as
Let's
well.
go.
Oh, okay, there we go. The shutdown.
Oh, that nearly turned into Blastcone gaming right there. Yeah, you can understand it out of Lars. He's wanting to just push that advantage as much as possible. Pighead managed to buy just a little bit of extra time. Oh,
wait.
boy, that top lane. It's just going so badly wrong for Pighead.
Yeah, this game is very exciting indeed because here in bot lane there's another skirmish, but then the TP comes out because Jinyu's here to help out. They're trying to escape and they will manage to do that. Jinyu's teleport, making sure that they disengage and didn't press any much more forward.
So right now we're in a situation where Shroudy Rowdy is huge. He's going to be bursting people down incredibly quickly, but that's kind of the only member at the moment who's in a strong situation. Your top laner has gone down by 3 kills. Most of his turret plates fell over to Lars, and he's down by CS as well. He's just not in a good situation. Your mid lane has been bullied out quite effectively.
Oh.
Speaking of,
Alright, Jinyu, how are you going to get out of this situation? There's just way too much CC coming out. That's like, what, like 10 knockups in like 3 seconds? Again, my bad. That was a bit of an exaggeration, but still a lot of CC. Jinyu couldn't get out of that, and another kill going to Hollow.
went to the wrong person, unfortunately. Jolly Boy
Yeah,
does
my bad.
pick
It was
that one
Jolly
up.
Boy.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but still, you managed to get yourself another kill, keep that pressure up. Like I was saying, mid lane, Jinyu just isn't being allowed to play this game. The return kills have been okay so far for DMG. They're not massively out of this game. It's still only about a 2k lead. But you've got to feel like the composition DMG drafted themselves wanted to get things going early, whereas you're much happier to play this one late as VZK.
Yeah, and we can just see over here. I mean, one thing I really like about this top lane matchup is that, well, if we do go to game 3, you know, I don't want to jinx anybody. If we do go to game 3, it's just a really nice top lane match because in game 1 we had Pickett kind of showing Lars the business, like, you know, absolutely dominating Lars in lane. And this time we're getting that vice versa where Lars is absolutely, like, basically dismantling Pickett on top lane. So we see, like, the two top lane pride, the ego coming out, like they want to be the best.
Yeah, they need to see if they can pick this one up right now. I mean, DMG. I predicted they were going to win. I knew this was going to happen. As soon as I predicted that DMG were going to win, it wasn't going to happen.
Maybe it's the caster curse, but like the desk, like, you know, from the desk it like kind of carries over.
Yes, it does indeed. The caster curse will follow me everywhere, so let's see if DMG are able to break through that one, or if VZK are going to send us to a game 3. Got a minute and a half until the next Drake is going to be spawning, 3.5 until the Baron, so we're coming into a really tense little bit. Goldie is up here with that Herald put down.
Oh no, Pickett caught out once again, and there comes the ultimate. It just chunks you down way too much, and yeah, no, Lars, he's absolutely fed now. He's absolutely monster fed.
Yeah, he's in a really strong position, and it puts Yang in a bad spot during these team fights because you could just walk at the backline once you're fed as a Garen, and there's nothing really that can be done. What though?
Oh wait, they're going into Jolly Boy.
TP,
we do
TP.
have Gino on the side trying to do as much damage as he can. They do catch out Shroudy Rowdy with this, so Hollow gets in a nice ultimate. It's Shroudy Rowdy, that's a nice shutdown for him. Hokage has to run away. Do you have a flash out of here, buddy? You don't. You used the magical journey, but the only way you're going is back to the base.
And this one is turning into an absolute disaster for DMG. The bot lane play fizzles out, just doesn't go the way of DMG at all. And then on the top side, you've got that Herald being placed down, just running through. The only lane that isn't falling to pieces in terms of the actual lane is mid lane, simply because Hollow has been more interested in trying to find ganks and counterplays everywhere else. Gino was looking really strong in the last game, and this game he's strong, and the rest of the map is too. It's a recipe for a winning game for VZK, and it's not even 20 minutes into this game yet.
Yeah, I mean, they have a nice solid lead, but of course, like any game of League of Legends, they need to be able to close it out. The next dragon is up, so we might be able to see some action there if DMG wants to contest this dragon. Personally, I feel like it's going to be really rough for them to contest this one. Like, the item timings are just not for them at the moment. I mean, just look at Lars. He has 2 items completed. He's got the Dead Man's Plate. This man is, like, going to be running around in Mach 5 speed.
Yeah, he's so fast. So fast right now. VZK are going to be picking themselves up another Drake as well. It's only going to be their second one because DMG managed to get that one for themselves as well. So we're not exactly at a Drake stacking potential for either of these teams. Still though, going to be happy with that Hollow.
Oh, but then the nice ultimate coming out. Is that enough to save him? I think that is.
Oh,
I said it wrong. Shroudy Rowdy with an incredible ultimate. That was so much damage. I forget that Graves is like a DPS.
Yeah, collateral damage is huge, and right now, Shroudy Rowdy is the only member of DMG who is sitting pretty, who is still feeling quite strong. Of course, Graves can begin to fall off. Not a problem that Sejuani runs into. These team fights are where this champion can really pop off, getting picks. Yang's just dead. I mean, this Garen performance is out of this world. So far, the top laners have had one pop-off game apiece. I was going to say, are you going to go in right there? As Air, no, does not decide to go do that, and we have got 5 turrets to 1. The only one that's gone down is that top lane turret. It's been an absolute disaster so far for DMG. They want to get back into this game. You're looking for a massive wombo combo that comes through where Shenyu manages to find just a massive shockwave, but at this point, it feels like that might not even be enough anyway.
I mean, plus another thing I noticed is that, like, if you're VZK, you don't even need to, like, team fight anymore to, like, win this game, because if you just send Lars to the side lane and you keep doing, like, macro plays, like, who can deal with Lars? You can't send Yang, you can't send Jinyu, you can barely send Pighead. Like, this could be one of those other games where, like, Lars just kind of solo ends the game through a split push, like we've seen so many times.
What did we say? If you give over Fiora or Olaf, you lose the game. Apparently, we have to add Garen to that list. And right at the start of the day, I said that I didn't want to see DMG having to ban out 5 champions for VZK. However, it feels like the amount of champions they are gonna have to ban out against Lars is increasing.
Yang doesn't even know what's coming to him. He doesn't even know. Stop him. He has a family too. Everybody has a family technically. You can't do this, Lars.
Lars does not care. Just gonna be able to pick that one up. And now that the AD carry is dead, DMG are gonna have to face a 4v5 Baron if they want to stop this one. VZK heading straight over to it. Do have all of the members around, are gonna start this one up. 4 versus 5. Can DMG find a way back into this game? A stolen Baron would be a way to do it.
I mean, they don't have their AD carry. It's going to be so tough. Hokage going in with the flash engage. But look at the silence. Look at the ult coming out from Lars. He has Jinyu on lockdown as well. Who's surviving? Who can deal damage from DMG? Nobody. And so therefore, Lars will win that fight for them. And I mean, oh my god, VZK, they're playing so well.
They are playing out of their minds right now. Last game was clearly just a warm-up for this team. Popping off. Every single member has stepped up to the plate on this one. And that was a really well-executed team fight out of VZK. It felt like desperation out of DMG. You've already lost your AD carry. A huge source of damage is just gone. And you still go for that fight, try to get involved. It went about as one would expect when VZK are in as big of a gold lead as they are.
Yeah, I mean... And of course, we're saying a lot of props to Lars and of course Goldie as well, but Jolly Boy with these Bard ultimates, my god, like he is pinpoint accurate with them, and it's been so high impact so far. I mean, you know, I can't say enough praises for his performance this game.
Jolly Boy played well in the last game too. Jolly Boy's just had a really good series for himself, and now all of a sudden I'm sat here questioning: does Pighead have another matchup that he can win into Lars? Because the last game was a big gap. This game is an even bigger gap, I'd say, in Lars's favor. This one is going to be absolutely huge if we do go to a game 3. Lars, though, stepping up, just gets bashed away. Air does not want that one.
Yeah, and you know, Lars is walking around like without a lot of respect, but why does he have to show respect? He's so fed right now. But Gino goes down very low, has to flash out of that situation. Pigget here to support as well, but that's the TP now. Oh no, never mind, nobody used TP, my bad. But yeah, no, once again, Lars, he can be as disrespectful as he wants. Like, he's never gonna get caught out.
This is a situation where, sure, VZK sometimes do step up in bad situations disrespectfully and just walk forwards. In this game, yeah, you're so far ahead, it's not going to matter. This cannon minion is just slowly chipping away. Pighead going to have to turn tail and run. Use a leap strike to just get away, and Lars keeping up that pressure. Goldie doesn't get the tunnel.
No, Goldie. Okay. Okay, he gets it. He's fine. Everything's fine. That was not a tense moment at all.
No, no issues. Going in.
Yeah, the re-engage.
Oh, huge!
Hollow from the side with an incredible flank angle decimates the team of DMG. And this time, Lars wasn't even in the fight, and VZK are still winning it super hard. And this might just be the end of the game. I mean, can they even stop the push? The dragon is up. Turrets are up. The whole world, this whole Summer's Rift is like VZK's voice here. Oh,
wow.
no, you can't do this. No, don't do it again. No, yeah.
Oh, that's a real Lars moment right there. Just walk down the enemy AD carry. Lars don't give a dang right now. That's going to be 2 inhibitors falling in the favor of VZK. Going to peel back onto this bot lane, pick themselves up a 3rd, and either go for the end, or you could just pull back, go get yourself a Drake, take a reset, and win off of all 3 inhibitors being down. This has been a masterclass out of VZK right here, and they are just going to take the safe route out of this game, take some recalls, reset, use that gold advantage that they've got for themselves, and win this game. Can I just mention that Jolly Boy, Gino, and Goldie have not died a single time this game?
Wow, that is absolutely crazy. They are playing so well together. I mean, this performance in VZK is so good compared to like game 1. It just makes me like so excited about like a potential game 3. Of course, it's still not like guaranteed, but you know, I don't want to cast a curse, so I'm gonna say it like that. But you know, a potential game 3, if it does happen, like, wow, at that point, it's anyone's game.
DMG played really well in the last game, but it felt kind of tense the whole time, like VZK could come back. In this game, it feels like VZK are 100% in control and have been pretty much since the first couple of minutes. all 3 inhibitors down right now. Obviously, this is a dominant position for VZK to be in. It's more about how they're going to shut this game out rather than when they do. 11k up. They're on sole point, but who really cares? It's going to be one more team fight, a last stand out of DMG. Can they keep this game going, or are we going to go to a game 3?
I mean, it's just so hard, right? Because they face 3 inhibs down. I mean, all the minions coming through. And in the end, like, if Lars just decides to walk through your team and just start attacking the towers, they don't have a lot of things they can do to stop this man at the moment. He's just so fed and so ahead. I mean, of course, his team is there to support him as well. You've got the Engage potentially trying to coming out from Jolly Boy. It doesn't hit too many targets, but it's okay. The siege is still healthy.
Just have to keep this pressure up right now. Pick your moment. Don't get caught. Nice and calm and collected out of VZK so far.
Yep, I mean, they don't want to put anything to chance. They know it's elimination game,
it's
but
huge.
Gino goes in a bit too much, but comes in the Engage from Hollow. Takes one member down, so it's 1-for-1 at the moment. We do have another kill coming
The
through.
minions.
We do, yeah, the minions as well. Oh my god, and there we go. The wallet from VZK is too big. They're just too fed. DMG with a valiant effort trying to make sure that they survive this game, but it was just too much. A bit too little, too late. And VZK, they're going to turn this game or this series around, and we are going to a 1-1 series. So we're going to a decisive, exciting game 3. My god, Bloxer, this is exactly what I wanted for my League of Legends night.
Oh yeah, let's go. We've got so much good League of Legends today, and this game absolutely popping off. VZK, 26 minutes, calm and collected, what was that? 5-6 kills towards the end of the game. That's huge. Absolutely huge performance out of VZK, and it all came from aggressive early pathing out of Goldie, and it worked this time. In the previous game on the Jarvan, didn't work out. This time around, that Sejuani was looking clean as all hell. And I'm just so impressed with the way that VZK played this one. This game number 3 is going to be so tense. I think it all comes down to draft, and I just can't wait.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see, can DMG come back from their loss, or is VZK going to continue to carry on this momentum and continue their gauntlet run through the lower bracket? We'll see right after a break.
to VZK fighting back against DMG, and in such stylish fashion. Welcome back, Loxer and Brack to our desk. And we've got a series on our hands. I was pretty convinced that DMG would take that. They're gonna have to manage Lars on something a little more troublesome. And what a surprise to see that instead it's a VZK classic.
I forgot about one thing that I think is now becoming reality, and that's the VZK 0-1 comfort zone against Belfast Storm. They got kind of destroyed in game 1. And then it was game 2. They had in fact, the trajectory of the series is shockingly similar now that I think about it. Game 1, Lars did not get off the mark very, very well. Game 2, he pulls out one of these Lars picks, pops off on it, and now we're going into game 3, and it's now on DMG to find a good answer to this Garen.
I can sense the feelings.
I should have gone with my heart. The way that this team plays is so much fun. I'm sorry, DMG, for cursing you by predicting that you'd win, because I shouldn't do that anymore. I should never predict a team's going to win. It doesn't happen.
Bow down to the strength of the 0% prediction. That's incredible power.
It is so much power, and I used it for evil in this time to keep VZK rolling. I mean, what a performance out of this team. And we can put a lot of focus onto that top lane in Lars popping off. But Gino had so much focus laid on his head. In the last game, he succumbed to it once or twice, and that was enough for the game to go the favour of DMG. This time around, yeah, sure, the rest of the map's doing better, but he was popping off as well, spacing so efficiently. Those spell shields were just on point, and I mean, he's popping off, and I want to see more of this man play. The way that he plays when the rest of the map maybe isn't going so good, and especially when the rest of the map is just brilliant.
All right. Maybe you've been on a journey these last 30 minutes. Maybe you're just tuning in. So let's set the scene for game 2.
Journey?
Let's go back to the start. Brack, we got a level 1 conundrum I want you to unfold.
I mean, it's a game with Lars in it, and so DMG tried to upset the apple cart, and, what looked like an honourable emote session in the top jungle. The top river. Yeah! Lars was not too pleased about it. And, the glowing red eyes meme kind of came true from there. Like, Michael Jordan, and I took that personally.
Yeah.
Lars was a man possessed to make things happen in that game after he was disrespected so.
I don't. Does this happen to you guys in solo queue? That when someone upsets you, that's how Lars in very position similar to the Shy in game 1 this morning. Spoilers. Knocked out level 1, misses the first wave. Does that not just get you going? Is that not just full try hard mode?
That's the moment of which DMG lost that game. As soon as they trolled, as soon as they used Lars being a friendly man against him. I'm sorry, but
I haven't got a red flag to wave around in front of you, but I completely agree.
After that moment, Lars just queued up Doom music or Devil May Cry.
Pushes a button, everything changes into mission control, and it's I got a job to do, and one job.
And I mean, we can meme up on Lars a whole lot, but also, what the hell kind of game happens when the ADC roams at 2.5 minutes and gets first blood?
Yeah, we are going to stick with this early game just a little bit longer. Bloxer, this was a surprise to you the first time it happened. Let's see it again.
Yep. I was very surprised because we saw in game 1, actually, where both Gino and Jolly Boy tried to roam level 1 or 2 and get a kill onto mid lane. And Gino does it again, which is just peak trolling, honestly. We said it at the time, Jinyu did not flash, just felt like he wasn't going to be able to get away from that one, but roaming your bot lane up early on is surprising. Roaming just your AD carry when the support is a bard and you don't take him with you, it's the kind of thing that only VZK would do. This team, anything that you think is going to happen, it's out of left field every single time, but it works. It gets that first blood onto Gino, and it makes that first gank work. That first gank out of Goldie happened. It ended in a kill. It ended in a kill onto the best, if most surprising member that it probably could have. It's so counter to what happened in game 1. In game 1, every single one of those Jarvan ganks early had just nothing. Nothing was going for it. This time around, nah. Goldie was on point with that Sejuani. And I don't know if you're DMG, if you can let that one through the draft again.
Interesting. All right. We spoke about how Lars was activated in this top lane, put down just like a superstar Weibo top laner this morning. Let's see the moment he came online, Brack.
I mean, Garen has this button, right?
Yeah.
If you think you're beating him, you're not anymore. And he pressed that button. Temporal. He pressed that button. Pighead was like, all right, cool. Yeah, I can get a good trade here. Oh, yeah, we're trading health back and forth. All right, Grandmaster's Might comes out. We're doing a few hits back and forth. Oh, wait, he pressed the button.
Yep.
A little bit of an outplay situation, you reckon?
It's the same token as like a 4-item Syndra pressing the same key
the funny
on an
button.
AD carry.
The funny button. I like that.
Yeah, it's just like...
You press it and you're laughing. It's the funny button.
Vigar ult. He literally like cackles maniacally if you kill someone with it.
So, great presence from Lars. Just know his limits in that 1v1. And yeah, Jax picked on blue for a bit of a struggle into the Garen. A bit difficult. Let's see how the game played out further. We've had our jokes about roaming AD carries and Lars activated. Long have VZK waited. Now let's see something of the rest of the game. Bloxer got a bit of a split situation here when Hollow makes a cross-map play.
It's just a great little gank right here out of Hollow. You managed to pick yourself up a kill, and now you just are unlocking Lars onto the map. So all of a sudden, as DMG, they're like, right, we have got to get something done over on the other side. They're on Vision, and Gino and Jolly Boy step up into a 3v2. A little bit risky, but all of a sudden, there's a teleport coming back down. Brilliant Tempered Fate. And Gino, look at the way he's spacing. He's more than happy to just keep sitting back, not try to be the main hero carry. Brilliant teleport out of Hollow to get himself involved as well. And you're able to pick yourself up 2 quick kills, and it's an absolute disaster. You just lost a kill on the top lane. The Garen's running free, taking down towers. You try to make something happen bot lane, and it doesn't work. And the game was already falling apart a little bit for DMG, but that was the real moment at which you go, uh-oh, like they can't get anything done on any of these lanes.
It was really just the awakening of VZK. Everybody showed all the way up to that game. And you said it on Castblock, sir. Like, game 1, it wasn't even that, like, VZK were, like, rolled over. Or that they rolled over. It was time and again, despite them being down so much, they were making the fights look shockingly competitive off the back of Geno Sivir. In this game, Geno Sivir popped off, and so did Hollow's Yone, and so did Goldie's Sejuani, and so did Lars' Garen, and it's just kind of a whole team diff.
Yeah.
Like, the
would you say overwhelming?
Power overwhelming. Yeah, it was a full Archon setup from VZK that game. It was amazing to watch, and extremely now scarily reminiscent of that series against Belfast Storm.
Let's talk about the biggest parallel to the series of the Belfast Storm, and that is the Nexus exploding at the end of the second game.
I mean, at this point, you're down by 11,000 gold. It's a desperation engage out of DMG, and hey,
it's not the cleanest, by the way.
They managed to pick up a couple. Yeah, it's not the cleanest, but also, I think, and Junko said it, it's a wallet diff. You are so far behind. The minions are doing some work. And this game, it deserved to end as quickly as it did. The way that VZK had played for themselves was such a pop-off performance from everybody that it could end no other way. And I would just like to praise, not necessarily this Nexus exploding, although yes, congratulations, but the play that ended up happening 1.5 minutes prior, where they took all 3 of those inhibitors and they walked away. I've seen far too many games of VZK who would just go flying in that situation. We can end it right here. They showed restraint, and I think that might be the single most terrifying thing that VZK have shown us.
I literally said it in the green room with Temporal, and that game was like, They take 3 inhibs and they peace out and they spend their gold before
Yep.
ending.
Not very VZK of you.
I
No.
may be a play-by-play caster, but I at least understand the macro of that.
Good. It was nice. And it feels like a situation where DMG, they can pop off for themselves again. But it is nice to see a game out of VZK where it wasn't just Lars, where everybody seemed to step up. I think it's been a common sentiment from a lot of casters and from some viewers that I've seen, where you're like, Lars is constantly having to 1v9. You know, it'd be so cool to see this guy if the rest of on a different team where everybody else popped off. No, we're getting to see Lars in that game at least with the rest of his team popping off as well. And it's brilliant to see them have a whole team performance like that, where they all work together, where the macro is good, where the micro is still good out of all of these very talented players. If they could do that again, I worry for DMG a lot, but then again, everything went wrong in that game for DMG. It's kind of the same thing that happened for VZK in Game 1, where all of their ganks just didn't end up happening, so, you know, I don't necessarily see this Game 3 being quite as clear-cut one way or the other as our last 2 have been.
Alright. So, that wraps up Game 2 nicely, and we've pushed forwards into Game 3, into the zone that our lower bracket seems to be in. Is VZK 0-1 just the comfort zone, Brack? Is this just where they live now?
It kind of feels like it. The first game, yeah, almost does feel a little bit like the warm-up game that they maybe didn't have time for before the series.
Man, if these guys got an ARAM in before Game 1, like, oof, watch out, Four Nations.
Oh dear. But
Right.
We are into draft. DMG has taken back red side. That's not really a shocker from what we've already discussed. Save a counter pick for Pighead. Seems pretty good. Fans, yep, looking pretty darn familiar as well.
Yeah, I don't think VZK's ever letting that Talia away against Rowdy again. Carried
Not after Game 1.
Name of the game so far.
Maokai just going to hit that ban table as well. We'll see if there is any adaptation now. You've got rid of those standard bans. VZK, still perfectly happy to just get rid of this Aurelia. They have stuck to pretty much the same bans, other than obviously that Talia coming through, and the Rel, same thing that DMG's been wanting to get rid of. So VZK, they have a lot of the pieces that they made work in the last game still available to them. I could see them running that composition back, but yeah, do you want to just try to pop off on the exact same things right now as VZK? Do you think it was just an execution diff? Because it kind of felt like one. It felt like just getting those early ganks going worked out. They're going to hover through, and it will be that Sejuani again. Goldie had a great performance on it.
I was wondering if they would lock in the Orianna on B1 there. I mean, Holo had a fine performance of it in the Game 1, and it will get immediately stolen away by DMG. That to be said, though, I mean, Holo, we know he's got the Yone there. It's not been banned away. So, comfortable enough to let DMG take it.
This is much more bot lane focused. I mean, they've been trying to get things done in the bot lane throughout this entire series. Hasn't really worked. Gino's been playing a really impressive game for himself. We'll see. You could just take yourself that AD carry and support combo right now. Set yourself up in a strong position to try to maybe get some counters. You do already know what the mid lane is going to be. Do we see Gino on this 3 times in a row?
Yeah.
Indeed, we
why
do.
Not?
Yeah, just go for it again. I mean, hey, do you want to grab the Garen right here? Or maybe something strong in the mid lane as a good counter onto Yang that we've seen before.
Yeah, we'll evade second phase bans onto those melee carries that synergize with the Sejuani so well, or lock themselves down the fruitiest bot lane of all time. I think not VZK. DMG here on the defended red 3 pick.
Whoa. That's
a little bit old school for Shroudy. Although, people forget that Wukong can be taking top lane, and it's actually pretty darn solid. After the few patches ago, the mana cost of Q got halved from 40 to 20. Means he's way less mana hungry in lane, way more able to trade. And while he is not the most impressive in the first 6 to 8 levels, once you hit level 9 and especially level 11, maxing out Crushing Blow and getting your second rank ultimate, you become a really big threat. Although, I'm saying that, as a Wukong top player myself, it's probably just going in the jungle.
Quite likely. It looks like with those bans, DMG trying to get something team fighting together, the Rakan would suit.
Yep. Rakan works quite well. Big, just all-in team fight potential is pretty much what DMG have looked for themselves right now. VZK, at least they cannot lock themselves in the same support. We'll see what it is going to be instead. Interesting. You know, the Janna doesn't really roam around quite as much as we would usually expect. It is, yeah, really strong at the moment, though. We'll see what Lars is going to take for himself. Could just take the Yone if that's what he wants. There are plenty of his strongest picks available. The Garen still, if you just want to take that one. Come on, Lars. Show us what you're going to play. Gwen. Alright, so this also is a pretty strong split push composition with an ability to still team fight.
Yeah, the Gwen, the first thing that VZK defaulted on and started picking up victories with when the Fiora was lost. Come back to it in game 3, quite interesting.
I really like the Gwen as well, because if there were the ability, the thought of flexing Wukong towards top, Gwen cuts right through that. Because a vast majority of her damage is magic, and a large amount of her damage is true as well, if you're hitting the snip-snips properly. So, dissuades that. Now going into the Jace matchup, that also means it's a little bit awkward for Pighead too, because at optimal Shock Blast range, Gwen is immune.
Yep.
We love a little bit of Gwen is immune. Fantastic champion just to frustrate your opponents with. Let's talk about VZK's bottom lane, because as you rightly mentioned, we are on the live patch for the Four Nations tournament, and there have been some changes to Janna.
Oh, yes.
Who wants to take me through these?
Go on then, Brack.
One of the most important ones is the Eye of the Storm, Janna's shield, which used to last 5 seconds, but decay doesn't decay anymore. It doesn't last quite as long, but it is still one of the longest duration shields that an enchanter has. And more importantly, they've gone away from sort of the annoying Q poke Janna to being a more harass-based. They increased her auto range to 550, so she can throw out auto attacks here and there. She doesn't lose her bonus movement speed when she casts her W, so you can now press that button with relative impunity as well. It means that this is a pretty solid, actually, harass bot lane combo with the Sivir Janna that also looks to scale up fantastically into the later stages of the game, especially when Eye of the Storm gets maxed out, giving a whole bunch of extra AD to this Sivir who is already just melting away.
I just opened those up, and like, I'm so glad that even though there's 50 more range, there's now 5 less AD. Like, Janna completely out of hand. It's just like, yeah, why didn't he just like auto attack and Zephyr from across the screen? That seems very fair. We'll have to see how Jolly Boy will use this brand new reworked pick. Bloxer, let's look across at DMG Esports. It sort of became quite clear that when the Wukong came in, we're going for all in, we're going for style. How do you think that's going to play out? Is this going to rely on Rakan roams? What are we going to see through, like, first Dragon, first Herald?
Yeah, I think Rakan roams are going to have to be a staple point right here. I, overall, am not a massive fan of Wukong, kind of in most situations, unless the champion itself is really strong.
Fair enough.
Because
I love the champion, but he's not... he's not, you know, the insta-pick or ban that he was for the first half of the year.
He needs a lot of base stats to be that strong, because what you end up having with Wukong is he's a champion who needs to get a couple of ganks early to get himself and his lane snowballing. Awesome. We have loads of champions like that, like a Sejuani, like a Jarvan. The difference is they have CC during the early stages of the game. He does not. He has no setup for himself, so you're relying on your lanes having some setup. Oh, cool. We've got a Jace and an Orianna. They have no setup, really, during the early bit of the game where the Wukong needs it as well, so it's such a risk for the first 10 minutes, basically. Where
you're right. It's not always the way they can come together, and the Orianna can like offer that to the Wukong with the protect and offer it in positioning, especially against the Yone who's going to push her back from level 3 onwards. Rack, any further feelings?
Yeah. The Wukong is in this composition a little bit of a hard sell as much as I adore the champion. Especially towards the top side, it would require a monumental disrespect from Lars to ever be in a position where Thundering Blow is, you know, pushing him away from his own turret.
Lars disrespectful. All right, we'll keep a track on that.
Happened.
We'll keep a track on that.
It's
it
happened
happens
in the
frequently.
Yeah. So, if he does disrespect, maybe they can kill him on a gank.
Maybe.
But I'm not
Gwen
really
is
sold on
immune.
it.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, right? You know, you're right. There may be something opportunistic could come through there, but definitely a stretch. We'll have to see what Wukong actually manages to translate and bringing it back to some of. Never mind. There's no time. There's no time. Just like in this series, our loser will be eliminated. The winner continues through. Bloxer, Ejun, take us through Game 3 of DMG versus VZK.
Thank you very much, and yes, it is exciting, and time has run out. Officially, VZK's DMG, one of them will go on for the other. It is going to be the end of their split. It comes down to this one game. Both teams, backs against the wall. Bloxer, man, what an exciting series we have in front of us.
Let's go, VZK, DMG. It's come down to a Game 3 VZK Comfort Zone DMG. Let's see who can step up on this one. We had an absolute pop-off performance in Game 1 from DMG. VZK managed to pull it back in Game 2, and this one is going to be super tense. You've got a composition out of DMG that wants to go a little bit later on, is looking for that big wombo combo during the late game, whereas individually, a lot of strong members right here for VZK, and I feel like, as we have to in every single game that VZK are playing, we have to talk about Lars and this top lane, a little bit of an invade, just to check out where Shiny Rowdy is going to be starting. Lars got this Gwen, the first champion he managed to pick a kill. Oh, hang on.
Wait a second. I'm sorry to interrupt you for a second there. That looked crazy.
Oh, if you're not super fast on that level up to get the W to jump over the wall right there, as air, you just die, give over a first blood potentially to Gino again, so, you know, quick hands, manages to get away. Like I was saying though, Gwen is the first champion that Lars was able to pick up a win for his team on that wasn't the Fiora. He's super good on this champion. Then again, you're up against a Jace, so a lot of poke. You can mitigate some of it, sure, with that Hallowed Mist, but you still need to be careful. The all-in can be pretty devastating. This top lane could end up being explosive, but I don't really know which way it's going to go.
No, yeah, but at least intuitively, it seems like Pighead should have an easier time in the early game, and that seems to be kind of like the mantra of this top lane so far. Pighead into Lars. Can Pighead stop Lars' early game? Okay, this is not the good start that Pighead wants to look for. Lars gets a nice little bit of poke, but the laning phase has now started. Bloxer, oh my god, just one single game away. Just like, if VZK can make this comeback, it's kind of crazy, honestly, like always being in the 0-1 comfort zone, but for the same time, DMG, if they can like make it as well, like, they're a team with so much potential, and I want to see them, like, it's going to be heartbreaking to see one of these teams go home.
Yeah, both of these teams have been absolutely excellent. They've really given us a great performance throughout the entire split, and it is devastating to send somebody home right here. Unfortunately, it has to be done. Ruddy needs an opponent in the next round. That's also going to be an insane matchup, whoever ends up winning out on this one. We can see the push massive once again for Gino. Gino and Jolly Boy, like we were saying on the desk, have drafted themselves a lane that has a lot of poke potential, and that can really hurt the relatively short range carries that you are on that Kai'Sa and that Rakan. You know, you could just get pushed in. We are going to jump into a pause right here. Have to see what that one is. Hopefully it won't take too long.
And hopefully it won't take too long indeed. And I mean, just kind of looking at it, like, you know, just like from far away, Bloxer. Of course, you gave your predictions in the analyst desk, but so far, like, which team comp do you favor more in terms of, like, I mean, I guess throughout the whole series, seeing like the conditions of the players and how they've been playing, the momentum and everything?
It feels too simplistic to put it on just the jungle, but I dislike Wukong so much as a pick. Then again, you know, it is just too simplistic. The wombo combo potential the DMG have drafted themselves is absolutely huge. But this early game is going to be everything, because if VZK are able to get themselves ahead like they did in that previous matchup, I just don't see a situation where DMG would be able to pull it back. Maybe a miracle on that Orianna ult, potentially. But, yeah, I'm not sure. So far, though, we've only seen, obviously, the first couple of minutes of this game. Neither of the teams have really wanted to get aggressive, and that does actually favour DMG. I want to see Goldies try to get those ganks in early. He did it previously on the Sejuani. You have to get that champion rolling, otherwise, yeah, this composition gets a lot harder to play.
I mean, I do have to agree. And another thing that I think is kind of interesting is how, like, through all three games, Gino has been playing the Sivir, And I feel like Geno Silver has been very high impact for all 3 games. Game 1, he was like the most fed member in their team. Game 2, even more fed. I mean, we talk about Lars all the time, but Geno was like as fed as Lars basically. And now once again, the Silver going through, not seen as too much of a concern maybe for DMG, but I wonder if this Geno on Silver pick is like a true like victory like condition for VZK, because in game 2 we noticed like kind of with the Silver, they pushed out the lane so early and went for the mid roam, and that mid roam worked out so well, and that kind of put them immediately ahead of like the entire game.
Potentially try something like that again, because we were seeing how much push potential you have with this composition, with that Sivir and the Janna. If you just constantly push your lane in and threaten the roam, sure, it's a bit weird to roam your Sivir around, and you don't have the same heavy roaming support that we saw in the previous game. Bard is that massive roamer that we always end up seeing. You don't quite have that, but you could still just shove in the lane, roam, at least move out of vision, and then put a little bit of pressure, perhaps, onto the mid lane, because you've once again got that Yone in the mid lane. We saw how strong and how well it was played by Hollow. If he can have that same kind of performance, that could be absolutely huge. I think that VZK are going to struggle a little bit to get things rolling quite as much as they did in the previous game, but I don't think that they're going to... It's not something that they can't do. Once again, these Drake team fights are going to be a big part of the way that this game is played out.
Yeah, speaking of team fight, with DMG's comp this time, they do have a massive like team fight comp with the Rakan, with the Wukong. I mean, it definitely feels like DMG is like, okay, we know Versus isn't that much of a team fight comp, so we're just gonna like kind of hone down, kind of double down on this. Like, we're better at you guys at team comping, or like team fighting, and when it comes to team fights, we have better hands, we have the better reactions, and we're gonna make sure we can win through that sense. And for you, how do you feel about DMG's like game plan coming into this game?
I want the wombo combo, which we've seen be a risky sell for both of these teams. Actually, in game 1, I'd say VZK had the much more wombo combo orientated composition, and it just never got rolling. This is the same kind of thing. It kind of happens when you pick yourself up the Orianna. You're relying so much on that shockwave happening, on it landing. When you've got a Wukong, that's a great ball delivery system. So you have a lot of threat, but you have to play it so carefully. I think it's a very DMG composition. I like the way that they've drafted for themselves, but I also think it's a very VZK comp. And when VZK manage to draft for themselves what they're really looking for, that's when I worry for the other teams that they're up against.
For sure, they look incredibly like potent, like you mentioned, when they have the strategies they have. And well, we're probably not the only ones watching this game. We have everybody in the viewers too, but for sure Rud Esports is watching this very closely, at least the coach members and the staff. And from your point of view, if you're Ruddy, which team would you rather like not face against?
Rather not face VZK. I think you don't want to face VZK. I'm not saying that DMG are a worse team, but I think that they are a more consistent team, which unfortunately means their highs are not as high. I think VZK, when they pop off, they could run over almost anybody in this entire tournament. Like, we've seen that now Tempest can bleed. Ruddy managed to take a game off of them, so I think anybody could potentially fall to VZK if you catch them, when they're one down, I guess, when they're in their absolute comfort zone, able to pop off. DMG have a lot that you can like, a lot you can play around, but they're more consistent. I think that they're easier to prep for, and if I'm Ruddy, I would prefer to face up against DMG. Then again, if you are facing DMG, it means that they manage to overcome all of the craziness that you get from a VZK, and that is terrifying because I think Ruddy also likes to play with a lot of high aggression, high tempo, and knowing that DMG could overcome that would be a scary proposition too.
And we will see, good word with the overcome. We will see which team overcomes the other. We have Goldie immediately going in together with Lars. Pighead is the first one here caught out. Gets stunned, gets low, goes down to Lars. And you said it before, Lars is the key to this series, and he gets the first blood on the Gwen.
Pighead had such a good game 1, and clearly VZK are not going to allow him to get another game like that again. Putting some pressure up in the top lane, early gank works out perfectly. Goldie has been so good on this Sejuani. If they make it through, then Ruddy need to be looking at this one as a potential ban. I was going to be really happy with that one, and Pighead blows the teleport as well to just get back into that lane, desperately trying to keep himself even. So, good early start so far for VZK. Let's see if DMG can respond. Shady Rowdy is up in this top lane potentially, but it looks like there is some decent vision for Lars. Oh, no, never mind. No vision for Lars if you were to get ganked just through the lane.
Oh, we'll have to see. I mean, we do definitely need a bit of a shutdown onto Lars. You just give him a kill like that and you're not even going to gank him. I mean, he's just going to grow with way too much control. And, you know, last time we saw Lars fed on the Garen, he took over the game. Or, I mean, I don't know if he took over the game or if everybody in VRZK took over the game, but for sure he took over part of the game. That's how good he was. But currently, VRZKs are unrelenting. Another gank coming out here. Goldie into Saber Avalon. But this time, there is support coming out. Hollow at least is able to back off with that nice Yone, you know, kit, which allows him to just run away like that, no problem. And Goldie will probably be able to get out of the situation too. I'm not sure Shady Rowdy has enough damage. Yes. So, no kill there.
Soul Unbound is a very fun ability to play against. Any other champion, and Hollow would have been dead right there. Instead, is able to get away, not really managing to bully out in the same way as he was the last time. At the same matchup, you have the Yone as a kind of counter into those control mages, especially things like the Orianna, who are not particularly mobile. But old lead actually pretty good in the favor of Shinyu right now. I think Shinyu should be pretty happy with the way that that early section has gone for him. And there is a good CS lead as well for Shady Rowdy, because Goldie has spent his time ganking rather than just trying to get involved in the lanes. We saw it in game 1 where Goldie tried to gank loads, Shady Rowdy just farmed up, and he put himself in a really good situation. The difference is Goldie has managed to actually find those kills, especially onto a main carry up in the top lane. So if he can play around Lars, then you are perfectly happy with the way that this early game has gone.
Yeah, we do see Jolly Boy here trying his best to keep his minions available for Gino as much as possible, but in the end has to back off the Rakan there, making sure that couldn't happen. Now, how do you feel so far about like this bot lane matchup and with the Janna pick? It's not something I have seen, like, honestly at all, a Janna support in nowadays.
Yeah, Janna has been, you know, changed around, as Brackish was telling us on the desk, so she's getting stronger, in a pretty good position to just be one of those poke supports that can really just bully out a bot lane, and we're really seeing that. Yang and Air have just been pushed out of this bot lane quite a lot. It's not resulting in a massive CS lead for the minute, or too much tower damage, but still, it's the pressure, it's the ability to just keep stepping up, roaming away. And there's a ton of vision actually down around this bot side for both of these teams, DMG specifically though, so could potentially be looking at some kind of early gank, early engage. A minute Shady Rowdy hasn't seemed too interested. We've got an initial Cloud Drake, so it doesn't really speak to a lot of these junglers to make them come down and try to pick it up, but it does potentially open up a much more interesting pickup for that soul.
Indeed. The first dragon will be that Cloud Dragon, of course. We do have a bit of action here in bot lane. Jolly Boy gets quite low. The Ignite was used as well, but Yang and Hokage are still kind of staying here. They don't notice that Goldie is around, so Goldie goes in, gets a nice little bit of damage into Hokage. Oh, the flash comes out. He's able to get out with his life. That was basically 2 flash used for his 1 flash, so that's pretty well done from DMG.
Yeah, DMG surviving in that one. Yang doesn't even have to use his flash, and the stun nearly coming through out of Goldie just doesn't quite land. Gonna be decently happy with that one still though, getting pushed out, and that could turn into a Drake right now. Herald is spawning up in about 50 seconds time, so you could just go for that one if you are Shady Rowdy, at least trade for something. Fortunately not going to be able to get a kill onto Lars up in the top lane though, because he's already been pushed in by Pighead.
Yeah, one thing I do find kind of concerning is that so far it seems like Pighead isn't able to like pressure Lars at all at the moment. Like Lars is just farming completely fine. He's not even poked out that much. He's in a very healthy like HP state. And to me that seems a bit like concerning, because from where I'm standing it feels like if the game goes further and further on in the side lane, like Lars is going to have such an advantage into the Jace.
You're going to be in a situation where you can just split push at all times. You can use that Hallowed Mist to just keep yourself out of danger with those accelerated shock blasts and just keep putting down that pressure. Of course, the poke from a Jace, yeah, you can't hit the Gwen, but you can hit everybody else. And that can be pretty devastating for champions who are trying to play at range, such as this Sivir. You can poke out effectively during the setup for a team fight, and you're going to be in a pretty bad position. Potential dive right here. I mean, Yang is by himself underneath the turret. realizes that, turns tail and runs. Goldie just going to help push in this wave. It's going to be a ton of turret plating going over to Gino. The response will be this Herald, but Herald only gets you 1 and a bit plates. So giving over 2 plates right now to the bot lane doesn't necessarily make this Herald pickup worth it.
No, it doesn't. I mean, at least the game is pretty even. We'll see if that Herald can swing it to a bit of a favor towards DMG. You know, Shadi Rowdy also taking advantage of the fact that he knows Sejuani's not around here, stealing a bit of jungle too. But yeah, so far, pretty even game, except for, of course, that 1 kill towards Lars, which Lars, you know, I know that will use very well. But Shroudly Rowdy now trying to look for an angle into Lars. He does have his ultimate, and
Just
Lars
used
has
it.
used his own ultimate. He still has Ghost though, so he uses the Ghost now trying to run away. He's very healthy. I have a feeling he's just going to get out of there, no problem.
Yeah, very fast Gwen. Sure, though, you managed to get that Ghost away. There is also no teleport, so you can shove this lane in right now as Pighead. Get yourself a little bit of an advantage back. Good gank. Works out well enough for DMG. Unfortunately, they're not able to pick up the kill, though. I don't see it having too much of an impact. That is going to be the completed Riftmaker up in the top lane. And could we just have a quick check in on the gold right now? Because there should be a pretty decent lead for Gino in the bot lane. He's up by about 400 gold. Top lane, a little bit of a lead as well for VZK, and you can see that translated in the overall gold lead, where there's a bit of an advantage for VZK, but it's nothing too much at the moment.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, like any good game tree, it is pretty even. Of course, a little bit of a lead for VZK, but otherwise, it's very calm, and I completely understand it for both of these teams. Like, you know, Blocks is just my favorite thing with like competitive games, like the nerves, like, you know, the mental, like, of having to be there in the moment and perform, like, with everything stacked against you, and you're just gonna have to play very well. Pighead, a little bit of trait there with Lars. That works out pretty well for him for now. But yeah, I mean, and I have a feeling that both teams, you know, they're very anxious of like making a mistake, so they want to be as safe as possible, as little risk as they can.
I agree with you, but I also hope not, because I think if VZK play this game scared, they do not win. VZK are not a scared team. They're a team who wants to get aggressive, go in as much as possible. So if they do play back, try to not really get anything going, I could see this falling to pieces for VZK. They need to play like themselves, and like themselves is aggressive, full gas pedal to the floor going in at all times. Our top lane trade that we saw is just an interesting little bit where Jace has to go for short trades at the moment. You've got yourself that leeching completed up in the top lane for Lars, so you are looking to have extended trades where you get to have a lot of healing till that extra damage, but in short bursts, Pighead is still okay. I'll miss, just going to stop that accelerated shock blast. That turret plating is so low. It's really unfortunate for Pighead that he's not able to pick that one up. Same thing down in the bot lane, but I can see VZK being able to push that one forwards and get Gino another turret plate, although Shroudy Rowdy is waiting out of vision, potentially for an over-aggressive push. Will be spotted now.
Yep, and you know, VZK's just gonna back off from Shroudy Rowdy's aggressive posturing here. We do have Hollow, and I mean, Jinny's still pretty even. I mean, lane has gotten pretty even, and you talked about, like, you know, playing scared, and one man for sure I know here in the Rift who doesn't play scared is Lars. If last series was anything to like indicate on that, I mean, this man on that Olaf just ending that game tree was absolutely spectacular to watch, and I'm hoping for another like crazy performance, honestly, from this guy.
If it was another crazy performance, it would be great. It's always great to see Lars pop off. This is a extended trade. It doesn't go well for Pighead eventually. This is the next needlework, though. Okay, just going to walk away. A trade of a bit of a health bar. Ultimate out of Lars, but overall nothing too much happens. Mid lane, AP coming in, and we do have a Drake spawning in 10 seconds time.
We also do have the Herald that still hasn't been used, so they're going to use it now here on the mid lane, get as much prio as they can here, and maybe try to get this Drake. VZK got the first Drake, so DMG wants this second one. Yeah, the second one is an Ocean, so it's a pretty valuable one for both teams, of course, that Ocean Drake. The regeneration is always a valuable thing to have. And yeah, people have kind of like, you know, huddled around this area, see if there's any action.
Nothing too much is happening at the moment. A ton of vision for VZK, actually. They've set themselves up really well, are fully aware of where everybody on DMG is. Going to start up this Drake, drag it over closer to Gino. You do still have Yang beneath you. He's going to have to walk the long way around unless he's feeling really spicy. This is going to be a 4v3 though. Hollow hasn't joined the fight.
Yeah, no, this is getting kind of dangerous and spicy at the moment. 3v4. Hollow is coming down, but Hollow, I don't know if he's going to make it in time. Okay, he is around the area now. But Versus, they seem a bit hesitant to want to go aggressively. We do have DMG that gets that fight. Goldie is charmed. He's getting
huge
the
knockup.
CC coming out to the bot laners. Can they run away from the situation? They can, but now the fight has begun for real. Hollow doesn't have enough damage yet to do anything. So in the end, no kills at all. Both teams are really careful, really scared to make a mistake. But the Dragon does go to DMG.
How does nobody die in that situation? Fate Sealed just missed onto a couple members, really unfortunate. Otherwise, that could have been a huge turnaround for VZK. DMG going to be pretty happy with that one, though. Managed to pick themselves up the Drake. Engage onto mid. Hollow does so much damage, despite the fact he's already so low.
Yes, indeed. This is that Yone power spike that starts coming in. This champion only gets stronger as the game goes on, and at one point, you know, you just get like the solo queue PTSD of that fed Yone who just like one-shots everybody in the team, you know? And, I mean, yeah, no, it's just, what else is there to say, Bloxer, honestly? It's just even left, right, and center everywhere.
It's a really tense game. You can tell that this is an elimination match for both of these teams. Oh boy, and hey, hang on. Give me a second. Goldie was pinging up towards this top lane, isn't gonna go it. Just in case you didn't know, we've got another series of League of Legends afterwards. Oh no! Oh, the Rakan!
Oh no, Hokage, you can't do it like this. The Leaf Village needs you. Okay, he is stunned. He gets out. Shroudy Rod was there for him. I thought for a second he was gonna get caught up, but I always forget that Rakan is kind of like Pyke in the sense that like they can like run away super easily. They're really like, yeah,
Slippery.
Yeah, they're slippery.
Just gonna get away. Still quite scared for the Rakan just because the potential of lockdown CC whenever you have a Sejuani is there, but Goldie didn't have the ultimate up, probably wasn't going to want to blow it onto a support anyway. This is a current 4v4. Gino is roaming up. Herald low.
Okay, Shroudy Rowdy is caught out here, gets knocked up. He's trying to go in for the steal.
Yo,
I wonder
us?
who got it. Oh my god, he's going way too low though. He's just going to go down here. Yeah, that's just a kill for him. And not only that, wait, who got the...
Hollow. Hollow has it.
Oh, Hollow got it. Yeah, my bad. Hollow got it. So Versus gets a kill and a Herald. That's a real good victory for them.
And the reason that I said Lars was that he went into the backline. Just was chasing Xin Yu and Yang around the map. Making sure... Not Yang, sorry. Xin Yu and, I think it was Air around... Oh boy, top lane. This is how you get back onto a Gwen.
Yep, here we go. The Gwen, but the Gwen deals so much damage. Ooh, okay, but enough damage was at least dealt. Pighead gets a nice kill, and this is exactly the type of spacing that Pighead needs to get back into this game.
Gonna go ahead straight. Try to pick themselves up this outer tier 1. Goldie is there, only about half health. Not gonna get involved in that one. It would be a little bit of a recipe for disaster. And yeah, sure. The Gwen deals a lot of damage, is in a super strong position, but you've also completed yourself your first mythic items for both top and jungle, so you're feeling pretty good about yourself. The burst damage that could come out of that Eclipse is pretty huge from this Jace, so yeah, sure. You've had a decent start for the game from VZK, but you've not completely popped off, not like in the last game. It's pretty back and forth so far. Gold is pretty much dead even, a little bit in favour of DMG, but overall, this game is much closer than we've seen either of the previous two go. Oh, that's intense, and I love it for this game 3.
It is indeed, but I mean, last series, you know, we had a, you know, the analyst said it very properly. First game, VZK, they got dominated. Second game, they dominated. And then the third game was a tense back and forth series, and we're looking at a similar story right now here. It's basically the same script, Bloxer. I thought we were supposed to like use a different script for this game.
No. The only way that VZK know how to play is losing game 1, smashing game 2, and then having an absolute nail-biter game 3. The way that you know if UKL is actually scripted is if it turns into a backdoor for the win for VZK. If they manage to backdoor for the win,
oh my god,
then it's officially a scripted league. As of right now, we're still...
imagine if that happened though? Like,
it
what?
would be nuts. I mean, goddamn, that would be fun. Either way, we're only 80 minutes into this game, you know, still quite a ways away from any backdoor shenanigans, but 30 seconds until this next Drake spawns. One apiece, and it is going to be the Infernal Soul, so both of these teams definitely want to get involved in that one. Top lane, we've got both the Gwen and the Jace. They do have their teleports available, so this could turn into a bit of a bloodbath.
Okay, teleport immediately coming out for Jinyu. He wants to be here at the moment. already present with his teammates. Goldie getting a little bit poked, but he's still healthy. I mean, this Inferno Drake, this is going to be a big one. And honestly, DMG's team fighting is kind of scary with that Wukong and the Rakan. So if you're VZK, you have to watch out. This is some serious business here. One misstep and, you know, Gino might go down. Hollow might go down, you know.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so looks like DMG, they're going to make the standard play right here, decide to just go onto this Drake. Cool, perfect. VZK instead have decided they want to get themselves some mid lane prio. Going to drop the Herald as well and try to crack this mid lane outer turret, but it's taken quite a while for them to get this wave pushed in. Get the Herald down, it gets a good chunk of damage onto the turret, but not going to be able to take that one down. And interesting that VZK just decided to concede that Drake.
I think they decided that maybe they want to, like, you know, keep on giving Lars a lot of gold. I mean, he did get that solo gold money in that top lane. I mean, you know, put your winning all your eggs in the Lars basket, you know? That's basically what they're going for, I feel like.
And it's a strategy that we've seen many times before. You are right. That's going to be a huge amount of gold into the pocket of Lars, and it's only one Infernal Drake. Obviously, it's not ideal, but still, he managed to get a good chunk onto this mid lane turret as well. Not sure if Gino wants to step up enough to try to crack this one. Indeed, steps away, is not willing to go in, not when Shouty Rowdy is there. Hollow doesn't know.
Oh, he's ulted, he's stunned, he's knocked up. He tries to use his ultimate for a little bit of a retaliation, but he goes down too quickly, and that's DMG with a nice bit of kill. Pickett with a nice sidestep, but is it enough to save him? It is not, so it's a kill for a kill. The turret goes down in bot. What else can DMG get, and what else can VZK try to retaliate with?
Yang right now is holding on for dear life with this mid lane turret. That is the other thing that VZK were looking to get for themselves. Top lane, yeah, it was a really nice sidestep out of Pighead. He's had a decent series for himself. Unfortunately, you're up against Lars. He gets a lot of resources, a lot. Hang on. Oh, it's stolen.
Ooh, nice
was
steal,
it?
nice
yeah,
steal.
It was a nice steal. Good job from Shouty Rowdy. Well, stealing your own buff, I guess. Still, though, all good, all good. Finally, our mid lane turret does indeed go down, and we are at dead even gold. That is dead even gold in game 3, 20 minutes into this series. It's going to come down to some massive team fights, and who arrives at team fights as well. Pighead has shown that he would much rather get involved in a team fight, join the rest of his guys, whereas Lars, we know that he loves a split push, would rather get some map pressure usually than join in. And also, I mean, it's a Gwen. She's good in a team fight. She, you know, she does some damage, can block a lot of it as well through that Hallowed Mist, but she's better on the sideline. You'd rather just be pushing. So can you as VZK play out these team fights in a 4 versus 5? We've seen them do it before, but it is still a risk every single time that they do it.
Yeah, I mean, and this is kind of where the Sivir ADC might be like an incredibly like important pick for VZK, I feel like, because let's say a scenario where it's like one of those backdoor scenarios again, right? Sivir's ult would be such a good tool to make sure they can disengage and like continuously kite their opponents in teamfight scenarios to like continually give like Lars time and space to do a split pushing.
Yeah, as much space as you can buy for Lars, and Lars is really good at pushing up only as far as his opponents allow him. Sometimes he does take deaths, but he draws multiple members up into that top lane. I think right now you have to send at least 2 members. It is a very strong Gwen with those 2 items completed. In fact, he's also gone for that Nash's, means that the auto attack speed is just insane. You can cut through somebody so very quickly. In short burst trades... Wait, he's TP...
Oh my god, they started up the Baron!
Oh, I love this!
They started up the Baron, they used the TP and everything. They're committing for this.
The TP's coming in from Jace.
Goldie gets really low though. Now they have to immediately back off. Wait, that means the TP is used and Goldie is low. So DMG, what are you guys gonna look for? Are you guys gonna look for a Baron here? Are you guys gonna look for a fight? What's going on? Okay, no, they're just kind of diffusing the situation, trying to get this mid lane push instead.
It was a really bold call out of VZK, but they just don't take that Baron quickly at all. You blew your teleport out of Lars, and you managed to get the teleport out of Pighead. That's good. Still though, you lose your mid lane outer, gonna lose a little bit of damage onto mid lane inner, and nothing really happens. I mean, if you're a couple more items, maybe VZK are able to burst that quickly enough. But DMG, good response, get themselves back into this game, and we're kind of back to the same situation we were in before, where, you know, Lars is on the side lane, and things are tense. Baron up and available, obviously, but 40 seconds until this next Drake spawns would be soul point for DMG. VZK looking to even the score.
Yeah, I mean, and one important thing to notice that now Lars doesn't have that TP, right, for this dragon play, so he can't be pushing top. He needs to kind of be with his team, otherwise, like, risk his team, like, you know, losing the team fight, or, like, worst case, just, you know, losing dragon and the team fight as well. So, like, now he needs to be there with the team. We see he's, like, scrambling here together. They're all gonna be grouped up. It's 20 seconds left. Everything is basically up for the side of DMG, the only exception, of course, being some flashes here and there. But otherwise, DMG is poised and ready to take this team fight. Can the same be said for VZK?
Say so, they've got most of their ultimates up and available. Flashes too. Small critter.
Oh,
I mean, that's a
the
big
ultimate
chunk
is
of
used.
damage.
They just need to wait it
Those
out.
shock blasts. Those shock blasts are insane. The amount of damage that's being done. Pretty low health, Hollow. Playing Gatekeeper.
Yep. This dragon is about half HP. This is going to be quite an
Smite
important
fight.
one indeed. The tornado comes out, knocks a Piglet, but no follow-up so far. Ooh, okay, here we go, Lars, he's going in. Oh, and VZK gets the dragon, and I think they're going to win the fight as well, because everybody from the side of DMG is somehow low, because those scissors, they
Oh
hurt,
boy!
and they shred everybody, and Lars backs against the wall. He puts the team on his shoulder, and he is absolutely carrying this game together with everybody else. And versus, of course, they're playing great, and they're getting the Baron as well.
Huge play right there out of Hollow. He sacrifices his life to be able to get and engage onto the backline of DMG. The smite fight is failed by both junglers. Instead, it turns out that Gino is going to pick that one up. It does not matter though. Baron going to go over to VZK, and they love losing the first game in the series because they can pop off in a close game 3. That fight looked so bad for VZK because the amount of poke damage that was coming through from that Void Seeker and that accelerated shot blast out of Pighead was insane. It was disgusting. But it didn't matter in the end because the shields and the heals, actually, that were coming through out of Jolly Boy, really, really impressive. Gino, once again, not dying. No threat has been put onto this man pretty much throughout the entire series. Yeah, Lars is looking flashy, but I feel you need to watch Gino because 2 items completed, well on the way to a 3rd. That is a terrifying position. 3rd now completed for this Sivir. Sivir is officially online.
What if the whole thing with VZK is that Lars is the flashy player that they're all distracted about, but secretly is Hollow, you know, Gino, Jolly Boy, and Goldie together, just like playing so cohesively well together, and Lars is just over here as the distraction. We'll see if this distraction works out or not, because now Jinyu and Piglet are both here. But oh my god, that's too much damage into Jinyu, and he can't survive it. Piglet can't survive it. No one can survive this onslaught. It's a 3 versus 3,
Wait.
but it started as a 3 versus 5.
They can keep going.
Oh, wait, who is going for Lars? Who is going after this man? Nobody, and therefore nobody is going to die from the side of VZK. DMG has lost the fight and potentially the game.
Hey, you're just pushing through mid right now. Gino doesn't even get involved in that fight. Going to be able to pick themselves up that inhibitor turret. You've still got at least 20 seconds until anybody is back alive. This might be game. This might be the series.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. How does VZK
done.
do it time after time again? They lose game 1, look bad. Game 2, they dominate, and in game 3, they hold on, they persevere. This is such a resilient team, and Ruddy has a tough opponent they're going to have to face. Wow, what a series.
Wow. Hey, I got to see every single member of VZK kill a Nexus twice in this series. That was so calm and collected out of VZK. They just sat back, relaxed during the early game, waited for their carries to get a couple of items to come online, and then just destroyed people. I mean, in terms of games that I've seen out of VZK, those were some of the most impressive. We've seen Lars pop off. We've seen Lars 1v9. But what we haven't seen previously out of this team is everybody else step up to the plate too, pull their own weight, and show up big time. And in this game, they really did and dismantled DMG. Sure, game 1, they got rolled over. But once they showed up, those games 2 and 3 were absolute stomps for VZK.
Oh yeah, indeed. I mean, VZK is actually looking like a scary team in my opinion. I think this is a team that no one should underestimate. I don't care if you're Tempest, I don't care if you're Venom Crest. This is a team that deserves your respect and your attention. And if you're ready right now, you've got some preparations to do, my man. So yeah, that is the end of this series, but we have another series coming up that will be as exciting. If I'm correct, it is going to be Venom Crest versus Tempest. There we go.
What a banger.
So that's going to be an absolute banger as well. It is going to be it for me. I don't know if it's going to be it for you,
It's
Blockster,
it for
but,
me.
you know.
I'm done.
All right, I'm done as well. I'm very tired. I'm happy to retire and just, go chillax in my living room. But we'll be back after a short break to analyze this game.
the same as earlier in this week. VZK Esports stumble in game 1, then pick up the series, picking up the pace until they defeat their lower bracket opponents. Congratulations, VZK. You've eliminated, I'd say, the favorite DMG Esports of this lower bracket matchup, and we'll move forwards. Bloxer, Brackish, you impressed?
I'm coining the VZK effect now. It's happened in 2 series. These are 2 almost identical trajectories that have occurred. Like stomped, then got stomped, then stomped, and then we had a little bit of a closer one. But as soon as that lead just started, it felt like there was not a single thing DMG could do to stop VZK carrying on along their preordained path.
We've now got a little list for ourselves. It includes things like Ornn, that you don't really want to put Lars on. It doesn't really work out. It just doesn't happen. And the Yone. Both of those champions did not work out. However, you could still pick up the Yone because there were some really impressive performances mid lane out of Hollow on it. And things like the Gwen. He's so strong on that champion. The Gwen, the Fiora, those are the kind of pickups, maybe even the Olaf too, where I think you just straight up can't give it over. And I said at the start of the day, you asked, do you think you need to be 5-banning out Lars? And I still think the answer's no, because the rest of VZK is able to step up and perform. But it feels more like no, but you really wish that you could, because you're going to get run over anyway.
No, but now we're doing this game, and maybe quick redo.
One thing that we didn't actually hit on was that Goldie had a Goldilocks scenario with his solo laners this game. Yone, Gwen. Like, you want to proc permafrost? Hey, do you like permafrost? Goldie certainly did that game.
All right, Lars, man of the hour. Let's have a look at how he got first blood in this game.
I mean, it's one of those. It's another one of those, really.
Yeah.
But Pighead, not fully respecting Goldie, make his way on up there because, I mean, what are you gonna do? Not play towards your star top laner? Of course not. Simple as that. Wham bam, thank you, man.
Easy peasy.
Off to the races.
We then got a bit of a longer break. I think it's fair to say this game was a little longer, a little more slow paced, a little more high stakes than last game. Yeah, measured, a good description. Bloxer, talk us through this as we go through the Herald at 15 minutes.
Yeah, the Herald fight was kind of the first point at which we actually saw multiple members try to really get involved in some fighting. VZK got themselves a little bit caught out here. They're surrounded from a lot of sides, but there's just really good tornadoes coming through. And I love Lars going aggressive here and zoning out a couple of members because it allows the rest of VZK to get into the pit. They don't quite manage to steal... no, they do manage to steal away the Herald, and you also manage to pick up a kill as well. It's just a well-executed team fight right there. And yeah, sure, Lars doesn't pick up a couple of kills on the back end, but it's that space that he's providing. Even when he's not being the pop-off carry, he's still playing out these team fights really, really effectively. And I would just like to mention that we said it was a more controlled game too. It certainly was, but it ended in the exact same time because once the trigger was pulled by VZK, that was it.
Yeah, the acceleration, the speed, Brack. I think we were both surprised the way this game picked up. I think it's fair to say the gas was pushed at 24 minutes. Walk me through this dragon fight.
Yeah. Weird to say that, the acceleration was VZK's side since, we had Jace for Pighead. But this was just a good, your standard dragon game of footsie that happens here. But it's VZK that play a little bit more forwards, and I love the usage of the Glacial Prison, not onto Shroudy Rowdy to win the Smite fight. Goldie is confident enough to win that, so he flings it on towards the carries, and DMG find themselves scrambling to defend against this perhaps unforeseen ult angle coming out from the Sejuani that completely tipped the balance of the fight in VZK's favor. They get the Drake, they get the numbers, and as you said, that pedal was pushed to the floor, and it wasn't going anywhere for the rest of the game.
All right, Bloxer, over the finish line, the last fight of this series.
It came off the back of an attempted Baron take not much early on, a couple of minutes prior, and then the Baron does go down, so you're in a really strong position right now, and you try to get a kill onto Lars, and it just doesn't happen. Goldie and Lars work together really well, managed to pick up that initial kill, turn it into a second one onto Pighead, and then the rest of the cavalry have arrived as well. Hollow absorbed a ton of pressure this game, even though he wasn't necessarily
realise that TP.
Member. Yeah. Really good TP to just absorb pressure, slow up the members by enough time in the top lane, and hey, count 1, 2, 3, 4 up in top lane.
Gino was in mid.
Gino was in mid, just going like, "Aight, you'll do that. I'm just gonna sit back and get myself these towers." Impression. Yeah, it was kind of the way that Gino played the majority of this series, where everybody else was popping off, going insane, and he was still playing really well, but in a much more calm and collected manner, pushing for the turrets, for the playing back in a team fight rather than going on forwards, and it worked out right there.
VZK was playing the metal song. Gino was playing the acoustic cover.
Pretty good way of putting it, to be honest. The way that they play, it feels like it shouldn't work, and we've seen plenty of times when VZK have lost where it doesn't work, where their styles are just too different. You know, Gino gets left too much on an island, doesn't get enough resources, is not able to pop off. Lars is taking up too much space in the song, but all of a sudden, in the past 2 series, it feels more like VZK have kind of found their footing, found a way to make this crazy style work for them in a repeatable manner.
And that's the thing, making sure it's replicable is the huge thing that VZK were kind of lacking. So now that they've hit that stride point, it's, watch out. Ruddy, you're next, apparently.
Alright, but before we get on to Ruddy, we do have our upper bracket finals tonight. Tempest Gaming take on Venom Crest in a mighty clash. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. Thank you, Bloxer. Thank you, Brackish. Thank you, Eugene, on the cast as well. Go grab a drink, but don't stay away for too long. We'll be back later tonight.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself. I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy. I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man. Ay, every day been making plans. Ay, they don't really understand. Ay, gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam. Yeah, only worry about the fans. Yeah, I won't compromise the brand. Yeah, I've been saving up the bands. Whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, ain't nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, when you're really dumb, if you're spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Let's get it. pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a VNC. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a VNC. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 on it.
It's just the two of us, Doctor.
We can make it if we try.
Welcome back to the Four Nations by UKL, celebrating the best of United Kingdom and Ireland League of Legends. We're here for our upper bracket finals. Venom Crest and Tempest have proven themselves throughout this split. Tempest, I think it's fair to say, largely undefeated. We're going to forget a few ego games back there. And Venom Crest, one upswing. Doctor, what's your initial impression of this series?
I mean, I have been a day one Tempest fan / Dunlossy hater. The two are not mutually, mutually exclusive. You can have both at the same time. So I'm thinking it should be pretty, pretty cut and dry for Tempest. But at the same time, as you said, Venom Crest, they've been on a bit of an upswing. But we have seen when Tempest get a little bit too confident, maybe they start, making a couple of oopsie whoopsies. And given that they do have, that opportunity to fall down into the lower bracket still, maybe they come into this one a bit too keen.
All right, and graphics have prepared a journey for both of these teams throughout the split. Let's take a look. And we can see, week by week, Venom Crest didn't start off so hot. Did their best and rising over time. I think with the addition of Galul and the Reformation, because in the early weeks they did not have their supportive choice. Fast-Legged was up to something. Was a bit busy, and Little Pants did his best coming in from retirement to get them off to a decent start.
Meanwhile, Tempest, you tell you what, Tempest have made no improvement from the start of the
split.
split.
You know what? They haven't grown. I can't see the evidence in front of me.
You showed this chart to a venture capitalist, and they are pulling the plug and declaring bankruptcy. Like, fellas, we're not getting the growth that we predicted. It's a bit unlucky. Over. And that's how we're going to make the Instant Pot go out of business, despite being one of the best-selling products on the market. God, I don't get it, man. They had a good thing going. What they had to do is just keep running the company.
It's only ones. You can't multiply by one. It's not okay. It doesn't do anything. Right. Tempest Gaming versus Ruddy was the first match of our playoffs, and Ruddy pushed Tempest further than we'd thought. Game one going Ruddy's way was a huge surprise. What did you feel was the difference factor there?
It's Dunlossy pathing. It's fringe, stupid. Jungle Zinzao Sejuani turns up, gets his clear. I mean, it's at some point, I've spoken to Dunlossy about it, and he's like, you know what, it is at the end of the day a team diff. But that is, I think, a little bit kind of the overall summary of the series. Well, it's just a little bit of a team diff. Like Tempest, they're just kind of cracked across the board, and they work together just real well. They set everything up so they can get those great dives going off, or counter dives, whatever it is that they need to do to get themselves a bit of a snowball. And then they've also just got great individual laners as well. Bear Tree's going to put out something stupid up in the top lane and get some sort of crazy solo bolo, which I assume is what we're about to see.
Yeah, it's been the Bear Tree special most of the split, I think. Just able to turn around your all-ins. Turn it around. Oh, no, wait. I think this is Akka's, actually. Flipping the status quo, and it is the status quo.
My God.
An example
in the
there.
matchup.
You know, yeah, in the counter matchup, we also saw Misfortune in game 1. Force in. That was a pretty huge pickup and pretty great into one of our most popular accepted picks, the Xayah. You know, she does have to stand slightly off that minion wave, lines up the double up, and then if the Fortune can go unassaulted later, you know, standing in her static position, it can work out pretty well. We'll see if KZ, if Venom Crest have got anything in the bank there. Let's have a look down Tempest roster. Walk me through this, Doctor.
I mean, yeah, it's just sort of a bit stacked across the board, isn't it? We got, obviously, Battery doing whatever he wants up in top lane, apparently somehow losing Garen versus Cassante, but then also, you know, if he wants the Volibear, he wants the Alawi of whatever crazy 1v1 pick he's going to pull out. He's going to be able to do Dunlossie, cringe, gross, disgusting, and then Kusei, you know, just sort of average, sick with it mage player down there in the mid lane. And, you know, Fuzzy and Scream, we've been seeing them for quite some time. So just across the board, you've just got a pretty stacked roster.
Yeah, I think Scream especially. I don't think... Is there a game he hasn't drawn a Draven ban?
I could not tell you.
I can't think of one off the top of my head. An absolute sponge in the AD carry position. Yeah, Buzzy on engage. Always a UK special. I've been pretty impressed with Tempest roster. Wasn't 100% convinced coming out of open quals, but you know, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. It was all right.
I was looking forward to him out of open quals, but that was just because Dunlossie and I'd forgotten, you know, how cringe he plays. Because I just was like, oh, that's Dunlossie, you know, that's my go at the time, formerly. He's won leagues before. That would be cool to see him play again. And then he turns up and he does this. I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. But he was doing pretty much the same thing throughout the entirety of open playoffs. So I thought that they were looking pretty decent going on into that bit, but they have just continued that momentum on through. Again, they did come through the open playoffs, right? Not an invited team or anything like that. I'm sure any of these players could have ended up on an invited team when they were doing their roster building, but instead they will just come together and you just get a crazy stacked team, just turn up and go, yeah, we'll just open qual it, and we'll then make ourselves first place in the league as well.
Yeah, so stacked, I actually forgot we have had 2 Draven games this season. Shout out Jika, just sent me the table. And yeah, both of them pretty incredible. So, you know, there is lots to attack on Tempest, but you can never get them all at once. There's too much going on. You're right, Doctor. We're going to move over to the Venom Crest roster. We're going to have a quick chat about the top lane. Eno, not present today. We've got Shoxy instead.
All right, yeah, so there have been a couple of substitutions, but okay, KZ, I know there's a bit of a rumor if he was going to be able to make it or not. He has pulled up, and ultimately, the most important fixture for me on this team, at least, is going to be having Galul in that mid lane. I mean, KZ and fast-legged UK staples, absolute champions down there in the bot lane, but since Galul came along, you know, first coach and now playing, it's just been, you know, night and day. I've coached on team with Galul before. I've seen how that man wants to set up his mid prio, and we saw really disgustingly in one of the last few games of the season. I'm trying to remember which game it was. It was, I want to say, was it them versus Ruddy? No, I think it was a week before that. I think it was their game versus Arcadia about 3 weeks ago now, where it's just, yeah, Galul and Barho, like Barho just walks into enemy jungle level 1, ruins the Maokai's day, and then Galul just turbo pushes mid. And you can see, like, from having played with Galul, I can see from their movements on the map, I'm like, oh yeah, this is all just Galul calling. Like every play they're making right here is like, okay, we're going to do this, and then I'm going to set up this wave, and then in 30 seconds we're going to do that, when that's going to lead to this, and boom, boom, boom. He sets up the chain reaction. Of course, in that game, he ended up setting up a bit of a chain reaction in terms of just like running it down, because he was very strong, and then he took a couple of bad 1v1s, and then he was maybe possibly upset that he wasn't as strong as he used to be, and sort of, you know, it went a little bit downhill. But provided he doesn't sort of tilt on the Yone again, he should have a pretty good shot coming on into this game if they can get that mid-jungle kingdom that they are so well known for.
Yeah, these great average stats to see Galul, a mid laner. Full Venom Crest just having such a presence, and you're right, he's a bit like Faker in the comms, isn't he? He's Mr. Micromanagement, Mr. Get all the teammates in the right position, line them up, knock down your opponents. It's a great presence to see. Also, shout out Fast Legged, I think a big part how DMG went to the lower bracket and were eliminated earlier today off the back of a fantastic Rakan performance. And yeah, real exciting to see these great players come together in our upper bracket finals. We are going to just move over quickly to Tempest's mid. I think we have some more statistics.
Oh, pause champ.
If not, it'll be different statistics, and we can talk about them either way.
All right, well, we'll see what we've got coming through on there, because I'm not knowing too much. Well, I mean,
Never mind.
It's what he's just going to lock in Syndra or something. He's just
Yeah,
going to play Syndra.
he's
He's
gonna
going to play
lock in
Orianna.
Syndra.
Like
Control mage
don't-
of choice. I think also pretty decent Azir. Something we've seen. Here we go. Kusai. So, even more damage than Galul. Pretty comparable KDA. And yeah, a nice
pretty
position to be in.
close
I think the
terms
average
of
gold is
gold
quite
CS.
low. But we've got to remember that the games are pretty short for Tempest.
That's the thing. We don't have the time frame for this. So hey, 230 CS, sick in a 20-minute game. 40-minute game? Come on. So we don't have the frame of reference in terms of that. Again, your damage. You do 27k damage in a 60-minute game. It's a little bit different. We're not quite sure on like the DPM and stuff. But I mean, I'm seeing that these guys are pretty similar in terms of golden CS at the very least. But what I will note is that I believe Galul has been playing a little bit less in terms of the mages, right? Maybe that's changing now that we're on cringe patch, as I keep seeing on Twitter from every other mid laner on the server who's just like, yeah, okay, I'm just going to do nothing for 14 minutes because if I get a solo kill, I'm going to be punished for it by a DP. But from what I've seen in Galul, he was playing things like the Yone, as we mentioned earlier. Not sure if he's pivoting back onto mages, but if he is playing not just control mages, and he's putting up similar numbers, that's a pretty decent sign.
Yeah, quite exciting. And, it's that flexibility. You should ideally be able to do both to fit the situation in front of you. Oh, fantastic. We are into draft. It is 0-0. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. In our upper bracket finals, best of 3. Tempest Gaming on blue side. They removed some big team fighting things. They haven't removed the Rakan, interestingly. Venom Crest. I think just making sure they're going to get something a bit more stable in the mid lane.
My God. Imagine turning up and B1ing Cassante. God, what a boring time to be alive. Also, place your bets now. There's no world. I know that they've just made a skin, but there's no world they're not doing a Cassandra skin for Christmas, right?
Man, so he's got the beard as well. Big old Santa Claus. Suits him to a T.
I'm locking it in. But, oh wait, we have just absolutely blitzed it. How have we already got ourselves an Ari blind pick? What's happened here?
Steaming through draft. Ari blind, bit contentious, but will allow Kusai that mid 2v2 with the Ari, as well as the Vi to just put on loads of kill pressure, Azir potentially to evade it. And I think Venom Crest aren't convinced. They're banning out Syndra.
It's tech.
AD Ari top from the Iberian Cup.
Yes.
Heretics, is that you?
It's the, what do you call it? The Triforce. I saw one YouTube thumbnail about this. Yes, the Triforce Shiv AD Ari. I mean, AD Ari has always been slightly worse than AD LeBlanc, but it's been the same vein. So
we need to hold our hands up. We need to slap Tempest Gaming on the wrist. They're picking their own champions. They are not drafting.
Oh, they've done it in the, what do you call it? It's pretty big. I was thinking that might be the case, but
you were about to blow mine and Doctor's brains, guys.
I was thinking that was the case up until the Jinx. I was like, oh wait, no, that's not Jinx jungle. So they've just been cringe with it, but that's quite all right. So what's the?
So Venom Crest is in draft order, and Tempest is not.
Tempest are lying.
Let's presume that Vi or Ari came through first. Or maybe one of these bot lane picks, Renata, bit rough on the blue one.
I'm going to assume that it was like a Azir B3 and then, Ari came through. Oh, sorry, Azir R3 and then Ari came through on like B4. Because you look at it, it's like, there's Orianna and then the Syndra and Silas already banned. So it's like, this is going to be a bit of a response. Yeah. And I mean, in terms of the matchup, usually anyone who has a skill shot is decent versus Azir early on because he actually has a pretty hefty lockout. In terms of when he gets his soldiers to go. That's why you would have seen the old counters being like Zed and Vega because you have the cage, but also because both of these champions, you've got hefty skill shots. So when he stands still to get his soldiers to deck someone, that's an easy hit. So maybe we're going to see something a little bit similar coming on through with the Ari. And then on top of that, we've got the Vi for diving onto both of those squishy carries. However, at the same time, it's Vi, and I just kind of feel like she's a bit useless competitively. What I will say is that Dunlossie ruined my life once by locking in Lethality Hail of Blades Vi when I was a Vi one trick, and I hated both of those things, and then he ended up dropping like a 20 bomb or something, and 1v9 in the game. This was in UKEL. I was so mad. I was like, this is disgusting. This is criminal. Again, he can't keep getting away with this because everything he's done is wrong, but he's just walking around one-hitting people. It's like you would have had the same KDA if you played Bruiser Vi. It would have been.
But it wouldn't look as flashy. It wouldn't be as spiky. You know, Dunlossie does keep getting away with it. So continue. Quick rundown on draft order. It was Blue on Cassante into Jinx Maokai. Vi Varus finished out Tempest. And you were right, Ori came in the second phase, but there was an R5 Azir. So Venom Crest chose this mid 2v2 into the Ari Vi. Maybe they're looking to go a bit later and make sure there isn't a single point that they can't shuffle away from.
Okay, maybe they know a little something I don't about the matchup, because again, I would have assumed it would be reasonable for the Ari early on.
I think after level 3, it becomes very quickly unreasonable for Ari as Azir attacks from well over a screen away.
He gets pretty far on that one, to be fair. But, I mean, obviously we got the Kench coming on through, so any dive that might want to happen through onto KZ is going to be a little bit weaker if I sort of struggling in that regard. But I'm thinking maybe, we get a bit of an on-hit Varus come through, and we've got enough stall with either Vi just not diving and throwing herself into frontline of the queue. We've got things like Renata. We've got Cassante just doing whatever that champion does. You could have a pretty good opportunity for Scream to just take over a fight completely, hitting away at that front line. You've got extra armor shred as well coming on through from the Vi. So you could, if you catch a tank, you can actually pop them pretty quickly. You've got a lot of mixed % health damage. So even though it's like, we wanted to make picks on the Azir and the Jinx by diving them with a Vi, you can actually still make picks onto, the Nocturne, the Maokai, and the Kench as well, just because you have all that extra anti-tank killing potential.
I really like the Maokai flex into tanks. It is the highest % win rate top lane on the patch. You can only really play it, like you can pick it up early in draft because it's Maokai jungle, right? But then you play it into the tank. It does the same as the tank. Cassante's fast rotation of abilities will allow multiple healing rules for Shusha in this top lane. And then, they've got the Nocturne through. I think if we're going to get Jinx's resets going, because that first reset is really what powers her up at the moment. That's what lets her be a competitive pick to then scale through. You're going to have to pick off the Ari Vi at the front, or the Renata if you get the pick through with the Tom Kench. Really interesting, and it is execution heavy, but I definitely prefer Venom Crest's comp. It's more current on the patch, and I think it should be more straightforward to play. That Ari Vi is going to have such a difficult situation. If they go for a pick, they're exposing themselves to the Jinx, and then they've got to get through the Azir, they've got to get through the Kench themselves.
No, because I don't think they have to do any of that. I think that we've got a perfectly capable, Varus Renata setup here that you don't have to play for that kind of dive. The Vi can just sort of be a bit of a bad frontliner, and that should be fine. Because, look, I'm no Ari one trick. What do I know about Ari? But if you can't find the flank, you can't get that big chunk. You're never gonna actually kill anyone. But if you can't find the chunk, you could almost play the Ari as basically peel. Like you just sort of sit a little bit further back. You're like, okay, I'm just going to do a little bit of splash damage onto the front line here. Really let Scream do whatever he wants. And then if the Nocturne dives a bit too deep, if the Azir dives too deep, I can look for a charm or something like that. And just, all of these champions, I think, are not in their perfect condition, except for maybe the Varus. But they are in conditions that they can make work.
All right, Doctor, pretty clear you prefer Tempest comp. I like Venom Crest comp, but you're definitely onto something with the team diff, something we mentioned earlier. Someone's got to stand up to Tempest Gaming if we're to have a real competition in these playoffs, and it's Venom Crest's chance as we go to game 1. Take it away, Zika and Brackish Brit.
I seem to be missing someone. I'm here. Hello. And yes, thank you, production. have lost my co-caster for now. But he'll be back, I'm sure. For now. This is Venom Crest Tempest. And for those of you who watched earlier this week, I made a pretty bold claim that Venom Crest would be the ones to take this series. And of course, it could happen. It could happen indeed. And I did hear a voice in my ear. Is the voice back? Okay, I have my co-caster. You guys will in a second.
I think I'm entirely superfluous to requirement, really. Like, I'm just the. Honestly, I don't know. Hello, everybody. I'm here as well.
There he is.
Had to fight through some tech issues, but nothing, come hell nor high water, nor even a tempest, will stop me from casting this series, as we should be ready soon to get onto the Rift for game number 1. As the desk was saying, obviously, historically, you think of Bear Tree as the sort of weaker part to play towards. How do you feel, maybe, with the Shotcha in here, on the Maokai? Is this a punishable lane?
By the Xante, I don't think so. I think you're looking at a very bog standard kind of wet noodle fight in this top side. But, as Temporal was saying, Maokai, one of the higher win rate champions purely because he can match in a good flex and can match so many of the other tanks quite well, because that makes Dane get. So, while it will be a wet noodle fight, I think we could see some interesting situations for Shotcha against Bear Tree. Time will tell, but I think there's definitely a couple more interesting matchups across the map to look at.
Definitely. I mean, Kusai, confident enough to blind pick the Ahri in first rotation. Of course, we did see earlier in the year the fact that the Vi Ahri was a very...
Just to clarify...
Oh, yes, the picks weren't in correct order.
Yes.
Yes.
So the Ahri was actually B5'd.
Okay. Well, anyway, we do have the Vi Ahri combo. That's the point I was going towards. The Vi Ahri combo that we saw a lot in the earlier stages of the year. You know, back around the time where Vi and Wukong were like the only two junglers you'd see. And very good, very potent pick combo. Can come out there. Fastlight also going a little bit fun with the Tom Kench, being able to protect KZ or any other, you know, important team member from being hard engaged upon with that Devour. Right now, both junglers starting leashless on their respective top sides, and Kusai not giving Galul an inch in mid.
And this is kind of how you expect the early stages of this matchup to go. Before Azir has shifting sands, you are very vulnerable to things like Ahri, to things like Syndra, to things like Orianna. You can't reposition around their skills very easily. But once you hit 3, you have a much safer time in these lanes to just kind of say, okay, walk into me. What are you going to do? I'm just going to shifting sands away. Keep trying.
Pretty much. And right now, Kusai going to continue to leverage that pressure, make it so Dunlosi can do what Dunlosi do, as we heard a rather animated doctor talking about a little bit earlier.
Can't keep getting away with this!
Scream and Buzzy getting pushed in a little bit towards the bot side. I mean, yep, the early drink's going to do a decent amount. Good catch with the handshake will mean that Scream and Buzzy able to get a decent trade on towards KZ. And of course, not going to stick too much though. Both of these carries expecting quite a lot of poke damage to come through, both starting with the Longsword 3.
Both opting to start for a more fight-centric setup. But I'm looking at this wave topside, and I was a little bit distracted thinking, how has the wave gotten like this? Then I remembered it's Maokai, your only wave clear is Q. But yes, both opting to start Longsword 3, you're looking at a much more fighty-pokey, I need the health potions lane. In comparison to the normal Dorans, I'm going to take a bit of poke, I'm going to just, you know, fire an auto-attack at a minion and get it all back. It's kind of what you'd expect in a Renata Tom Kench lane. You're not really looking to play a poke fight, you're looking to take an all-in fight once these players hit level 3. And Bartholdi on this bot side looking for the scuttle, but we could see something happen now that KZ is coming back into lane, maybe? Apologies for the tech issues, guys. We will have Brackish back with us very shortly. For now, it looks like there could be signs of a dive coming towards this bot side. Maybe. Bartoldi. Waiting, trying, praying. But Dunlosi up towards the top side. Shoska, no mana. Is gonna look to be dove. Battery not able to land anything just yet, but Shoska good flash.
He will still go down eventually, and there it is, Battery picking up the first blood. Hopefully I am now hearable. Production, I'm sure, will correct me. Thank you very much, Production. And hopefully that will be going through both of your ears this time. I'm very sorry, guys. My tech just decided to die right before we got into this game. But we go. What is UK esports, if not for a little bit of scuff?
How do they both live that, by the way? Donlosi and Battery both got out with their lives there. That is criminal.
Just fantastic juggling of tower aggro. The fact that Shosuke had to flash, and he had to flash basically away, like, towards the edge of tower's range. It meant that when Battery walked forwards to pick up the kill, it was only a slight hop, skip, and a jump out of tower range and to safety.
Looking across the rest of the map, though, I mean, I was not expecting the action to be in the top side. At all. I was wrong. There's more wet noodle fighting. More slapping each other upside the head with tree roots and Ntophos. Bartoldi gonna use the knowledge that Dunlosi probably opened top to try and get an early dragon, although Kusai...
Just looking in towards this, there's no Dunlosi anywhere nearby though, so it would be perhaps a rather ballsy play. Speaking of ballsy, Battery gonna go all out towards the top side, but Shosuke is in no condition to try and fight back. Kusai now gonna be engaged upon, has to flash out after the Spirit Rush. The chase comes through with the catch onto Dunlosi with the Abyssal dive. Scream and Buzzy are here as well. However, there is the bailout on towards Dunlosi. It's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Buzzy going to have to flash out as well. But KZ keeps on firing. The Jinx is looking. One more hit towards Kusai might just be his end. He gets onto the blast code. And he will just about be able to wander on out of there. It's chaos across the rift. When the dust settles, it's 2 for 2 and Venom Crest get the Drake.
Meanwhile... never mind, I'm gonna shut up. Scream. Probably dead. Maybe
No,
not.
good flash.
Good flash.
Gets himself out.
Taking stock. Your top lane is suddenly floundering. Shoska losing out on that first kill has lost a lot of pressure into Battery. You don't have the damage to match this Kazante. Your only real peel tool pre-6 is the Bramble Smash. So you're looking entirely at hoping and praying that now that you have Nature's Grasp, you can use that to peel yourself in this 1v1. But that might not be the case. I mean, Xante has a lot of unstoppable, especially after that all-out, because it resets the cooldown of W, if memory serves. So you are kind of locked into this situation of, once you're in a fight, there's not really much getting out of it. So I would like to see Shoska try and freeze this lane outside his own tower, stop Battery having that 1v1 impact, and really allowing for something to happen. But mid lane,
there is the first use of the paranoia mid, but Bartoldi gets caught by a charm, and Kusai is going to chomp that one right up. Dunlosi now looking to come in towards mid, not quite got the level 6, however, Galul should be safe.
He's still on the tower.
I think he knew he was dead and was just like, okay, welp. Guess this is my life now.
That looked like a little bit of miscommunication to me. I think Bartoldi wanted Galul to go deeper for the kill. Galul quite rightfully said, no, I don't want to. Don't know where the jungler is. But now...
Well, maybe in some trouble anyway. There is the Chain of Corruption to the face. And Kusai is going to be more than willing to eat up another one. Fast logged. Not really a viable target right now. It's a Scream and Buzzy. Happy with their assists. Are going to wander back towards bot. KZ considered contesting them. And the Abyssal Dive comes out as well. Scream and Buzzy are being denied at least all of this bot lane farm, and Battery, well, he's not being denied anything really.
No, Battery able to get away with bloody murder in this game. Fight bot side still going.
May need to be a little bit careful though. Bartoldi looking to come in. There is the Nature's Grasp as well. He can go all out, look for that damage, but one Bramble Smash from Shosuke will be enough to secure that little bit of gold in. considered going for Bartholdi after picking up that Rift Herald, but instead, just going to take that Empowered Recall and look to get back out onto the Rift. As Fast-Legged goes forward, Bailout is already on to Scream. There is the ultimate coming out, and he's able to get Fast-Legged. There's no Super Mega Death Rocket left, and KZ unable to trade back, and that right there is the power of the Renata.
Disaster has struck for for Venom Crest even in the last couple of minutes. They find one onto Bear Tree, but lose out mid and bot over the last couple of minutes. Unfortunate for Venom Crest. But that bot lane fight brings me nicely into a point I wanted to make this game. And in this series, I believe, and I believe you agree with me, Brackish, there is one real matchup to watch. That matchup?
Supports.
Buzzy and Fast-Legged have been a massive catalyst for both of these teams throughout the course of the split. Being the main reason so many of their fights go so well is because their ability to be a primary engage player while also knowing when to peel back and help the rest of the team is unmatched by any other support in the league. And I do have the stats up next to me. And the big one that we're looking at is KDA. Fast-Legged is sitting at a 14-4 KDA, which is about a
3.5
KDA. The actual stats are 1-4-13. And Buzzy sitting on 1-2-11 or a 6 KDA. So, while they're very, there is that bit of a gap between them, it shows that both of these players are big in looking for these big fights, and Tempest typically have much bloodier games than Venom Crest. So that makes a lot of sense.
We got a lot of numbers from both sides. 4 members in the bot side. Bartholdi has to use his ultimate to try and get away. Is able to get picked up with the Devour. And, okay, there's a little bit of an altercation between Nocturne and Tom Kench from that hostile takeover. But that should allow Dunlosi the freedom to start up this Drake if he so chooses. In fact, for a second I thought he was going to leave it. But no, Scream and Buzzy have that prior bot lane. They will be able to push this one forwards, and so Tempest get to even up the Drakes.
Tempest though on a little bit of a time. Oh, a little bit later, and that may have stolen. Tempest are on a timer because you're up against Azir and Jinx. You're likely going to get hyper outscaled. You need to be very, very careful because Ahri and yes, Varus scales very well, but because of the range difference, doesn't really outscale a Jinx. Ahri definitely doesn't outscale Azir, so Tempest really on that timer to try and end this game cleanly and quickly, because if it gets drawn out, Venom Crest, the Serpents, they're going to coil their way around you using that length and constrict and choke you of every single resource and every single hope you have of winning this game.
Speaking of choking, actually, we were talking about Shosuke towards the top side, having a bit of a rough time in towards Bear Tree. It's quieting down quite a bit towards the top side. Yeah. We've got the steel caps completed. Bear Tree is still hitting Shosuke a fair bit, but relatively safe to say that the tree is now actually weathering all of these Ntofo blows coming at him.
Yeah, is able to get the roots down into the ground and solidify themselves in the lane. Dunlosi looking to just drop Herald mid in the meantime.
Put even more gold.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, this game is going to be quite slow. We're going to be looking at big objective fights rather than little picks. But as... never mind.
Okay, Kusai going all the way forwards with the Spirit Rush. Bartholdi trying to find the chase in, but Dunlosi and Buzzy are in close support. The Spirit Rush forwards, and the catch with the handshake of Buzzy. It will be a handshake back to the fountain. That's not a good business deal.
I did it again. I need to stop talking. Every single time I open my mouth...
There wouldn't be much of a cast if you stopped talking, Drew.
Well, every single time I open my mouth, I curse someone. This time, it just so happened to be Bartholdi. Well, hopefully we see a bit of a slower game now, where we only really see big fights around objectives. I think that's what benefits Venom Crest the most.
Tempest, trying to be cheeky, will force the all-out from Bear Tree, but of course, the amount of damage he does right now, not really possible for Shosuke to compete with that. He is quite low on health, though, is going to look to potentially abscond his way out of that situation. There was the Super Mega Death Rocket. That might well have been his demise had Shosuke been able to catch on to him. Instead, he is able to get up and out. And as we get on towards that 14-minute mark, plate's about to drop. It's about a 3k gold lead for Tempest Gaming. We've got 1 Drake apiece. Of course, we saw that Herald used by Dunlosey as well. So coming into this mid game, Venom Crest, you said they're the ones playing the slower game. What are we seeing for the next like 5-10 minutes? The next 1-2 Drakes?
In an ideal world for Venom Crest, you're waiting for Jinx to get 2 items, you're waiting for Azir to get to an item and a half, 2 items, and then you're looking to pressure onto the team fight, because you have a very good team fight in comparison until Varus gets to Runan's. The Hurricane is going to be a lot of the Varus' team fight damage, whereas Jinx, you're firing rockets left, right, and center. You're going to be hitting at least 2 people most of the time anyway. So once Jinx has the second item, you're really looking to take these fights. You can concede the next dragon. It's in 1:40-ish. You're not going to have your Jinx's second item by then. You can concede, go for the next 6 minutes, get your Jinx that second item, and then look to contest. It's only the second dragon of the game for Tempest. Whereas Tempest, they need to start finding more of these picks on the sides, more of these picks in the jungle. They need to keep trying to find small wins, small kills here, there, and everywhere in order to be able to slowly but surely shove Venom Crest back into their base so they gain complete control of the map and can play this pick comp to perfection.
And we see Dunlosey already picked up the second Herald. Looks like he's just going to prop it over the wall here towards mid lane. Either that, or he's just looking for another engage towards Galul. Spirit Rush already used out from Kusai. The shifting sands out as well. Just going to be a full zone out. Bartholdi uses the paranoia, is looking for an angle forwards. The handshake keeps fast-legged out.
KZ.
Buzzy's still trying to get out. KZ is able to land the Super Mega Death Rocket, and there's the Devour as well to keep Bartholdi safe. Dunlosey on the run, but KZ is completely enabled with the double kill into the mid lane. 2 items? Who gives a damn about 2 items, Jika?
Evidently not. KZ manages to sidestep the hostile takeover perfectly to bring themselves into a beautiful team fight. A double kill into KZ's back pocket. That is a good portion of your second item done. That's a free 600 gold in your back pocket. Looking at the BF sword plus the crit cloak, I would love to be able to tell you what item is looking to be picked up, because it could be Gale Force and it could be Eye Edge. It could literally, or it could, you know, in a really weird world where KZ is high, it could also be Navori. Please, disclaimer: never build Navori on Jinx. I will have a heart attack the second you do.
So, in the deepest analytical recesses of your brain, what would you expect KZ to build if you were in KZ shoes right now?
In this game, Gale Force every day of the week. You need a way to not only be able to dodge some of these important skill shots, you know, the Ari Charm, the Hostile Takeover, the Chain of Corruption. I'm going to shush because there might be a fight.
KZ forced to flash away here. Herald has been used by Dunlosey as well, and Venom Crest seem quite eager to actually contest this fight. Bear Tree stepping forwards. Bartholdi does not quite have the paranoia, is looking for the angle in, not able to find it, however. Betry, however, has found his angle onto Bartholdi. He tries to use the paranoia to get out. He ain't going to be able to do that. KZ, however, opens up and finds his 4th on towards Betry. They're continuing to look forwards. Abyssal Dive out from Fastleg, still searching for prey. We'll have to pop that grey health as the ultimate comes out from Scream, but they are not able to chase it. Fastleg flashes out. Cease and desist from Dunlosey, still searching, and they are able to find KZ. The bailout will keep Dunlosey alive as Shosker is stuck in the middle of 4 very unfriendly Tempest members, and it's only Bartholdi, Fastlight rather, that makes it out of the fight alive. After the first passage, it looked so good for Venom Crest, but Tempest, they turn around.
Fight was played that little bit too scattered, that little bit too slow, and Tempest, they mop up the floor. Bear Tree caught out by the all-out Bear Tree. Bartholdi caught out by the all-out from Bear Tree.
That's a bit of a tongue twister, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not easy to say. And just completely blown up. And then you look, okay, KZ's got a reset. You can look to play this fight. Problem is, you have no way to keep chasing. Once that Nocturne is dead, Tempest have no reason to fight in a group. They can keep moving back. They can keep going back. And then Dunlosey finding a really, really good angle with the cease and desist onto Fastlegs, who's next to KZ to blow KZ up. and the fight is over from there. It's very good decision making from Dunlosi.
Shosuke and Bartholdi looking for the damage in towards Bear Tree. In fact,
Oh,
it's everybody from Venom Crest here. Bartholdi will be the one to pick that up. And, I mean, we've said it before that Bear Tree is the potentially exploitable angle from Tempest because of how fast and loose he can play it at times. Venom Crest using that knowledge to good effect here.
It's Bear Tree versus Magical Tree. Haunted Tree.
Yeah, sure is.
Don't it just clicked?
Yeah. I didn't want to make that joke.
Which is the Bear Tree?
Well, right now, probably Bear Tree. I feel like his general impact has been higher so far. But that's not to say that Shosuke is not going to be very, very useful for Venom Crest as the game continues. Nature's Grasp. There's like, as long as you're not firing it in the complete opposite direction of the team fight, it's probably going to do something useful.
Yep. Even if it's just zoning, it's useful.
Yeah.
Game should slow down now. Dragon's not up for another 2.5 minutes. Baron coming onto the map in about 10 seconds. But I don't see either of these teams going for an early Baron.
When's the last time you saw Fimbulwinter? Because that's got to be what Shosuke's going for in inventory, right?
Oh yeah, you've got the tier, like, you have to. It's not something we see very often. Normally,
Kusai misses the charm onto Fastleg. That is an uncharacteristic miss this game, to be fair. Here's the Paranoia coming out. Galul looking for the angle in. Here's the TP from Bear Tree. And honestly, that cooldown for pressing Paranoia, that's worth it.
It looked like Kusai bit off a little bit more than he could chew there. Manages to pull it back quite nicely, though. Of course, Paranoia had run out. But for now,
finds that way on towards Shosuke. There is the Nature's Grasp coming forwards. Bear Tree looking for the way out. Hostile takeover. It's going to find exclusively Shosuke, though. The tree will have to flash away. Dunlosi and Kusai will be able to take that one down. And Scream is able to find KZ as well. Abyssal Dive from Fastlegged is going to be a shortcut to demise as it's a dive in from the side of Tempest. And it's 4 members in the round once again. Bartholdi, the only survivor. Tempest Gaming, they are not playing around.
and Tempest, they're playing their strength as a comp. They're looking to pick off one, go on to the team fight, pick off one, go on to the team fight. And this is a style that we haven't seen Venom Crest faced against very much. Sure, we've seen the typical poke comps, but not an all-in ball, I'm just going to lock down one person, they're dead, and now we can play the fight in an advantageous position. They seem lost. I mean, Galul doesn't manage to find anybody with that Emperor's Divide. Of course, Battery unstoppables it. KZ caught by the Q3 coming through from Battery there as well. And KZ, a player that we've largely praised for having really, really good positioning throughout the entirety of the split. This doesn't look like the Venom Crest we're used to seeing.
I mean, to an extent it isn't, right? We are playing without Inno, who has been a huge proponent of Venom Crest's success, especially when he gets his own hands on the Cassante. We have seen some complete pop-off performances from this man. Shosuke, not doing as well this game. 1-4 right now. Galul now being dived by the Goon Squad. The TP from Shosuke comes out, and Galul will actually be able to survive. There are numbers coming in. More Tempest members collapsing towards. The Dragon is up. Right now, there's not really any way for Bartholdi to contest it. So Venom Crest, they have around that 5-minute timer as Tempest will pick up this Drake, their third. The Infernal Soul will be coming up around that 27-minute mark.
And we are looking at 2 items on this Jinx now. You can look to start to fight some of these objectives, but not if your mid-top get chunked before the fight. But now, Venom Crest have got the flank. They could be looking for something.
Does anyone fall for it? Tempest seems to be fully cogent of what's going on. There's the Paranoia being put out. Bartholdi is going to look in to 5 members of Tempest and die before any of his teammates can make it in. Galul trying to do some hits in. Shosuke looking to find somebody to get a twisted advance onto, but there is no available target as Tempest Gaming space them sublimely.
And this is the big problem you face with a Nocturne, is if you cannot find an isolated target, you're going to struggle.
Looks for the charm, not quite able to find it. Dunlosi now going to take a few hits. Vaultbreaker will get him away. Do Tempest feel confident enough to look towards a Baron here? Kusai going over the wall. He finds the charm onto KZ. He is going to be pulled out by Fast Leg. Shosuke taking a large chunk of the damage here, but he's a pretty damn tanky tree at this point. The chase down, not quite there. Galul now potentially looking like the next target. The all-out from Bear Tree going straight through the Emperor's Divide, and there's no way out for the Azir. The kill goes across. 4 members of Venom Crest still sitting in the mid lane, but KZ too low to really do much. Venom Crest, they lost Dunlosi. They are not going to risk a Baron take here. And we cycle on back down to that neutral game state.
Bear Tree constantly finding the pixel perfect unstoppables through the Emperor's Divide. Has saved 2 or 3 different fights for this player, and goes the dynamite.
Scream, not paying attention perhaps for a second. Super Mega Death Rocket will come on out of the darkness. KZ may have just given Venom Crest an angle towards the Baron. They are looking around it.
They want it.
They need support. They need to make sure the rest of their team gets here before Tempest does, though. Dunlosi already looking in. TP coming out from Bear Tree, who was in the bottom lane. Venom Crest, they're happy to get the cooldown. Again, the TP cooldown of Bear Tree has been expended. If he goes bot lane again, then he will not be able to join a fight.
And now we go back to playing the slow game. 3 items on your Jinx. Not quite at 2 on your Azir. That's the worrying part. You need to find the items on this Azir to be able to get anywhere. A lot of your AoE damage is coming from this bird. And, I mean, we're kind of seeing a big problem with the Azir Nocturne combo here in its own, is if they're not going in together, the Nocturne just gets blown up. They have to be finding these engages together. The Divide into the Paranoia, or the Paranoia into the Divide, and fast-legged.
Cease and desist. Onto the Kench, and no amount of grey health shielding will keep him alive. Kusai going unstoppable now. 507 on this Ari. And the old school tried and true still looking pretty damn good with that Azir Vi combo.
Slowly but surely, the coin doth fall towards Tempest as they look to start up the Baron. Venom Crest, I mean, they can try to contest, but realistically speaking, they're without their support, they're without their big safety net.
Oh man,
look
this
anyway.
is one of the most Kusai builds, by the way. Just pure damage. No Everfrosts here, let Amara know. There is the Paranoia coming out. Nature's Grasp comes forward as well. Bartholdi looking into the pit, forces the flash out from Dunlosi. But Bartholdi is able to pick up the Baron, but at what cost? There are so many bodies. Fastlegged is going to look to pull KZ out of the fire with the Devour. And so 3 members. Bartholdi is actually able to survive. KZ and Fastlegged get out with the Baron buff as well. However, 40 seconds, Jika, until the next Drake spawns. Our Venom Crest can even be ready for this next fight.
Both of your solo laners have TP. KZ's already back out on the map.
Oh no, Fast-legged. Caught by the chain of corruption, and he is deleted. Killing spree for Scream. It seems very much to me that any hopes of contesting this Infernal Soul have just gone out of the window.
That's if they opt to go for the soul right here, right now. It looks like they are going to start to move. Pushing with Baron. Will be able to crack this mid-tier 1. Finally getting their first tower of the game, Venom Crest. Kusai on the flank, though. They are just going to give this over. And that's a terrifying prospect. It's an Infernal Soul on Vi Ari Varus. That's a lot of poke damage.
I mean, didn't really touch on Scream. He's 9-2 and 3 right now.
Yeah.
Pretty spooky. 2 items completed, probably well on the way towards a 3rd as well.
And once I believe the Ruin King's completed, Shoska and Fastlegged don't get to exist.
I mean, Fastlegged's not having the best time with it already.
It looks like Fastlegged's actually building into Redemption second here, instead of going for the tankiness. Which is a take. Not one I see very often. I like it. I think, you know, you need a way to keep your 2 backline divers alive.
Well, coming up towards 30 minutes. Tempest Gaming still hold the advantage, sitting around 5k right now. Venom Crest are very much down in terms of objectives. Of course, Sol did just go across, but it's a long, long while until more objectives come up. 4 minutes for Baron, 5 minutes for Elder. What do you want to see from Venom Crest? Well, they're looking for Battery again. Bartoldi will find the catch. Emperor's Divide could pull him forwards as well. Gotta watch out for the all-out. There is the redemption coming forwards. Galul will be the one given the kill. Shots here in the meantime, just holding that wave in mid.
Well, that's the first kill of the game for Galul. This is a very uncharacteristic game for Galul. Very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, not had the best time of it. Has been a very big enabler for this team right now. Not been much for picking up those kills. Nature's Grasp coming out. Tempest Gaming will do their best to step away from it. Hostile takeover is burned in trade. Josuke, gotta be careful though, flashing away from the charm of Kusai. And
That's worth mentioning. Has gone for Jack Show over the Radiant.
Ah. Okay. How do you rate that?
Not a big fan in this game. Your team's main source of like peel/engage. I feel like it's a big thing to have that Radiant. Like outside of diving in with Nocturne Azir, you're looking for this Maokai to catch someone with that Nature's Grasp, and we are seeing it. So I mean that Radiant could have done wonders, but we'll talk about what is and not what could have been.
Well, what is that Kusai seems to be a bit uneducated. He's had that 10-stack Dark Seal for ages. Ages.
Yeah, but it's the typical curse of the second you upgrade it, you die 6 times in a row.
I don't think I subscribe to that in this game. When Dunlosi has been setting up for Kusai so well, Kusai has been so safe for the entire time.
Yeah, but think about how many times Kusai has dove in on his own, and you're only going to feel that much more confident once you've got that Medjai's.
What if his team is banning him from the Medjai's just to prevent those overconfident plays?
It's definitely possible.
I still think that I would like to see it. Like, I think that is an item that lets you push your advantage just that much more.
Not a Blade of the Ruin King for Scream. Was indeed the shield bow, which arguably you do need in this game. I mean, you're looking at being blown up by several different players.
Right now, though, if you look at those numbers, whew, if he had Medjai's, no.
Elder 213, Asher in a minute.
Yeah. And right now, if you're Venom Crest, the only one that's looking really ready to fight is KZ. 4 items completed on this Jinx.
Like, don't get me wrong, KZ is a terrifying player, but when you're the only member of the team who's really ready to fight, the rest of your team isn't going to live long enough to keep you alive. And now, well, they might not even be there to begin with if Battery has his way.
Sundisk taken down in the mid lane. Tempest just shoving those waves in towards the Venom Crest base. 40 seconds until the Baron will respawn. It feels like there's that 5k difference. It still hasn't grown all that much in the past 5 or so minutes that this lead has been held by Tempest.
Which is a testament to how Venom Crest are able to stall this game out a little bit longer, but you need to start getting items onto Galul. This Azir is, again, so much of your area damage. Sure, Jinx is going to do a lot now that you have that Renance completed, but it's a terrifying prospect. Bartoldi has a very good flank, though, and while Baron is up, we've seen it stolen once before. Can we see it a second time?
Tempest already on it. There is that vision being put through. Kusai taking a little bit of damage. KZ wants to step forwards. Galul was looking for Kusai as well. Battery goes forward looking for KZ, but he's going super low. Shosuke, if he can get the damage down, he can't. Battery survives. Bartoldi tries to find the back line. He's not able to do it. And it's Kusai for 2 members. Dunlosi still perfectly healthy. Going to be able to turn back on towards this Baron. And it will be Tempest picking this one up.
No life left to use for the Venom Crest carries.
Well,
we'll go across.
Guess you're right about the Medjai's.
Yeah. Oh, it's funny that, huh?
Still,
We saw what KZ could do when not locked out properly. Betri and Kusai had to jump on this Jinx to stop them from being able to run over that fight. And they cannot do that every single fight. That's both flashes down now.
Certainly is.
And Fastlegs will be ready and waiting with the
TP's
Devour.
coming in. Sundisk is going to be put down as well. Kusai is looking for the angle in, and Galul is just removed by the damage of Scream. Shosuke deleted as well. This Varus stepping forwards. Boltoldi is able to kill Kusai, but does it really matter all that much as this 4-man brick of Tempest members waltz down the mid lane? Baron empowered minions as well. The base is going to get chunked open. 2 members of Venom Crest are down for 30 seconds, and it looks to me, Zika, like Tempest Gaming are going to close this one out.
Galul having such a rough game, and it just sums it up perfectly in that last
hey,
fight there.
Bartoldi.
Tempest.
What are you doing there, buddy? He's looking for Scream towards the backside. The fear comes through. Fastlegs so tanky. There's the shielding coming through, but Bartoldi unable to survive. KZ takes the death as well, and it will be Buzzy going golden, a testament to their victory as Tempest Gaming take game 1.
Tempest, I mean, they played it out exactly as they needed to, right? A very, very nicely played game from start to finish. Venom Crest couldn't find their angle. Yeah, one of their hyper carries had scaled. You're missing another, and a very off game for Galul. I really want to see Galul pick up the pieces, come back onto form for games 2 and 3, and maybe let's not give over Viari this time. Sounds like a pretty good plan, if you ask me. But props to Tempest. I mean, what started to look like a bit of a rough early game for them when KZ started to really balloon turned into a really good game just by punishing everywhere else. Wasn't a big fan of the Nocturne Azir. Doesn't look like the team's really ready to pull off something that coordinated just yet, especially with Eno being out. I'm excited to see what adaptations Venom Crest make for game number 2, especially are they going to change sides?
We'll see if that is the case after a quick break. We'll have Doctor and Temporal have a chat about what has happened and what may yet happen in this series. Don't go anywhere. We've still got potentially 2 more games coming up.
What an outplay there. Galul unable to push Bear Tree away as he goes all out over the top of the Shurima Shuffle. Pretty emblematic of that game, Doctor. A bit of a one-sided smash.
Little bit. I mean, I think there were quite a few moments, especially first like 15, 20 minutes, you look at that game, you're like, oh, okay, it's slightly, in Tempest's favor, but, we've got outs here, we've got, KZ's doing all right, he's going to get some items, but it just, each time you take that sort of slice over the course of the game, it's like, well, Tempest are slightly more ahead at 5, and they're slightly more ahead at 10, and so on and so forth, and knowing Tempest, they never give that opportunity to, hand the advantage back over, so whilst it in each individual moment doesn't look like a stomp, when you put the whole thing together, you're like, yeah, there wasn't really a lot going on for Venom Crest there.
Yeah, it started pretty early on as well. We're going to have a look at this top lane dive in just a moment. Here we go. All right, Shosuke comes in, subbing in for Venom Crest today, and this is the Tempest Gaming welcome, isn't it?
Oh, look at that! Dunlossie's made his way over to a lane. As his teammate has blown all of his mana and stacked a wave. Oh, I wonder what he's going to do here. They do a good job, I'll say, of juggling the aggro. You can see here, Dunlossie making sure to take that extra hit so that Bear Tree doesn't pull aggro when he lands that Q, meaning that he can actually get out. If he takes an extra turret hit there, it's a bit over. You're just handing every bit of advantage you got right back over to the Maokai. And then we saw that on top of that, because the Bear Tree lives, Maokai teleports in and then loses a fair few amount of CS trying to cancel recalls, which, ends up setting him a little bit even further behind.
Yeah, it's sort of the beginning, right? Tempest just don't wait to get involved unless he's still like level 3, just rocking up, getting in there. We're gonna look at a play around mid, and we were chatting away. The mid 2v2, I wasn't convinced. I like Azir and Nocturne from this. They're the sides I like to play. But the Ahri vibe really, really worked out.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kusei looking real strong on the Ahri here, and then just AC Puzzle, he resigns his fate there because he gets charmed on his own move speed steroid. He's like, oh, I see. Sprints his way under a turret, sort of a little bit, not quite like running phase rush into a charm, but close enough. And I mean, Kusei he looked good. That was a blind Ari, and he was going crazy on it. Managed to get himself really far ahead and really working well to play with the rest of the team. To get some good trades in lane, and then can start moving around and just start picking up kills left, right, and center until he's got 10 stacks on his Dark Seal.
Let's push forwards a bit to get an idea of how Venom Crest sort of interface with this as a whole team. And at 21 minutes, give or take, there was a bit of a team fight. And it was a bit difficult here. KZ's clearly got some gold stuffed in his wallet, but it's not quite ready.
It is. I mean, KZ was definitely the out for the team here. But there's just so much going on. It's a little bit too difficult for him. So you see Galul, he looks to get the shuffle, but it doesn't really work out. Then Beartree, he can just go crazy with it. It doesn't really matter if Beartree actually gets anyone or if he dies here, because he's just being basically a distraction whilst Dunlossie and Kusei go crazy on the backside. And unfortunately, I think Tempest would have got a lot more if Scream ends up living. He just gets caught out on the back of that fight, so they can't pressure too much. They can't, go for a huge amount of like turrets and Baron and things like that. But if they had that fight, or if Scream had lived, could have been absolutely devastating.
Yeah, it would have been absolutely brutal or wipe. But KZ gets one trade, gets one back, and that's kind of all Venom Crest actually managed. They didn't get a meaningful win throughout this game. They didn't advance their own game state. And at 23, no, we've seen Beartree outplay Galul. We got that one as we came in. Let's have a look at the end of the game as we see the way in which Tempest finally dismantled Venom Crest.
I mean, so we were talking, we were talking before, we were talking in Pick and Ban about how, it's going to be difficult for, Vi and Ari to play dive, but you'll see in this one, this is a bit too far fast. Okay, we've already seen it by this point. There are basically so many different dive options for different players frontline, but they can also play for dive. Yeah. And because there were just too many options, it's things like, we've got to play around the Charm and the Vital and possibly the Cassandra going in, and also we've got to try and, play around the latest product coming out from Renata Glass as well. It's like, well, we can only, kench one thing, right? We can only devour one of those things for the Jinx. And so you'll see here that, what did they end up saying? I think it was the old thing, I don't know, but KZ's just completely zoned out the back of the fight by the Ari, because there's not, Fastleg's not able to peel him any further than that. And then you can see here, if Dunlossie was confident, he's not because he's cringe, he flash ults KZ there, the game's over. But it just seemed like there was a little bit too much weight on KZ's shoulders and a little bit too much that needed to be done by the Kench there, as my camera just despises Dunlossie that much that ends up calling it a day.
It's tough. Galul picked out at the start as well, not ready sort of for the front to back there, and picked out pretty viciously. If we are looking forward to game 2 now, as this is a best of 3 series. We'll see Doctor again in a second. There he is.
He's fixed it. My God.
Tempest made that attacking unit work. That 2v2, the Ari Vi did work. It didn't look like Galul was comfortable anywhere ever. How fast do you think game 2 is going to be if Venom Crest don't adapt? What are they going to do? How effective is it going to be?
I don't think it's going to be that fast, even if Tempest win, because we saw in that game, that they were always just a little bit ahead, a little bit more, and they're like, well, we're never going to throw this one. We'll just wait for the next Drake because we know we're going to get it. We're just at the end, you can see, it's like, yeah, we could try just force an end with, Arya and Vi dive in. It's like, or we could just wait for Baron. We can just wait for Elder. And that's something you'll see a lot coming out of Tempest. So I wouldn't expect the game time to be too low. However, over on the, on the Venom Crest side, we got to start cooking up their special mid jungle combo, right? Like Galul, again, we sort of see it a little bit in this game when he's not ahead, he's not feeling comfortable, he's trying to go and make these plays happen, he's trying to force something, and it's not working out. Now, obviously, he picks the Azir because he wants to get that early prio. Maybe, we do something similar where it's like, okay, we'll just try the Azir again, we're going to pair it up with another strong early jungler, and we're going to ban the Ari, or we're going to just try the matchup a little bit different. Maybe we see something crazy come out from Galul, he plays something, that can go really aggressive really early on, maybe like a Jace or a Yone or something like that, where he knows he's going to have that early pro. He knows he's going to be able to take control of the lane. If he doesn't think he's going to be able to do it versus a control mage coming out from Kusei in a mage matchup, he might get a little bit spicy with it. And once he's taken over mid lane, once they've won the mid jungle this time around, they can start to take that to the rest of the map. Because again, KZ was strong, but they just needed something else on top of that. So maybe we switch it up a little bit in the draft, and Galul can be the one to provide that.
Yeah. The angle, the opportunity for Venom Crest to play through the way they want. I think fast-legged picking up something like the Rakan as well. The Kench clearly not able to interface properly, but right, there was the defensive angle. But yeah, we've got to see some Rakan, we've got to see some Nautilus. I think options for Venom Crest to actually attack and play the game, crucial. They're going to go forwards in this series. Do you think they're going to do it? What's your odds on Venom Crest this game?
Unfortunately, I think it's a bit of a Tempest diff. Actually, no, I like Tempest. Unfortunately, I think Dunloss is going to win. But the rest of the team, it's fortunate. You know, it's I don't know. Maybe is there what I think was Zaya banned that game? Because you get
don't.
Might have
actually, we've got the draft. We've got the draft.
Yeah, we
Scrolling
have it,
back,
haven't
we got a Zaya ban on blue
was a Zaya
Tempest
ban. I was like,
did
yeah,
deny
that's
that.
kind of the problem, right? Like, just based off that game alone, where we're looking at KZ trying to go crazy with it, you really want him on something where he can have a lot of agency, a lot of potential to go forward. And I'm trying to think what else, what other options there may be. Maybe something even like a Sivir. It's not really agency, but I think the thing is when the comp we saw there was built around, not necessarily built around him, because you would hope the mid lane would do better as well. But it's like, yeah, Nocturne, Maokai, and Kench, they're all just sort of supplementary. And then we see what happens. Like, well, top lane loses instantly off the back of that dive, and then that means the jungle's not going great. So maybe if we could put some more power into those other positions, as opposed to need them to play around the KZ win con, you know, maybe the game could be a bit closer, because these teams, they did seem pretty close for most of that game. If Venom Crest could have got a foothold somewhere,
let's see.
Maybe they could have
get
ran
that
up.
foothold as we are into draft for game number 2.
Pause champ. All right.
Let's
Let's see what's going on. We have
we're
not
at the
swapped
start
sides
this time. Let's see.
We have not spawned in with 6 bans already on the table. Excellent times.
Ornn coming out, I'm not surprised. I think if you're a superstar substitute top laner as a tank player, then, you know, don't give him all of the tools. Don't give him all of the toys out of the box.
Bear Tree probably have something custom to deal with that one anyway. Probably ends up locking in Vlad or something. But for now, actually, no. I tell you what, he does not lock something that's not that can't build Sundera. I'm pretty sure that's the main the main tech for Bear Tree. If it can't build a Sheen, he doesn't want it. It's bruisers only. But right now, the bans, 5 out of 5, identical as last game.
All right, let's see if we make it 6. 6 would be the Orianna here from Venom Crest. We are playing back on the same side, so clear Venom Crest has chosen red. They might be able to use that late count to pick Orianna again. So we're doing a straight salty run back, Doctor.
I don't love that for the for Venom Crest, but I mean, you really don't want to deal with any of the other picks that were just presented to you. Maybe the Jarvan's okay, because then you can trade, Syndra for Cassante or something like that. You can, if Jarvan is first picked, you can grab the Syndra or Cassante. Whichever one isn't picked, you can get. So, not a huge fan of running it back in its entirety. And
I'm a fan of this. The run back is broken. It's over.
I'll tell you what, you know what top lane matchup is reasonable against Cassante?
Oh, no.
It's already been locked in, lads. Let's get the Rakan going. You will not win your lane, but you might win someone else's. Unfortunately, the Shen.
I think the Shen will offer the same dichotomy, though, right?
I'll tell you, no, he won't, because Shen, cringe, has 150 range or whatever he has, maybe 175. Rakan top, 300 range melee grasp procs. Cassante cannot touch him. Cassante will turbo scale, get a free lane. He will have 3 items at the 18-minute mark, but you're going to have a lot of grasp procs on that Rakan, let me tell you. Well, they did run Sivir. I'm the GOAT. How do I do it?
Pretty popular pick this weekend.
Well,
Iberian Cup come the series earlier today. We've seen a lot of Sivir, the scaling AD carry. Just trying to, catch wave somewhere, keep it nice and happy, be someone else in the side lane so you can pick that control mage. Syndra ban away, even though Orianna's off the table. Venom Crest here really trying to double down on not letting Dunlozy have a zone of control.
A little bit scared, all right, on this one. Not handing over any of them control mages to Qsay. Trying to think what else is left available for him. And I mean, last time we saw the Silas was banned out as the choice. However, you're not going to be blind picking that one this time as So, okay, no one else is playing. If these guys weren't cringe, if someone else was going to play Rakan top, you would have the kingdom flex right now, because you'd have 3 support options, 3 top lane options, And then if you grab a different jungler, like you've got options as well, right? Unfortunately, yuck, we're just going to run Rakan bot. So probably going to be Trundle jungle. Probably not going to be a River Shen.
Ooh, all right, Lissandra. Nice to deny the Akali all in. Try and pick out the assassin. Also makes Nocturne's job very hard, very exciting. And then with KZ's late game, Sivir, quite a presence there. I don't know if Venom Crest can't manage this front line with Trundle, with Shen, Lissandra to lock people down, the Rakan to like interface their own way in. I think they've got everything they didn't have last game. Do you think it's going to be enough?
Maybe. I mean, it is worth noting that obviously the Trundle and Trundle Cassandra interaction very similar to Rammus to Sejuani. Cassandra just loses flat armor when he ults, right? So if you can pop your ult on him before that happens, you're just going to get boom, instant one tap, great counter. Very easy way to deal with him, even if it's after he ults, right? Cassandra is very squishy when he ults, so even if you don't manage to get the subjugate off first, that can be a great tool at your disposal just to peel your carry. On top of that, as you said, you're going to have the Lissandra, who's going to be able to peel away any sort of diving assassins, and you've also got a Shen ult as well. So you've got yourself a couple of options. Unfortunately, you do also have to play with Shen, and you have to play with Trundle jungle, which, as much as I love it, cannot really compare to the clear speed of a Nocturne. So if Dunlossie does his classic just farm until a lane is diveable tech, he should be in a reasonable spot.
Yeah, and then, you are pretty short range for Venom Crest into something like the Jinx. The Jinx who can stand up twice as well. Diving, coming forwards onto a Renata, never easy. So you do have to rely on Tempest sort of coming to you, which is potentially risky if they get to objectives first, if they manage to set up. And with their level of strength and the amount of wins, clean wins they've had this season, we'd kind of expect it.
I mean, you do also, if you're Tempest here, right? I'm trying to think, how does it go if you 1-3-1? Because on the one hand, you've got two people who are reasonable in the split with your Cassandra Akali, and Nocturne can just join them, right? He can just pull up, and you have Renata to peel for your Jinx if you get forced on a mid. But is the Renata going to be enough? Looking through, it's like, if Lissandra comes over the wall and there's a Shen ult on top of that, or Fast Leg swings around a corner and he's got Shirelia and Sivir movement speed, there might be enough to force through it. So it's really going to come down to
they've got to have the fast legs, is what you're saying. They've got to sprint.
Pretty much. That man's got to be sending it. I mean, I don't know. I want to say that it's like I like the Tempest comp here, but I don't know. Venom Crest, they just got things I like. I like playing Shen. I like Trundle jungle. Sivir can go crazy with it, and it's going to give KZ that little bit of safety that he needed to really push them over the line last game. So I love what Venom Crest are doing here and what they're trying. But at the end of the day, I don't know, Tempest might just do some Tempest things.
Yeah, I once again think like Venom Crest's draft in itself is nicely contained. They've got a nice strategy. I really like Nocturne just being able to stand behind Akali on a side lane though. I'm not sure they're going to get over that. And we're going to presume that Kusai, who's just done so well this split on mid lane, just being in lane, is likely to come out even or ahead, which just makes the Akali such a threat post 11 when you can just one-tap pretty much everything that can't go into stasis.
Well, there's going to be some notes here. One, is Kusai going to be running Cleanse, or is he going to go for TP or Ignite? Obviously, TP, great for the 1-3-1. Cleanse, he could get a little bit ruined. However, my slight concern here is that if you give me Galul with a Trundle jungle, I'm like, oh, we're going crazy with it. There's a level 1 invade, there's a level 2 invade, there's a level 3 invade.
We've got a 2v2, right? We're going to fight fight it every chance.
So I used to play a lot of, it was like Aftershock, Trundle jungle, and it was this more like supportive build, more tank build. It was really fun. It was I think there was some Nidhogg. King Nidhogg used to play it a lot. That guy hates streaming.
Fan of Nidhogg. Great job.
I hate watching that stream. Holy, he hates his job. But it was fun, and I played a lot. And I played it in comp. I played it in like Newell. Well, I haven't watched it for years, but I used to play it in like Newell and Belong and stuff. And then one day, I think it was Divinus. He said, "He's like, why did you do this?" And I'm like, "Oh, because you have really short cooldown on the pillar, and you have a." After it gets deceptively tanky, he's like, yeah, but why do you not just go PTA, run in their jungle, and just roll them level 3? I'm like, he's made a really compelling point here. Like the Trundle support, it was fun, but it's like, damage Trundle could just be better. So that's my problem here. Butthole
We
might
do
not
have to go
the
to Game
option.
Doctor. I gotta stop you. I gotta stop
He
you.
might. He wants to run in. He might not be able to because he has Liss. Like, how's he going to invade?
It's got a 2v2 like no one ever could. Venom Crest Serpent, your backs are up against the wall to drop to the lower bracket and meet VZK. Nearly in the near future. Tempest Gaming look to continue the series undefeated. We're on to game 2.
Venom Crest. They are indeed backs against the wall, but that's not to say that a loss here would be the end of the split, of course. We still have that lower bracket. You could sit atop that bracket awaiting the winner of Ruddy versus VZK. But let's not worry about that. Let's not look at the cute little deer. This is the little guy, ready to observe the carnage.
I'm not happy.
You're not happy? Why are you not happy, friend?
There's a Sivir in my game.
Did you watch the other series today, where Gino
No, I
played
was
3
at
games
work,
of
believe it or
Sivir and
not.
had great games on all 3?
I was at work.
Watch back those games, and
I will never root for a Sivir, and nobody can change my mind.
fast liked doing that little bit of cheeky Rakan. Buzzy doesn't previously. No, there is the hits coming through. Unless Bartoldi wants to start Pillar, I don't think Buzzy's in all that much danger. Handshake stunning into every single member of Venom Crest. And Buzzy does the see ya.
There is one quite big saving grace for Venom Crest here, and it is that Tempest are playing a very similar game that you wanted to last time, but you're playing a good front-to-back comp, and you have ways of dealing with their dive. You have Lissandra, you have Trundle, you have Shen, you have Rakan. You have ways to stop them just being on top of your face. And Rakan is something that I've wanted to see this series, because both of these supports have played it very, very well. Fast-legged, I believe, in the series against DMG, played it twice, had 2 very stellar performances on it.
Sure did.
Can we see it translated this game? I hope so, because you've got a very good team to play around it with, especially with a Shen there. Your engages become lethal.
Yeah, press quickness, follow that up with the Stand United. Oh, I'm gonna have to brush off my my Shen knowledge. Oh,
It's been a while.
yeah. I'm trying to remember, is it Twilight Assault, Spirit's Refuge, Shadow Dash?
Stand
Yeah.
United and Key
Yeah.
Barrier.
I mean, yes, but how relevant will that be?
I don't know, Key Barrier could save him.
You're not wrong. But anyway,
I know.
Shoska is doing fine into, the early Cassante. It's... Oh, misses the Shadow Dash, though. That could be pretty rough. Battery. Look to find the Q3 onto there.
Galul really trying to prove that last game was a one-off this game, I think. Going for something like this Lissandra, you've got a lot of agency. You can pair up with your jungler very well.
Speaking of agency, Bartoldi making his way in. Buzzy had to burn the flash already. Has not leveled up the bailout. And it will be one more whack with the slugger of Bartoldi to take that one down for first blood.
You could see Bartoldi wanting to give it across to KZ, but the target focus had already switched on to Scream. Had to pick it up for himself. But a Trundle with an early kill, you're not going to complain. You're not going to complain at all.
Oh, no.
You can go and make
Absolutely
this Nocturne's life a living nightmare.
Yeah, it also went for the very fast level 3 clear. We see that Wolves, Chickens, Krugs still up and available. So he did, Bartoldi, affect his own clear quite a bit. In order to do that, we see he's already 10 CS down towards Dunlosi, who has done the Dunlosi clear.
Can't keep getting away with it.
Just show me a game where he hasn't, is the statement.
This one, actually.
He's currently looking to step in towards Bartoldi. And, well, yep, has the level 4. And Bertree in within assistance range, shall we say. So that will be...
Select has found the level 2 Renata. Still no BNL. We could see supportal combat.
Yeah, but that's like even less interesting than watching 2 tanks fight. Like,
I don't know.
neither's
Watching a
ever gonna kill
Rakan
the
and a
other.
Renata slap each other
They're
and
never
shoot
gonna
each
kill
other.
each other. It's okay. It's like
Tell
funny
that
in the
to
Schadenfreude
Doctor,
sense.
the resident Rakan top lane player.
Yeah, but he doesn't get kills. He's basically just playing. It's basically just having a second support on your team that gets like slightly more gold. As Battery having a slightly rough moment into Joska here, will be able to get out. The Shen. Yeah, very, very strong in those early trades, especially if you pull the Twilight Assault, get that blade right back through the Cassante, who is wanting to play towards you, generally speaking. So getting that empowered, those extra empowered auto attacks, pretty easy to do.
Yeah, absolutely is. Managed to crash the wave and get a recall. Seeing Kusai sitting on first back. Galul not yet gone back to bases, going now. And bot lane, gonna be a bit of a snooze fest for now, I would wager.
I mean, we got 2 scaling carries and 2 supports who are pretty damn good at keeping them alive. Bartholdi.
Kusai might be in a bit of
Towards
trouble.
Kusai here, flashes but misses the wall. There is the pillar coming out as well. Can they find the damage? Dunlosi now looking to come in. Shuriken flip. Does not find Bartholdi, and the play is diffused. That could have been real dangerous for Kusai.
No Frozen Tomb, can't lock this Akali down longer than a couple of seconds. But now you're playing with fire.
Level 6 has now come through for Kusai, and of course we still know that Dunlosi is in the vicinity. That's the level 6 though. Looking for the Frozen Tomb. Dunlosi is simply going to walk away. One more auto from Galul will lock down the kill. And Kusai.
The Kusai doth giveth, and the Kusai doth taketh away.
Well, playing with Frost, I guess.
Get out. It's a more accurate duo, at least.
Yes.
But
like,
yeah.
Lissandra is like Trundle's boss, effectively.
Yeah, basically. But that is dictionary definition Kusai, where you'll have one really, really good game. And then you'll have one game where you just try and get overconfident and get away with murder, and, well, you pay with your own life, like we see there.
The game is very young, Jika, and we know that Kusai is not exactly the kind of player to let a single death phase him. So, the early game has started out very nicely for the side of Venom Crest. Dunlosi is very much committing to the heavy counter jungling, which, since Bartholdi is 1-0-1 right now, try and maximize that. In fact, Dunlosi Kusai currently just sat in the top side. Are they just waiting for Bartholdi?
No,
okay, they are. They are actually good. But it looked like they were expecting Bartholdi to just like come around the corner any second. Just like, all right, we're just gonna get him. All right, he's gonna walk around the corner and we're gonna get him.
But he's not gonna walk around the corner, and you're not gonna get him.
No, they were not able to do that. In fact, as Dunlosi has actually found his level 6 here, looking towards the Krugs as well. Looks like he will try and walk this one out. Bartholdi is in chase. The paranoia does get used on towards Shoska. It's pretty damn tanky right now. Does have to flash out. The pillar will now come down from Bartholdi. He is only level 5 right now.
Fast legs
is coming in as well. Battery and Dunlosi. They're not going to try anything too fancy. They are just going to walk that one out.
Slow but steady wins the race, but Kusai.
He's putting some damage onto Fastlight, but how much danger is he truly in? The all-out onto Bartholdi takes him into the pit, and Fastlight gets completely removed. Bartholdi gonna have to flash, but Battery is on the chase, and Tofo Strike not gonna be able to pull him back, and that will allow Dunlosi to get the Herald started off. So, very early game started out Venom Crest favored, but Tempest more than able to bite back.
Very good play there from Battery, just kind of taking the escape route for Fastlegged away, forcing Fastlegged to fall to the perfect execution of Kusai. Gets this Akali properly onto the board. But it's a big but. Now we need to see Bartholdi and Galul moving together. And it looks like bot lane may be the planned.
It's just Counter-Strike. Enemy spotted. They're quite close to their own turret right now. Fastlight spotted. I don't believe they have vision on Galul Bartholdi. With the 4 of them, there's also TP available for Battery. TP not long from being up for Kusai also. Dunlosi is in the vicinity. They're going to try and pull the button straight away. The damage coming through onto Scream. The bailout will not... Oh, it will actually. They resist coming through. They are able to get Fast-legged down, so Scream does not perish. Shoska comes through with the stand united, but he's finding himself in a world of hurt. No Shadow Dash to get out, and Dunlosi picks up 2 kills off of that trade.
What looked like a really well-executed dive went completely sideways as KZ not able to find a way to get to Scream as those TPs do complete. Meanwhile, Kusai just picking up wave after wave, absorbing every resource known to man.
And Buzzy.
While this play goes on bot side, that's one scary Akali if she goes unchecked for much longer.
Buzzy, though, the heroic sacrifice, gets the bailout onto Scream, sacrifices, pays with his own life to ensure that Fastleg goes down so that his carry might live. And now, the gold evens back up. Tempest ahead on the kills right now. Dunlosi still has that Rift Herald, that potential gold, sat in pocket. Where do you think you want it going?
Mid. Unlock this Akali properly. Need to get Kusai out of lane and influencing things so this Jinx can really come into the game. It'll be a very different story if Jinx can't get into the game while Akali is running away with it, because Akali only so good at deleting 1 or 2 people, especially with the anti-dive comp we are looking at coming out of Venom Crest.
Well, right now, he's seemingly quite content with taking jungle camps. A bit of an altercation in the jungle. Bartholdi looking for somebody to beat onto. Buzzy, Scream. Might be aware of his presence, actually. Scream might find himself into some trouble, though. There's a TP coming out from Galul towards the bot side. Scream will get hit up with the Frozen Tomb. No cleanse, no hope. Bartholdi will pick up a second.
Would have liked to have seen that kill go on to KZ, really let this Eddie carry start to get to a point of real power. But giving it to a Trundle, also not the worst thing in the world, coming up to that mythic item completed. Kusai.
Gotta be careful, buddy. There is the perfect execution coming through, followed up almost immediately with the paranoia. We only need to see another dash forwards for Dunlosi to get that shutdown onto Bartholdi. The attempted chase back was there with Galul and Fastlake, but again, another handshake from Buzzy disabuses any notion.
And we're just seeing Tempest play really, really nicely around the safety this Akali can have. The Shroud, the Shuriken Flip, the perfect execution. You have so many different ways to keep yourself out of harm's way while also pumping damage with this Proto Belt fully completed at this point. It's a very scary situation to find themselves in. And meanwhile, Scream, more than happy to just sit and absorb minions, absorb XP, absorb tower plates in this bot side.
And Shoska, give some credit to him. He has obviously suffered a death thus far, but doing pretty well into Battery, is trading pretty evenly. Rift Herald did get summoned up, I'm not sure where exactly, as Ghost plus on the whole... Oh, there it is. As the catch from Shoska is able to hit on towards Buzzy. Scream going very, very low. We'll probably wait for the last second bailout. Doesn't quite happen, as Shoska will be able to pick that one up. And we also have to talk in, of course, the Shen does give that extra global ability, be able to be at any play he likes. And yeah, he's just going to casually TP back top, catch that wave, prevent Battery from going on.
Realistically lost nothing for that play.
Shoska is so confident right now, despite the fact that Battery is doing... What? Oh my god! Shoska! He flashes in!
Solo
What?
kill?
What?
We missed a fight in the bot side.
This is the same Kazante, right? And the Super Mega Death Rocket isn't going to do anything. Key Barrier keeps him alive. KZ in the meantime gets caught out by Dunlosi towards the bottom side with a Stride Breaker completed. No Ghost, no On the Hunt. It's going to be a tough ask to get out of that one.
Blimey, this is a spicy game, Brackish. This is a very spicy game, and it could go either way. It very easily could. Shoska finding the solo kill onto Battery that he gave over last game, going blow for blow across these 2 games. You look at the golds.
Is Shen the tag? Is Shen the tag? For dealing with Kazante?
600 lead in mid and about a 1300 lead in jungle for Tempest. That's where all of this gold is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big lead.
Bartleby. Obviously, teams scrapping over the Herald that is just about to spawn. There it is.
Bears
right now.
worth mentioning. 2 Drakes have gone over to the side of Venom Crest.
That they have. 3 minutes until the next one comes up. We are again on the Infernal Rift. And it seems like... I think Tempest have been ignoring the Drakes for the most part to let Scream scale up. Because he's only just really completed the Kraken Slayer. First turret did get picked up by Bertrand towards the bot side. Shoska finds the catch in the choke point. Buzzy uses the bailout on himself, but here's the damage coming forwards, and it's a lot of people hurting a lot. Galul dropping so very low. Dunlosi going to be able to take that one down. Shoska still doing the damage. Bartholdi beating on in as well. One more hit would do it for Dunlosi. Bertri still doing a decent chunk with the all-out, but fast-legged well in chase. Bartholdi, you got to be careful, my man. There is the catch. Shoska peels back from Dunlosi. Will be able to save his jungler from an Intofo to the face. And Venom Crest can still peel on back for the second Herald. Woo!
Whoever said you needed damage dealers?
No.
Both AD carries and mid laners fell really early on in that fight.
Nah.
That was a wet noodle fight. Through and through.
Yep. I mean, I don't know if you can call... I mean, look at that club. I don't think you can call that a wet noodle. That is hurting at this point.
Yeah, but you can't call Intofos a spectral blade or, you know, shadow claws a wet noodle either, but it definitely looked like it.
You make a fair point.
Just saying.
Right now, actually, I do really like the Divine Sundra pickup from Bartholdi. So opting for a much more bruisery Trundle. And of course, I mean, if he wants stats, then he can just take him off the bear tree. Can just press the subjugate and
Battery
get all
not
of the
going
armor and
Jack
magic
Show
resist.
either, which is something we tend to see quite commonly.
Yeah, has just gone for the...
IPG.
I was going to call it Frostfire Gauntlet, but that's what... I didn't know.
IPG is back, baby.
Yeah, but I remember, like, Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal back in, like, Season 6, Season 7, which was just pain.
Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal is still a thing.
No.
Yes.
No. Please
Yes.
no.
Yes.
I always say,
as
if
it
there's a
used to be, but
problem
it's
with
still
the
a thing.
game, then look at Ezreal, because he'll tell you.
It's not as good as it used to be. No, that's not true anymore. Just look at, like, any other AD carry. Because, I mean, Ezreal's the only one that hasn't been building lethality.
That's fair. Now, Herald will get put down into the mid lane. I don't think there's much that Screaming Buzzy can do to stop Shirley from knocking down this
It's a good-
tier 1 turret.
Good place
And
as well.
drops. Doesn't quite kill the turret. In fact, Bartoli gonna get pulled back. Paranoia coming out. The subjugate will indeed allow Bartoli the out. Kusai TPing in.
TP.
Yeah. Kusai
Venom Crest
looks
getting
for
away
the
with
play.
murder.
Bear Tree tries to find Bartoldi also. In the meantime, Shoska chilling towards the top side of the map. Has TP, has Stand United up and available. Tempest Gaming, however, looking to start off this Drake.
Venom Crest
There
getting
is
away with
Stand
murder.
United coming through as Bartoldi goes a little bit low. Kusai looking for the angle in. Bertri goes all out looking for the damage. Kusai deletes Galul in the backside of the fight. Bertri still tanking everything. Shoska dropping low. Scream. One more hit would do it. They're trying to chase it forwards as Shoska finds the rampage. Taking down Bertri on the outside. Kusai still looking for his prey. Bartoldi is going to be the first victim. The chase is there. KZ marked with the shuriken flip, but Kusei will hold his nerve, will not chase any further. Tempest Gaming get their prize. They deny the dragon stacking away from Venom Crest.
I mean, Venom Crest had no reason to take that fight. They could have just left it, especially with how much they got away with on the fight before that. You give away the Drake, it's not the end of the world, it's their first dragon, but a little over-eager on the fight, thinking we're a little bit stronger, can't quite make it happen. And so Tempest, they find another fight that realistically gives them a lead they should never have had after how many resources they just burned.
Again, though, I need to highlight Shoska. Night and day from game 1, it feels like. The Maokai really, really struggled in lane. Got bullied. You know, had that dive. This game, Shen, he has got Bear Tree's number, it feels, in a lot of these plays. He has found 4 kills. He has been present for all of these fights. Stand United, teleport, able to influence the map in a really meaningful way. And Scream, like, this Jinx is not safe from the Shen. If you get the blade pulled back through you after a taunt, he can probably remove a good 2/3 of your health.
Possibly even more. Possibly even more. We are looking at... I'm not sure what mythic he's going. Honestly, there's a cloth armor in inventory along with a giant
Heart
spell.
Steel, potentially?
Doesn't feel like a cloth armor.
I mean, the cloth armor might just be there for like from Bramble Vest, maybe?
Quite possibly. We'll have to see as the game goes onwards.
Is that a reason that Shen isn't that popular anymore? That it doesn't have a particularly good mythic? Dunlosi, are you able to find a fair chunk of damage on towards Bartholdi, but now it's the Trundle that's opening up. Kusai trying to get away from this play. KZ actually kind of lets him be as he tries to make his way out. Frozen Tomb will land on in. The Blast Cone gets Kusai out. He is stuck between 2 towers right now. The chase is still here from Venom Crest, but it feels like the Akali will be able to get away from this one. Shosuke went down in the play.
Tempest now just finding these smaller leads again. But the team fight, Venom Crest are coming so close. It'll get to a point where Tempest can't really match them in the 5v5. The question is, how long is it going to take to get to that point? Because we're getting to this point now where you have to start fighting for objectives and you're still not winning these outright 5v5s. You're not winning the front to backs.
Not right now. KZ has got that second item completed with the Navori. Obviously be able to chunk through those waves even better with boomerangs, with ricochets. And the map falls a little bit quiet. 2 minutes until the next Drake spawns. Baron up and available, but not really going to want to start it without good reason to do so. That said, this Venom Crest composition, in fact, both of these compositions, pretty damn quick at taking Barons.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming out of both these AD objectives.
Might be in some trouble, gets rooted up, use the perfect execution going into the Frozen Tomb as well. And the Stand United going to try and help it out. The flash from Galul will mean Kusai's demise.
800 gold
be
in the back pocket of the ice switch.
Oh, yes.
It's a lot.
Does Venom
and now,
Crest want
we're looking at
more?
posture on the Baron.
Yes. No? No. They don't want to start it off right now.
Maybe.
They're currently just stepping in for vision. Looking to take away this blue buff as well. Dunlosi is here. Sadly, I think he will just have to watch as that one gets taken away. Venom Crest keeping it measured. They don't feel like they want to risk going for a Baron flip right now. We're still waiting. 45 seconds on this next Infernal Drake. It still would be soul point for Venom Crest if they're able to pick it up. But Tempest Gaming right now stepping into the topside river, clearing out all of the vision just placed by Venom Crest, as if daring them, as if going, hey bro, watch out. We might starve the Baron. Ooh.
The kinks in the armor that we saw on Tempest.
Fast-legged looks for and will be able to find Kusai. The hostile takeover is able to keep him safe for a moment. Paranoia used but not activated fully. Dunlosi did not use the dash part. And the teams, they jockey for position. TP coming out from Kusai is able to return to the base. Shosuke taking a decent chunk. Galul has to go golden. No Frozen Tomb available. Flashes away. Tries to survive, but is unable to do so. A Scream is now opening up on the Jinx. Spirit's Refuge helps keep Venom Crest alive a moment longer, but Shosuke will drop. Fast-legged is on the run. KZ fleeing from behind his own turrets as the all-out from Bear Tree will find the kill onto Bartholdi, and behind him, Tempest Surge, and without losing a single member, they will clear Venom Crest off the rift.
And exactly like I was saying beforehand, they were weathering a storm they should never have needed to weather. The outright 5v5 team falls victim again to the pick comp. They step too far forwards. gunning to kill one and lose their entire team for it. The dragon is up. That's the second dragon of the game for Tempest, and they're back in their base in the mid lane.
And it was Galul. Goes too far forwards. Has to burn the Zhonyas with no means of egress. There was no way that Venomcrest were going to be able to extract him from that situation. And the chase down, once Scream gets excited, so difficult to get away from. There was no real means of engage onto the Jinx either. Galul looking at Scream in the mid lane, not quite able to find the angle in. And this Jinx did have a relatively rough early game, but he's now hit those 2 items. He is pretty much dead even in gold, I would imagine, with KZ. In fact, probably slightly in the advantage. The fact that he's got that extra few assists. If we're going to have a check at the gold actually right now, I think it would be a nice way to see what we're doing in the overall scheme of things. And Shoska, I spot an Anathema's Chains in inventory.
There is an Anathema's Chains in inventory. Going to drop that onto Scream. Make the fights that little bit harder for him. To see how much effect it has. At least I'm imagining it's going to go on to Scream. I mean, they've had Vision of Scream since it got built, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's onto Kusai.
It would make sense. It basically would allow Shoska to build pure armor at that point. The entire rest of Tempest comp, there is next to no magic damage.
Yeah. I would like to see if it has indeed gone down onto Kusai. If at all possible.
We'll check an eye in. I imagine it has. Production, if we can get that confirmed, whether or not Kusai is the one targeted by the Anathema's Chains. We'll let you know on that one. Right now, Tempest. Yeah,
yes.
There it is. Tempest shoving in the mid lane once again. Making sure Venomcrest are unable to contest them for vision. And now will be the time they start up the Baron. Kusai being engaged upon, the TP being pulled from Bear Tree, but the Baron's health dropping lower. Bartoldi looking to step into the river, but he's taking all of this damage from Kusai. Manages to get his Sterax procced. He's got quite a lot of health, but he's getting beaten onto as Dunlosi pulls the trigger. They're looking for the damage. Scream gets disrupted by Fastlegs. He will go down eventually. KZ gets found towards the backside, but Bear Tree is ripping them apart towards the back of the fight, and Scream is able to free hit. It is Galul standing for but a moment longer. Shoska will be able to pick up one more from Scream, though. He holds up the Super Mega Death Rocket. Picks up another. Call that a quadra as Scream and Buzzy go charging down the mid lane.
And Bear Tree finding another insane engage onto KZ. The damage, the only damage that comes from this team in consistent amounts is this Sivir. And she has been caught fight after fight after fight by this top laner. Bear Tree proving that no matter what, no matter the odds, no matter the lane, he will be useful. And Scream picking up a beautiful quadra kill off the back of the rest of the fight. Could have been the Penta, but Bear Tree said, no, this is mine. I've worked hard for this. I have a point to prove. Venomcrest, they need something to go their way. Still not 3 items on this Sivir. Your 5v5 is stunted until you get this Sivir online.
Yeah, he's been leapfrogged by Scream in quite a big way. Now up to 3.5 items. There is the 3rd item actually completed for KZ with the Lord Dominic's. But still half an item down. Scream, of course, only has the Last Whisper in inventory right now, but still doing more than enough damage to be a turbo threat to every member of Venomcrest. If we look at this gold, we see about 2,000 difference in the jungle alone. Dunlosi has been having a Dunlosi game, only died once thus far. It has been exactly where he needs to be at the right time. Found those plays.
This is bold.
Venomcrest they step forwards, fast-legged, looking to find the damage on towards Kusai again, but they, again, have to very heavily commit here. Stand United comes out, though. There is the perfect execution still trying. There's the Ring of Frost. Kusai so low, they're not able to get him, and so much from Venom Crest has been burned. Screamer's now opening up. One more hit onto Galul would have done it. Beartree now looking to open up as well as Delosi has found the flank angle, the all-out, and it's going to be Scream, shout, run, Venom Crest, but you are not going to be given an ounce of mercy. 4 members drop in the top side. River and Tempest are going to the grand finals.
The Serpents are caught in the eye of the storm as Beartree, Donlosi, and Scream tear Venom Crest apart. You've heard that reptiles can regrow their tails, but not today, says Tempest, as they have worked all split long, keeping that first place, keeping that one spot, and now they ascend to the grand finals. What a game day from Tempest. We saw so many kinks in their armor against Ruddy. They looked beatable. We said, Venom Crest, this is the team that does it. And it seems that they've lost Inno, and everything fell apart.
What a statement.
This is a statement win from Tempest. This is them saying, you thought we were beatable. You thought that we could be dealt with. Nah, we're fine. We're here to advance. We're here to win. And with so many storied players on the roster, you would be damned if they didn't.
They do now ascend, as you say. The grand finals will await them next Saturday. We've got plenty of time before then, though. We still have to find out who goes on to face them. Venom Crest. They are beaten but not defeated. They will go down into the lower bracket to await the winner of Ruddy versus VZK next week. I believe it's Monday, Thursday, those two matches.
Monday, Thursday,
and then we'll have the grand finals.
Lower bracket, and then Saturday is the grand finals. And Venom Crest, now the Cerberus to Tempest Hades, that gatekeeper for that grand finals. We could see one of 2 rematches, or we could see VZK make the run. They could descend their way down the layers of hell.
Or will it be the Devils breaking out of hell?
Could also be. The Devils are on the up.
We will find out next week. Before that, however, we'll send it back across after a short break to Doctor and Temporal to close out that series and what was a truly statement win for Tempest Gaming.
Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you win a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Oh my.
Or Pog U. Gamers here in the building today as Temporal has dipped. It is the internet problems have not stopped at Just Trajan and some of the players, but also Temporal as well. So for the final bit of the desk, you'll be seeing Azika once again.
Hello. Back.
Mamma mia. What a time to be alive. In either case, Tempest have, pretty confidently locked themselves in that finals spot after going 2-0 here today. Now, the second game, must be said, not quite as crispy clean as the first one. Again, the first one not so much dominating, but they were always ahead. But this time, it looked like there was a bit of back and forth.
There absolutely was. I mean, Venom Crush were finding a lot of different things in the game. Picking up Bullseye, picking up Scream, sometimes even picking up Bear Tree. But then it got to a point where their big carry hadn't come online. So they weren't putting out in the outright 5v5s that their comp would have been so much better in. And they also just weren't finding the big Rakan Shen engages that I would have loved to have seen coming from Shotka and Fastlane. Because I think that duo is insane. You can get a quickness brand and freeze into the Stand United Shadow Dash. You've pretty much just brought up half of the team in TC so your Civic can free fire away. Didn't see it. And it just kind of made the fight a little bit harder for them to try and navigate.
I mean, yeah, the fights weren't too great, but I say the early game started off pretty well. All things considered, we've got a couple of replays that we can go ahead and jump on into. We had a pretty strong start coming on through with First Blood, gone ahead and picked up here for Butholdy, which is what you want to do. You want to have your Trundle going crazy with it early on. As I don't know, this is the clip I wanted, so we can send this one. This is what I meant. As we had a nice little start. Well, it comes through. Oh no, it's either way, it's good. As it comes through, and again, it looks decent enough. We do end up losing out the record, but we get a little bit here. Oh, what hasn't happened on this one? I was careful. Oh no, this is the one where Screaming lives. Oh,
Bail out is perfect time.
it's Yeah.
You go,
No, it's not the one I meant. It is. Yeah, it looks very similar at the start. Yeah, so a bit unlucky in that regard because it started off looking pretty good, right? Again, I'm gonna say what I was gonna say anyway. Yeah, they had the trundle dive come on through, get ahead early, but unfortunately, then you get that dive. And before that dive happened, we also had the fact that Trundle was just running around the map trying to make stuff happen, and it didn't really happen. And whilst this is going on, Dunlosty's doing it again, and he's full clearing on Nocturne, which is something that we sort of talked a little bit about going on in into the draft. We're like, hey, this Trundle is great if he can actually run in and start fighting in jungle. If he can't, Nocturne's kind of just going to lawnmower it. So it goes a little bit rough. But there was some saving grace as we saw, up in the top lane, a little bit of cheeky solo bolo action. So we're like, okay, this isn't the, series one. This is just Shoska having an easy opportunity to go ahead and be a threat himself in this game. Oh, yeah.
kind of run them down. This is one of
I
the
mean,
big right?
yeah, it's definitely like a matchup thing, right? Because Cassante, sort of like a Lowy, is just like, he can't actually go away. Like, he can only go, if he's going forward, he's chilling. But if you can get him in a position where he's on the back foot, he is not happy about it. And so you can start to run him down. And whilst we had that solo kill come out there, we didn't see too much more pressure applied in the side lane, partially because of the team fights. But again, going on into the next replay, going into the fight around the second Herald, coming around about, somewhere around the 15-minute mark. This looks pretty good. Again, coming through Venom Crest.
It's Nocturne and Sante versus what is essentially Trundle and Shen. Not giving too much to this situation. And it just shows that this game,
Tell you what.
it wasn't decided by the carries.
Tell you what, Cassante nearly turns that. If the knockup comes out a little bit earlier so that he doesn't actually get knocked up by the Rakan, he's going to get his own auto, he's going to get Grasp, he's going to get Omnivamp, he's going to get healing. There's a world where it turns around. But again, it looks good for Venom Crest in that moment, right? They had definitely a much stronger showing coming on into this second game. They had multiple fights that coming out ahead. They had a strong enough early game, but they couldn't quite get over that hump, and this
Very similar issues that they had in game one, where the entire game is on KZ's shoulders. Sharing. KZ had a champion where it's all on your shoulders. You can just run away with the game. You're on the Jing. Didn't quite have the front line to match. This game, though, you're on the Sivir. You need your team to be a bit more cohesive around you. You're not a great solo damage source. Because Bassandra are very good at blowing up one person or healing the back line. Not amazing at fight the player around so Sivir can free fire. Any other AD carry, and I think you're looking at a fine game state at this point because you're not relying on 4 items Sivir, it's just coming in both through the entire team.
And we can sort of see, a little bit of a demonstration coming on in here. Again, looks good because we get the big lockdown onto Kusei, but Kusei's invisible. He sits inside a smoke, can't quite get finished off, can't quite get picked, and that's a lot of resources burnt on this Akali just to get nothing. Kusei can obviously just recall TP back in, and it's like, well, now what's happening? We don't have the Sandra ult, which means the Sandra's just not really a champion, and Kusei can go crazy with it. He can just start tearing up the backline. That's going to get Scream a reset, and suddenly the whole plan of how we want to play out a fight has not really come to fruition. And this is a little bit what you're talking about. It's like, yeah, sure, KZ's untouched. He's doing pretty well. But it is just at this point, that maybe 2.5 item Sivir, it's not quite cooking enough. It's not quite getting through the front line like you would hope for it to. And from then on, from sort of that moment, that's when the snowball really started to come through for Tempest. That was the moment where they really, got their foot in the door and said, okay, now we're going to start kicking the door in, as we'll see in our final replay of essentially the final fight.
Yeah, and the final fight, see, Venom Crest are playing extra. They're forcing to get to the big behind quite hard. They'll get the chunk, then the takeover now. Shoska has to blow tank on Bartholdi, while Fairtree has found KZ again. He does so much in the game, and it makes sit and free hit the entire rest of the enemy to stop anything from going down. And I believe this was the quadra kill of the game that essentially changed the game. I think that was the one.
There was one, yeah. There's the one more after where Dunlossie gets the flank, but at this point it's over. Yeah, it's a quadra for Scream. That is really sort of unfortunate because that's the fight that what do you call it? That KZ wanted last game. You know, he's like, cool, my Nocturne's going in and confusing people. You know, my tank's diving their ADC or something. So I'm gonna go crazy with it. He could not get that in the last game, and then gets to experience it on the opposition coming on into the second game. So unfortunate times for Venom Crest, but that of course does mean Tempest move ahead into the finals. So we'll have a little bit of a rundown of the bracket, see what's going on. You can see that finals on the 18th of November. That'll be Tempest up against either Venom Crest, VZK, or Ruddy, depending on how the matches go as they play out through the week. Important to note that there is no, buy round or anything like that, or buy round, buy a map. I don't know. I forget what the official terminology. The point is, Tempest will be going into this series. It's going to be 0-0. They're not coming in with a free win, and they will not have a second chance. If they lose the series, we're not playing another best of 5. So in terms of, the reward for winning the upper bracket is you now get to chill for 7 days. You get to watch the other teams. You get to spend a lot of time studying, and you get to maybe lab up a little bit of strats without having to reveal them on stream over the next 7 days.
Yeah, you have that week-long period where you can scout out the enemy team properly. Of course, you're not going to know your opponent until Thursday. You should have all the prep you've made for these 3 teams with the full split and dedicate some time to each of them. And then watch the series and you pick out anything you haven't seen. This is something that I did a lot when I was still coaching. Is I would look at the series of the teams I'm yet to play and pick out anything that I could see. Is there a pattern level 1? So, for example, if you were a scout to Tempest, you'd see, okay, Donald's full playing every single game.
Oh, that's crazy. How does he do it?
He can't keep getting away with this, but evidently
He just can't.
it's working. Tempest needs to use this time, effectively. Can't use the time effectively. They're going to come into this best of 5 quite blind, and that's a problem. Because Venom Crest have already played them, and Ruddy have already played them, and these two teams are the favourites to head on to the final. Whereas they could definitely play the underdog.
Very much so, and well, we'll see if they actually get to continue an underdog run, or if it sort of goes as maybe ZK expects, and they fall out. That will be on Monday, the 11th. Coming up just 2 days, we will have Ruddy Painkillers up against VZK, and over on the 16th, so in a week from now, on Thursday, we will be seeing the winner of that game up against Venom Crest, and the winner of that match next Saturday will be playing right up against Tempest Gaming for that finals. And to be the champion of the Four Nations Autumn Season 2023. Run it back, the reboot. In either case, that's been it from me. It's been it from ZK for quite some time. It's been it for Temporal and Brackish for putting in double shifts, going across both of the games today. So I thank you all for watching. I thank the UKL for running it, Project Gap for running the cast, and of course, all the aforementioned casters, and then also, who else we had? We had Loxa, and was it just Ejunko as well? Yeah, that was the one coming on in to cast the first series as well. Thank you all for watching, and we will see you on the 13th for Ruddy Painkillers versus VZK.
Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat. I producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself. I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent.